Where did the organs come from? I asked. Migrants, he answered. All four. Si. Did the migrants offer the kidneys willingly? I am sure. Were they paid? I don't know. Do you know where they are from? Mexico. Are they still alive? No answer. Were they alive when you took the organs from them? No answer. Okay, maybe you can tell me why you did these surgeries for the cartel members. I have no choice. Why not? When they ask, you do it? Did the migrants have a choice, or were they pressured as well? This is all I can tell you. Good luck. The surgeon hung up. This was the only conversation I had with a physician who appears to have conducted transplants with trafficked organs from migrants. Though I could not confirm the details, I was reasonably certain the migrants whose organs were removed had not offered them willingly and were probably no longer alive. I wondered why the surgeon was open to speaking with me if he really was not going to answer any of my questions, but I appreciated that I probably pushed too hard too quickly. Rodriguez told me that he had leads on where the surgeon operated, but he warned me it was deep across the border. I was not willing to put myself or Rodriguez's team at risk, and I was left frustrated that I was not going to be able to gather more research across this part of the border. Before I left South Texas, I spent the day driving around the area, taking it all in one last time: the white sun, the feverish breeze, the restless desert dust that tastes bitter in the mouth. About an hour northwest of Laredo along Mines Road, I found a dirt path that led to the Rio Grande. I parked my car and went for a walk. There was no border fence, just the United States on one side of the river, and maybe 100 feet across, Mexico. It was a searing, inhospitable day, so I veered toward the sparse shade offered by scattered trees. Dry brush crunched under my feet. I came to an area of tree cover and took a seat. The river was still, and the air was stagnant. I thought about my conversation with the surgeon and wondered how many more there were like him, working not just for cartels but at major hospitals across the border for transplant tourists. The disappeared migrants used in these surgeries were as silent as the border river in front of me, the river they were so desperate to cross. I could not comprehend the absurdity that this narrow ribbon of water separated such extremes: hope from despair, dreams from nightmares, life from death. I wandered further down the river, listening to the crunch under my feet, to the anemic whisper of the breeze. After a few minutes, I came across a tattered sneaker. I looked around, and about 20 feet away, I found its pair, under some bushes. 2 feet from the second shoe, I saw a torn pair of trousers, a shirt, a broken pair of glasses, and a large area of dried blood. There was no telling how long the clothes and blood had been there. All borders have blood on their hands, but the U.S. Mexico border may have the most blood of all. Had I continued walking, it would not have been long before I came upon another remnant of the border's butchery. But I was too tired and too disheartened that day to forge forward in search of more remnants of the border's body count. That night, I ate fish tacos with Rodriguez and his crew. We talked about sports and cars. It was a distraction for all of us from the darkness we kept buried behind our public faces. Theirs born of the blood of war, mine of the blood of slaves. Chapter 5. Technology and Human Trafficking. Friend and foe. I have found that, to make a contented slave, it is necessary to make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken his moral and mental vision, and, as far as possible, to annihilate the power of reason. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery, he must be made to feel that slavery is right, and he can be brought to that only when he ceases to be a man. Frederick Douglass. An experiment. In October 2012, I placed an online advertisement on the website backpage.com that read as follows: Asian and European girls, young and ready to please you. Find exactly what you are looking for. Outcalls only. 310XXXXXX. The listed phone number was linked to an unlocked cell phone that could receive voice messages and texts. The purpose of the placement was to sample the kinds of responses and the rates of response the advertisement would receive. I placed the advertisement on 3 consecutive Friday afternoons. Each advertisement lasted for 1 week at a cost of $12. Table 5.1 summarizes the responses I received. Table 5.1 Responses to Backpage.com experiment. Texts. Voice messages. Total. Week 1. 239. 192. 431. Week 2. 206. 190. 396. Week 3. 290. 233. 523. There were more than 700 similar advertisements on Backpage.com just for the Los Angeles area during the times I posted my false advertisement, and I predicted that I would receive a few dozens texts and calls at most. Needless to say, I was quite surprised when I received several hundred responses each week. More surprisingly, roughly 78% of the responses took place within 24 hours of my posting the advertisement. These two factors demonstrated to me that there was a high degree of online activity in pursuit of commercial sex in and around the city of Los Angeles. It also demonstrated the power of the internet as a tool to facilitate commercial sex transactions. Although there is no way to know just how many of the online sex advertisements on Backpage.com relate to sex trafficking victims in particular, it is indisputable that traffickers and pimps exploit the internet to solicit men to purchase commercial sex of all kinds, including from the victims of forced prostitution. Many of these victims are children. It is highly uncommon to find an online advertisement that specifically indicates that a child is being sold for sex, but keywords such as girl, young, and tiny are strong indicators to online sex consumers that a minor could be for sale. The content of the responses I received ranged from short texts or voice messages asking for callbacks to more detailed messages expressing a desire for young girls of a particular ethnicity to be available in a specific part of town at a specific time, without holding back details on exactly what the customer expected the girl to perform. These messages were overwhelmingly distasteful and unpleasant, at least to me. I called back a random selection of the consumers who responded to the advertisements. Most conversations were relatively businesslike, others were vulgar. Although I had seen and heard more than my share of male degradation of women and children, it was demoralizing to hear the ways in which these men spoke about females. A palpable disrespect for the female gender pervaded the language of many of these men. Words such as whore, bitch, and slut were thrown around as common, acceptable ways to refer to women. The expectations the males expressed signified clearly that they perceived the entire process in a transactional and calculating fashion. I even received warnings that the woman would not be paid should she refuse to perform as expected, or appear different, older, different proportions or ethnicity, etc., from what had been purchased. Many of the males promised to be repeat customers if they were satisfied with the transaction. Some asked for a discount on the first purchase and said they would refer friends if they were pleased. 2 of the men with whom I spoke asked me if I accepted Bitcoin. 1 I ended up making only half as many callbacks as I had intended because I simply could not stomach the conversations, and to be honest they were also quite repetitive. When I designed this online experiment, I had intended to use a capture-recapture methodology to estimate the prevalence rate of males over the age of 18 who were actively online looking to purchase commercial sex in the Los Angeles area. Unfortunately, I was not able to identify specific numbers to 54% of the texts and voice messages I received because either the caller ID was blocked or the messages were sent via Skype, which routes most calls through a handful of hub numbers in the region. In addition, the vast regional span of the responses I received made it difficult to calculate a reasonable estimate. In addition to the city of Los Angeles itself, I received responses from Long Beach, Orange County, Irvine, Newport Beach, Lake Forest, the Valley, Burbank, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, and even from as far away as Santa Barbara, Carlsbad, and Temecula. Nonetheless, the swiftness and sheer number of responses I received to a single advertisement, that did not even include photographs, persuaded me that even if I did not know the exact prevalence rate, the level of online shopping for commercial sex across Southern California was far more than I had anticipated. I have no doubt that the same would be largely true in other major metropolitan areas across the United States and around the world. The Internet and human trafficking. The Internet, social media, and mobile technologies have been used by traffickers to expand the sale of women for sex and forced prostitution and to expand recruitment for labor trafficking victims across the globe. Social media also plays a role in the organ trafficking sector. On the other side of the equation, these same technologies are being used by governments, NGOs, and technology companies to combat sex trafficking and labor trafficking, to prevent labor exploitation in global supply chains, and to prevent human trafficking in disaster and war-torn areas. Limited research has been done on the dual role of technology as both facilitator and prevention/intervention tool of the contemporary human trafficking phenomenon. I have focused my research on understanding the new and developing trends in technology application on both sides of the human trafficking process. Perhaps the most important insight that has emerged from my research is that technology is used by both traffickers and anti-traffickers to manipulate one of the most important features relating to slavery: isolation. Human traffickers attempt to isolate their victims, which promotes their exploitation, by confiscating any connectivity tools they may possess, such as mobile phones or email access, and by preventing access to the Internet, landline phones, social networks, or assistance of any kind. This is true whether one is referring to landowners in South Asia who actively isolate debt bondage slaves to advance their exploitation, or labor recruiters who confiscate migrants' connectivity tools to coerce them into forced labor at a construction site. Meanwhile, anti-trafficking actors are trying to use these same connectivity tools to prevent human trafficking and provide vital connections to migrants, to rural and other vulnerable populations, and to shorten the duration of exploitation of a human trafficking victim. This chapter explores the dual roles technology plays as both facilitator and preventer/intervener, friend and foe, in cases of sex trafficking and labor trafficking. Much more research needs to be done to maximize the utility of technology and social media tools as forces of empowerment, connection, and intervention against the crime of human trafficking. I hope some of the findings in this chapter will motivate these efforts. Sex trafficking. The primary appeal of the Internet for sex traffickers and sex consumers is anonymity. Selling and buying commercial sex can occur in a virtual fashion right up to the point of the physical transaction. If the purchase is of online photos or videos, recorded or streaming, the entire process remains anonymous. For the victim, anonymity comes hand in hand with isolation. Rather than soliciting on the street or in a brothel with physical visibility, the victim can be sold for sex in a virtual manner to consumers anywhere in the world. This isolation assists traffickers and pimps in maintaining control of victims and limiting their opportunities for escape. My investigations into the intersection of technology and sex trafficking revealed 3 points of interest. 1. The use by traffickers of online advertisements of victims to solicit purchases of sex. 2. The use by traffickers of social networking sites to recruit victims. And 3. The use by law enforcement of online advertisements to initiate investigations, primarily for those who appear to be underage. Online advertisements. Online sex advertisements have exploded with the spread of the Internet. Countless websites around the world sell all forms of sexual content. Innumerable John's chat rooms provide feedback to male consumers of commercial sex on where and how women and children can be purchased safely. Men on these sites also provide reviews of sex clubs, brothels, and even individual women. The most abhorrent chat rooms are dedicated to pedophiles who give tips on how and where to have sex with children safely, or how to purchase child pornographic images without being traced. Men on these sites even provide reviews of children they have purchased. I assessed 40 sites that sell sex on 6 continents and John's chat rooms in the United States. All of these websites and especially the chat rooms are unpleasant, offensive, and inspire a sense of despair for the state of humanity. Imagine, if you will, a dozen or so men bantering back and forth on a Saturday morning about the children they purchased the previous night, what they looked like, how they smelled, how they behaved, how they shared their love. Such a corruption of the word defies comprehension, with them, and so on. It is difficult not to want to gather these miscreants in an actual room and let loose the dogs of hell. The content of chat rooms that referred to adult females was not much better. They tended to consist of higher levels of outright vulgarity and misogyny. There was no talk of love or any other perverted concepts of affection. Crude language and boorish statements about women passed as comedy. Men bragged, touted their rates of purchase, and extolled the virtues of buying sex from certain ethnicities or from specific women. Some men seemed to be in the chat rooms with the purpose of drumming up business for a particular establishment by describing in detail how the women will pleasure the men who buy them. Some men talked about women who were so dope that they could do almost anything they wanted to them. Others talked about women who cried or even resisted at the outset, which only seemed to arouse the men further. I wish I could post the statements of these men on highway billboards next to their faces, names, and addresses and let justice run its course. It is incontrovertible that the internet is used extensively to sell sex, photos, and videos of women and girls around the world, that it facilitates financial transactions between traffickers and consumers, that it provides anonymity for all parties, that it helps isolate victims of sex trafficking, and that it provides forums for consumers to communicate in a completely uncensored manner to promote the system of male sexual consumption of women and children. Point 2. Perhaps the most compelling facet of my research into the use of the internet to facilitate the purchase of commercial sex has been the discovery of how opportunistic this facilitation can be. The internet appears to be the first port of call for consumers in search of commercial sex during major sporting events, such as the World Cup, the Super Bowl, the Olympics, or the Commonwealth Games. These sporting events naturally bring large numbers of males from around the world into a concentrated area for a short period of time. Aside from sports, food, and beverages, sex is the primary service many of these men are after. My first exposure to the impact a major sporting event can have on sex trafficking was with the 2010 Commonwealth Games in New Delhi. In Bonded Labor, I described how local brothels on GB Road and in other areas of New Delhi were receiving upgrades, new AC units, and other embellishments in anticipation of the arrival of thousands of male tourists. Point 3. The women and children inside the brothels were receiving bovine steroid injections to fatten them up to better cater to Western tastes. Colleagues at local anti-trafficking NGOs reported that they noticed a substantial increase in websites selling sex in New Delhi during the time of the Commonwealth Games, and scores of Indian men with small sex cards and flyers roamed outside the stadiums and tourist areas soliciting male customers. Researchers have begun to focus on the extent to which major national and international sporting events increase sex trafficking and online advertising for commercial sex. Dr. Mark Latonero, at the University of Southern California, looked into these issues at Super Bowl 45 in Dallas in 2011. Prior to the February 6 event, then Texas Attorney General Greg Abbott described the Super Bowl as one of the biggest human trafficking events in the United States. Latonero's team selected the adult section of the Backpage.com site for Dallas and collected data on more than 5,500 sex ads to measure the frequency of unique posts for 1 week leading up to the Super Bowl. Their analysis revealed a sharp spike in the number of unique posts each day on February 4 and 5, leading up to the Super Bowl, including more than 300 posts specifically for escort services on Super Bowl Sunday. 5 Less than 100 such posts were seen 1 week earlier. The researchers analyzed data on the ages of the women and girls being advertised, and more than half the posts that included ages advertised girls between the ages of 18 and 21, with a spike toward younger ages during the Super Bowl. 6 No advertisement specifically offered minors for sale, but many included keywords such as girl or very young or tiny, or specified an age of 18 years, which is usually a strong indicator that minors are being sold. Using the internet to sell commercial sex, either tied to sporting events or in general, has not been without debate. Indeed, many argue that doing so is a perfectly acceptable mode of conducting business and a protected form of free speech. In the early 2000s, the two primary sites in the United States that provided space for online advertisements for commercial sex were Craigslist.org and Backpage.com. In 2007, Craigslist was the first major website to receive significant criticism for facilitating prostitution via its adult services section in cities around the world. In an effort to pacify these concerns, Craigslist began charging a $5 credit card fee for adult advertisements and required a phone number to verify the identity of the individual posting the ad. These requirements were meant to assist police in tracking advertisements that might involve the actual sale of sex where such sales were against the law, as opposed to clubs, massage parlors, etc. In March 2009, Illinois Cook County Sheriff Thomas Dart filed a suit against Craigslist, stating that missing children, runaways, abused women, and women trafficked in from foreign countries are routinely forced to have sex with strangers because they're being pimped on Craigslist. 7 attorneys for Craigslist used what has now become a powerful defense in the United States, arguing that Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 protects the company from liability because it specifically states that Internet service providers, ISPs, and websites are not liable for content posted by third parties. To assign liability to the ISP would open floodgates of litigation that would cripple the Internet. For example, would YouTube be liable for content posted by one of its users, say, a clip from a feature film, that violates the copyright of the production company that owns the film? The court agreed and the case was dismissed. A firestorm of public pressure ensued, and in what became a triumph of social outrage, Craigslist closed the adult services section of its website in all U.S. cities in September 2010, followed by closure in all cities worldwide in December 2010. This closure left Backpage.com and Eros.com as the primary websites for online sex advertisements. Unlike Craigslist, Backpage has remained resolute in its right to allow users to post ads for sex services. Backpage charges between $5 and $15 to post these ads and makes approximately $150 million per year from adult advertisements. Backpage further allows the use of Bitcoin to make payments, which protects the identity of pimps and traffickers who make the postings. Backpage maintains its rights to facilitate these postings under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. A case in the state of Massachusetts filed in 2014 put this defense to the test. Doe v. Backpage.com was filed on behalf of 2 minors who alleged that they were sold for sex through the website more than 1,900 times from the ages of 15 to 17. In May 2015, the court held that Backpage is protected by the Communications Decency Act and could not be held liable for third-party postings. Cases filed around the same time in the states of Washington and Illinois met with the same result. On October 7, 2016, California authorities arrested Backpage CEO, Carl Ferrer, on felony pimping charges. In her suit against Ferrer, Kamala Harris, then Attorney General of California, described Backpage as an online brothel. Once again citing protection under the Communications Decency Act, the judge dismissed the suit against Ferrer on November 16, 2016. Although the legal scholar in me appreciates the slippery slope argument of assigning liability to ISPs and the need to protect First Amendment rights, the human rights activist in me feels that tools that allow traffickers to exploit women and children in forced prostitution represent a particularly onerous and detestable kind of harm that society must protect against with as much rigor, if not more, than free speech freedoms. Despite setbacks, activists and lawyers have continued applying pressure on Backpage. Ferrer and other Backpage founders were subpoenaed to testify in front of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security in early 2017. The day before the hearing, Backpage pulled down its adult section, citing an unlawful censorship campaign by the U.S. government. Most commercial sex advertisements on Backpage have since migrated to other sections of the website, such as dating and massage, and some activists have decried the campaign against Backpage, arguing that the online adult section actually helps law enforcement combat sex trafficking. As of May 2017, there is legislation pending in the U.S. Congress that would carve out online sex advertisements as being no longer protected by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, potentially opening the door for more successful outcomes in litigation against Backpage and similar websites. Social media. Social media tools also have become powerful facilitators used by sex traffickers to recruit new victims and to solicit customers to purchase women and children for sex. 8 The traffickers hide in plain sight among the tens of millions of users on these websites, scouring the world from the comfort of their homes for new victims and customers. Melanie, a sex trafficking survivor I met in Seattle, explained how she was recruited on Facebook. "This guy Matt friended me. He had the coolest page. It said he was an agent for magazine shoots. We chatted for a while before I met him. He made me feel special, but he never came out and said he wanted me to be a model. He was just a cool guy, and I didn't know many cool guys. My foster parents had 2 kids of their own and 2 other foster kids. I didn't really fit in. I didn't like school either. I hardly went, you know. I met Matt, and he said he could make me a lot of money. He made it sound like it was so easy, like all you have to do is be lucky enough for someone like him to spot you. He said that's the only difference between the girls in magazines and me. I thought I would be rich and have this awesome life. I felt like I could be free of all the shit in my life. I was so wrong. Matt raped me. He and some guys locked me in a room and pimped me out. They made a ton of money off me. I didn't make a dime. For a while they had a camera in there. People would watch creeps. After a while, I just went with it. I got more liquor and pot that way. What else was I going to do?" Melanie was one of 83 sex trafficking victims I documented around the world who told me they were recruited through social media on Facebook or on numerous online dating websites. Matt's page on Facebook was long gone by the time I met Melanie. It is exceedingly challenging to intervene in this mode of recruitment because all of the initial contact takes place virtually, and the pages are often taken down after the trafficker has recruited a handful of victims. The traffickers then typically set up new pages, under new names, and search for more young girls who are vulnerable, isolated, in abusive families, or otherwise desperate to receive the kind of false attention and affection the traffickers give them. Most of the recruitment tactics are romantic in tone, and they work well. Europe, in particular, has seen a rapid growth in online recruitment of sex trafficking victims, especially from poorer Eastern European nations. 9 A young girl named Katya from Moldova described to me how she was recruited through a local dating website, friendsq24.it, based in Italy. "My family is poor, but not as poor as most people in my country. The situation for life in Moldova is not good. I wanted to go abroad. Most girls in Chisinau go to dating sites to find men in Italy or Germany or Dubai to fall in love with, or we look for jobs, but who wants to work if you can marry a rich man? I was chatting with men on Friend Scout, and this one man from Italy named Antonio said he was a lawyer and he sent me photos of his home and his BMW. He said since he was a lawyer he could arrange my travel documents. He asked for my address and sent me gifts. He sent me jewelry and a dress. We talked on the phone, and he seemed like a nice man. I was so excited, but I tried not to be too trusting. When I felt safe, I agreed to meet him to see if we could be together. I was so nervous when I arrived in Milan that he will not look like the photos he sent, but he looked exactly like that. I remember seeing him and feeling so happy. That night my dreams were killed. Antonio took me to a club and left me there. They took my mobile phone. The men raped me and gave me drugs. They forced me to take clients for almost 1 year before the police arrested me. I explained what happened, and the police referred me to this shelter. They said they will investigate Antonio. I tried to find his profile, but it was gone. I called his number, but it did not work. I know he will trick other girls, and that makes me angry. Now I know better than to have dreams. Soon I will be back in Chisinau. I will be grateful if I can find a job and take care of myself. I don't want any man to take care of me. Stories like Katya's have become increasingly common with the explosion of online dating sites and social media. She was hardly reckless and communicated directly with her supposed suitor for months before agreeing to meet him. However, traffickers are willing to invest a good deal of time to recruit girls through online avenues because aside from a few gifts and a plane ticket there is very little expense and risk to them. Raising awareness of these kinds of ruses may have some preventative impact, but it is challenging to thwart human trafficking cases of this manner. There are simply too many young people living in poorer countries with limited opportunities for employment and a burning desire for a better life who are susceptible to false overtures. In regions such as Europe where travel within the EU is open to all citizens, traffickers can recruit from poorer EU countries into richer ones with ease. Katya's story also is noteworthy in that in many ways it was simply a higher-tech version of stories I had documented several years earlier in Nepal. In Sex Trafficking 10 I describe how false marriage offers are a common recruitment tool for traffickers across South Asia. Vulnerable, disempowered women and girls in rural Nepal are particularly susceptible to marriage offers from wealthy Indians. There were few if any online dating sites when I documented these cases, so handwritten letters and cell phone calls were the primary tools used to seduce the victims. Since that time, online dating sites in South Asia have spread rapidly. During research in 2010 and 2012, I documented 18 cases of sex trafficking in South Asia in which online dating sites were used. One victim from Pune, named Dipali, was a teenager who finished secondary school but had not yet started university when she fell for the overtures of Karthik on the website froper.com. They went on one date together. On the second date, Karthik raped Dipali and locked her inside an apartment where she was sold for sex for 3 weeks before she managed to escape. Her captors showed her a mobile-based advertisement they posted of her to recruit customers using photos they took when they drugged her. The customers were mostly middle-class Indian men and university students. Millions of South Asians in rural areas continue to lack internet access, so traffickers still write letters and have phone conversations with their intended victims. Awareness campaigns run by NGOs have been somewhat effective at preventing young women from accepting these offers, but the ruses continue with success across much of Asia and the rest of the world, including lower-tech versions of what happened to Katya. The technology tools used by Antonio to seduce Katya are more advanced than letters and phone calls, but they also leave potential digital footprints that can be used by law enforcement to track down the traffickers. Using technology to fight back. The same technologies used to facilitate all aspects of the business of sex trafficking from recruitment of victims to solicitation of customers to processing transactions are being used to combat the business of sex trafficking. While efforts at technology-based interventions have developed more slowly than their criminal counterparts, innovative tools are being crafted that will have a significant impact on combating sex trafficking around the world. Crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, and tagging. Although still spotty in application and reliability, crowdsourcing and tagging have become more prevalent in the past few years as tools to combat various human rights abuses, including sex trafficking. 11 Many technology companies and NGOs have developed crowdsourcing applications that enable users to submit text messages or other content related to potential cases of sex trafficking or human trafficking more broadly. For example, SMS, short message service, lines can be established that allow users to send short messages of potential instances of human trafficking to an NGO. The NGO can then vet the information and act on it if need be, share it with law enforcement, or both. Verifying crowdsourced content and having the capacity to sift through submissions remain challenges that NGOs and application designers are working through, but significant progress has been made in this area. Every year more human trafficking victims are being rescued as a result of crowdsourcing technology. A related concept to crowdsourcing is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding platforms allow people from around the world to contribute financially to a single project or cause, including efforts to fight human trafficking. Two of the top crowdfunding websites focused on raising resources for projects that fight human trafficking are endcrowd.org and 6degree.org. On these sites, individuals can make financial contributions to projects that help prevent human trafficking, liberate slaves, or support aftercare services that protect and empower survivors. Some simple initiatives that have had an impact through funding on these websites include the purchase of a van to take children to school in Cambodia so they are not vulnerable to abduction while walking to and from the classroom each day, a jewelry making business in India that helps provide income for sex trafficking survivors, and funds that help trafficked women and children safely return to their home countries. The potential for crowdsourcing and crowdfunding as tools that help in the fight against human trafficking is still nascent, with ample space for new contributions from innovative thinkers and entrepreneurs. A third technology tool, called tagging, is being used to combat human trafficking by identifying potential cases that require intervention. Users can tag content on websites such as social media sites, online classified sites, online job recruitment sites, or any other similar site that appears suspicious or potentially fraudulent, thereby triggering an investigation by NGOs or local law enforcement. This is the most direct tool to combat the tactics used to recruit sex trafficking victims like Katya and Dipali. The efficiency of the tagging tools varies, and millions of pages need to be assessed, but tagging holds significant potential for anyone with a basic knowledge of key indicators of human trafficking and a mobile phone, tablet, or laptop to contribute as a citizen abolitionist who can help expand the reach of NGOs and law enforcement by proactively searching for potential trafficking recruitment pages or profiles, simply by scouring certain websites and being on the lookout for indicators of suspicious content. For example, backpage classifieds that promise tiny or very young girls are often in the business of selling minors for sex. Online recruitment sites that promise they can help migrants find no-fee or wage deduction work opportunities abroad could be indicators of labor traffickers trying to recruit new victims. Online dating profiles that actively engage with girls from foreign countries and are trying to entice them to migrate could be a sign of potential sex trafficking. It can be painstaking work, but keywords and certain kinds of behavior or key indicators can be tagged for follow-up by experts, potentially leading to the prevention of, or intervention in, human trafficking cases. 1. Box, facial recognition, and the deep web. Google has been doing innovative work in preventing sex trafficking and child sexual exploitation through the development of an algorithm that provides a one-box result of the human trafficking hotlines in several countries based on certain searches, such as "Is my boyfriend a pimp?" or "Am I being controlled by someone?" If an individual initiates a search with phrases such as these, a one-box result is triggered by Google's algorithm that provides human trafficking hotlines for the relevant region based on the IP address of the device being used to conduct the search. The searches that trigger the one-box result of the human trafficking hotlines vary from country to country, and a great deal of engineering went into determining what kinds of searches in which geographies should trigger the result. Google is the first to concede that many victims of human trafficking are not in a position to conduct an online search or even have access to the internet. However, it is an important tool that could lead to assistance in many cases of human trafficking. As Chris Bussell at Google.org, the philanthropic division of Google.com, told me, "We are putting this information on some of the most valuable real estate on the web, which is a clear indication of how serious the matter is to the company." Google also has been active in the area of child protection and helping to thwart child sexual exploitation, primarily through a dedicated team of engineers who work to rid the internet of sexually explicit imagery of children. Much of this work is automated, although some of it is done manually. In some countries, Google places a warning on search results relating to child pornography, such as "You could be prosecuted for viewing this content" or "Do you need help?" It is unlikely that an individual searching for images of child pornography is going to recognize that he needs help, but the pop-up warnings may make the individual think twice about continuing to search for offensive or exploitative images of innocent children. Facial recognition is another powerful tool being used to help combat sex trafficking and child sexual exploitation. Microsoft has developed a facial recognition technology, called PhotoDNA, that serves this purpose. This image matching technology, developed in collaboration with Dartmouth College, creates a unique signature for a digital image that can be compared with the signatures of other images to find copies. The technology was donated to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, in December 2009 to help the organization find, report, and eliminate some of the worst-known images of online child pornography. To date, the technology has assisted with the identification of thousands of offensive images of child sexual exploitation and pornography on the Internet. Law enforcement has also been using PhotoDNA to assist with investigations and to limit the emotional damage relating to personal exposure of officers having to view thousands of images of child pornography to find matches manually. The technology also helps law enforcement identify and rescue victims more efficiently and prosecute those who posted the images because their digital trails can be traced. The technology has been particularly useful in assisting law enforcement coordination across jurisdictions. It can match images of a child who might appear in postings in different cities across time, even when those images may have been altered. Once a match is made, law enforcement can work with counterparts in other jurisdictions to rescue an exploited child much sooner than might otherwise be possible. One of the most intriguing new tools being used to combat human trafficking is software called Memex, created by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. Memex provides advanced Internet search capabilities into the deep web and has assisted with several human trafficking investigations in the United States. The deep web is the roughly 90% of information on the Internet not indexed by traditional search engines such as Yahoo and Google. The deep web is often filled with temporary pages, such as advertisements for illicit activity relating to drug trafficking, weapons dealing, money laundering, and human trafficking, which are typically removed before major search engines are able to crawl them. The Memex tool can scour the deep web for temporary advertisements used to lure trafficking victims or to sell them for sex, and can analyze the data and identify relationships between seemingly unrelated information, thereby creating spatial and temporal patterns that can be used by investigators to track down victims, trace traffickers, and gather evidence for prosecutions. The tool has been so useful that the New York District Attorney's Office uses Memex in all its human trafficking prosecutions. These are just a few examples of the kinds of technology tools being developed and refined by major technology companies and being utilized by law enforcement, prosecutors, NGOs, and everyday citizens to intervene more quickly and efficiently to stop the forced sexual exploitation of women and children and the exploitation of online sexual images of women and children. I am optimistic that the pace of development in anti-trafficking technology will continue to accelerate, and that more effective tools will be available each year to combat these offenses. In particular, the sophistication and accessibility of technologies that automate the process of searching for vulnerable individuals through facial recognition and trace patterns of movement, or provide digital trails for the prosecution of traffickers and male consumers of commercial sex, especially of children, hold great promise. Traffickers and commercial sex consumers will continue to search for ways to use technology to evade detection, creating a sort of technology arms war in the human trafficking space. With sufficient funding and dedication, I fully expect that those on the side of decency will prevail. Labor trafficking. Most of the uses of technology and social media in either promoting or combating labor trafficking are similar to those used with sex trafficking, but a few nuances merit exploration. New developments have provided technology tools in the labor trafficking space that enable connections for victims and at-risk individuals prior to their migration for a work opportunity and upon arrival at the employer's location or the destination country. Point 12 Isolation is the most powerful force facilitating labor trafficking among migrants. and tools that enable access to fellow migrants, local NGOs, law enforcement, and other resources or avenues of assistance can be vital in preventing labor trafficking or assisting with victim escape. These tools notwithstanding, technology and social media platforms are a popular gateway for recruiting new labor trafficking victims. Recruitment of labor trafficking victims. The internet and social media are used extensively to recruit labor trafficking victims. Although social media sites such as Facebook and Twitter are often used to recruit victims, online job recruitment sites that advertise opportunities to work abroad are the primary websites used for this purpose. The number and variety of online job recruitment sites that promise to arrange opportunities for work in developed economies is astounding. Most of the sites focus on recruitment from South Asia, East Asia, and Latin America and offer employment in domestic work, construction, agriculture, shipping, fishing, entertainment, mining, and numerous other sectors that span the global economy. 13 These websites recruit directly into the kinds of slavery cases discussed in chapters 3, labor trafficking, and 6, debt bondage. Scores of legitimate work abroad sites operate in conjunction with licensed recruiters and government agencies to provide foreign employment opportunities for citizens from Nepal, the Philippines, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Mexico, India, and many other migrant worker-sending nations. These legitimate labor channels are vital for citizens from these countries, and they provide wage-earning opportunities labor migrants cannot find in their home countries. The remittances sent by these workers to their families are crucial for their survival and can help families send children to school or secure medicines when in need. Traffickers feed on the desperation of the poor for sources of remittance income. Although there are millions of legitimate online job recruitment postings, there are also countless postings that are fraudulent. Sometimes entire foreign migrant job posting sites are fraudulent, but more often the fake postings are intermixed with legitimate ones on fully licensed and regulated websites, making it exceedingly difficult to discriminate legitimate offers from those bound for slavery. It is all but impossible for the companies operating these websites to verify each of the tens of thousands, or more, of job postings that may be listed on their service. One common solution for many of the sites is to include a small box on the home page that warns about the risks of human trafficking and provides a contact number, in the home country, that can provide assistance. Unfortunately, this information is unlikely to dissuade desperate individuals with no alternative other than to migrate for work, and the phone number or email listed does not help if the migrant cannot access a phone or computer in the destination country. Dinesh, a labor trafficking victim from Nepal, tells a story that typifies the risks of technology as a tool used to recruit labor trafficking victims. I am from Hajarkot district. 4 years back an NGO brought 2 computers to our village and placed them in the nearby school for the children. They taught us how to use the computers to search for information. They gave us a list of the websites that we could use to search jobs. There were only so many opportunities on these sites, so we learned to search in other places also. I found one job for construction in Qatar. They promised to make the arrangements and said we will earn 2 lakh rupees $2,000 per month. They had pictures of other Nepali men who said how happy they were in Qatar. There was one number I rang and I spoke to a recruiter in Kathmandu. His name is Arjun. He said the fee for the training and other arrangements is 5 lakh rupees $5,000. I paid these fees on loan because my family did not have so much money. It is not good what happened to me. I was in Qatar for more than 1 year doing construction for the football stadiums. The conditions were very bad. I saw 7 people die from heat and 2 died from accidents. I wanted to leave after the first week, but they took my documents. I had no money. I had no place to go. One day the police came to the worksite and arrested us. They said we did not have permits. They deported us. To this day, I did not receive any wages. I called Arjun, but he said it was not his problem. He offered to help me find another job, but I told him he must think I am a fool to trust him. He told me I have to trust someone, otherwise I will never find a job again. He is correct. People from my country know these websites should not be trusted, but they go anyway. We cannot stay in Nepal. The NGO that set up the computers in Dinesh's village is a well-respected, long-standing organization that has done excellent work throughout rural Nepal. Dinesh's story highlights the perilous nature of introducing connective technologies to impoverished areas. Even with warnings about false recruitment agencies and specific information on which online employment sites could be trusted, there is no way to prevent people from using the internet to find opportunities for themselves. Furthermore, even with all the warnings about false job offers and excessive fees, people like Dinesh often have no option but to accept the offer and hope for the best because there is no alternate means of survival in their home countries. I documented dozens of cases just like Dinesh's in several countries that are major sources of migrant workers. The individuals migrated from South and East Asia and Central and Latin America to developed economies where they toiled in several migrant worker occupations, primarily construction, agriculture, domestic work, seafood, and mining. In all cases, the individuals were isolated from potential sources of assistance on arrival in the destination country, their documents were confiscated, mobile phones, if they had one, were confiscated, and they were monitored around the clock and prohibited access to communication tools through which they could potentially contact assistance. Even when presented with the opportunity to leave the worksite, almost all of the victims I documented opted to remain because they were in so much debt due to excessive upfront fees. They all persevered under the hope that they would eventually be paid enough to discharge their debts and begin to send remittances home. This was, after all, the point of their migration. If it were not achieved, they would be forced to return home to far worse circumstances than before: debt, rejection, and stigma. The power of coercion associated with exorbitant debts accrued by the migrant to secure a work opportunity abroad cannot be overstated. The workers cannot return until the debts, however farcical they become, are repaid and some meager amount of income is earned. Lack of local language skills is almost always a primary isolating factor for labor trafficking victims that perpetuates their exploitation. Despite their potential for harm, social media, mobile technology, and the internet play invaluable roles in preventing labor trafficking and providing access to information or resources that can prevent labor trafficking and assist with escape from forced labor. These tools are developing rapidly and hold much promise. Prevention and escape. The most effective use of technology tools and social media to prevent labor trafficking and assist with the liberation of victims is through applications that connect them to information, family members, local assistance, and social networks before, during, and after migration. Constant connectivity and obviating isolation is crucial. Having access to SMS texts or email can enable prospective migrants to liaise with people who may have migrated safely and found legitimate work opportunities. These same technologies can keep a person connected during travel as well as upon arrival should any issues arise. The provision of advanced contact information for the relevant government authorities, law enforcement teams, local NGOs, or other resources that can potentially intervene are also important aspects of prevention. Unfortunately, vulnerable and desperate migrants rarely contest instructions or create trouble with an employer who demands that they turn over their mobile phones for fear of losing the work opportunity or of being deported with a lifetime of debt they can never discharge. Even when workers manage to retain their mobile phones and wish to pursue assistance to deal with an exploitative work situation, they can run into technology hurdles for which they are unprepared. Pradeep from Sri Lanka explained. I kept my mobile phone in a secret place when I arrived in Kuala Lumpur. Immediately they took my documents and locked me inside a barracks. I was lucky that I hid my phone, but how was I to know that the SIM card will not work? The phone was useless. They made us work all day in difficult conditions. I have never been so exhausted in my life. We had only one break for 20 minutes in the day from the work. I ran away during one break to try to get a local SIM card. It was too expensive. I pleaded with the shopkeeper to let me make a call from his phone, but he told me to leave his store. I returned to the worksite. What else could I do? The boss punished me. He beat me with a wooden board. I had bruises all over my body. They locked me in a small room and did not give me food for 3 days. I thought they would leave me in that room until I died, but on the third day they dragged me out and told me next time I make trouble my punishment will be worse. Other labor trafficking victims I documented had similar stories: SIM cards that did not work in the destination country, not having money to purchase a local SIM card, and not having access to the internet to send an email to ask for help. Labor trafficking victims such as Pradeep, introduced below, demonstrate that many migrant workers know that communication technology can help them in exploitative situations, but these cases also demonstrate the importance of adequate pre-departure training on how to use technology effectively. Even when a labor trafficking victim is able to access the internet, the victim may not know how to find needed assistance. Some migrants at the barracks told me about an internet cafe not far from our worksite. A construction migrant from Laos named Noi told me, but I had never seen a computer before. I did not know how to use it. Migrants need to understand the basics of SIM cards, have introductory computer training, and have enough local currency to meet emergency needs. Despite pitfalls in the application of technology solutions, I documented several cases in which basic access to mobile communications or the internet provided a crucial connection that prevented labor trafficking or offered an avenue for escape. One such case involved a man named Nok from Cambodia. He was being transported by truck to Thailand where he expected to work in the fishing industry. A friend who had previously migrated to Thailand for fishing work warned him that the recruiters will probably confiscate his mobile phone, so he should hide it at all times. The perils of the Thai fishing sector are well known to migrants in the Mekong subregion, and many have learned that a mobile phone can be the best means of securing assistance. Nok did as he was advised and hid his phone. During his journey from Cambodia to Thailand, his traffickers became increasingly hostile toward the migrants. Fearing the worst, Nok wanted to return home. When he arrived at Samut Sakhon in Thailand, he was told that he had been sold to a ship captain and would have to work off the debt of his transport at sea. Nok did not want to go further. That night, I sent an SMS to my friend. He wrote to me, "Run from there." I had no place to go, and I do not speak Thai language. When the guards were not looking, I snuck out of the docks and ran down the street. I found an alley and I hid there. My friend sent me an SMS with information on the Cambodia embassy in Bangkok. He told me it was a distance of 48 kilometers and which road to take. I walked all the way without stopping. I came to the embassy and said I needed help. A very kind man wrote down the details, and they arranged for me to take a bus home. I am lucky I kept my phone, otherwise I do not know what would have happened to me. Another example in which communication technology helped thwart labor trafficking came from an Indian migrant domestic worker I documented named Anju. When I came to that home in Dubai, I knew I made a mistake. The owners took my documents and my phone. The recruiter said there would be 5 people in the home, but there were 10. I had to cook and clean for all of them. I could sleep only 2 or 3 hours a night on the floor in a very small room. They spoke to me rudely and the ma'am had no problem slapping me. I was desperate to get out of that home, but I had no way to ring my family. There was always someone watching me. After 3 months, there was an accident and they went to the hospital. They left the 3 children and the grandmother in the home. When they fell asleep, I used their phone to ring my father. I told him what happened. He said I must ring the police. Before I left India, the agency told me that the emergency number in Dubai is 999. I rang that number and told the police what happened. They did not understand what I was saying because I could not speak Arabic. I said Hindi, and eventually I spoke to someone who could speak my language. They sent police to the home. Everyone was shouting. The grandmother said I was stealing from them. They asked for my visa, but I said they took everything from me. The police arrested me. They sent me back to India. They said I would not be allowed in Dubai again. Access to a telephone gave Anju a crucial connection that helped her escape forced labor. Ensuring access to phones or the internet is much easier said than done in labor trafficking scenarios, but the more connectivity victims have and the less isolated they are, the more likely they are to avoid or minimize the duration of exploitation. Connectivity is similarly crucial in times of environmental catastrophe or military conflict. These calamities invariably result in the mass displacement of highly vulnerable people, and traffickers are often the first on the scene recruiting new victims. Finding ways of providing connections for displaced people or refugees can help prevent human trafficking or minimize the duration of exploitation. The challenges of ensuring communication access in these cases are significant, and further testing of solutions is sorely needed. Looking forward, providing technologies and connectivity tools that can help prevent or end sex and labor trafficking violations is perhaps the least developed area of anti-trafficking efforts. For labor trafficking, technology companies can collaborate with NGOs on technical assistance and support the development of tools that narrow the information asymmetries between employers and migrants that so often lead to forced labor outcomes. Tools can be developed to integrate migrant communities more cohesively and link them to information and assistance when needed. Formalized channels for regulated, legitimate online recruitment tools can be created and reinforced in migrant communities, and governments can work to attenuate isolation among migrant workers through laws that ensure access to communications, social networks, law enforcement, and other resources. Researchers should be measuring these efforts to identify what works best, from country to country, from region to region. For sex trafficking, image recognition tools must be enhanced to assist law enforcement with rescues, investigations, and prosecutions. Efforts to rid the internet of child pornography and shut down websites or social media pages used to recruit sex trafficking victims must receive additional resources and development. Litigation to shut down the sale of commercial sexual services on Backpage and similar websites should be pursued as vigorously as possible until a precedent is achieved that establishes that commercial sexual content is not protected by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 or similar laws in other countries. Free speech is fundamental to the fabric of the United States, but the freedom to sell sex online, which results in considerable risks of exploitation of slaves and minors, is a freedom that societies everywhere must agree should not be protected. Put another way, the freedom not to be a sex trafficking victim is a more important freedom to protect than the freedom to sell sex on the internet. Two additional areas of future development hold promise in efforts to use technology to combat human trafficking: 1. Blockchain technology and 2. Technology that monitors global supply chains. Blockchains and human trafficking. Blockchain technology is one of the primary innovations of the digital currency Bitcoin. 14 The blockchain is a public ledger of all Bitcoin transactions that have ever been executed. Each block represents the current part of the blockchain, which records each new transaction. Once the transaction is completed, it is added into the blockchain permanently and linked in chronological order. The transaction can never be deleted or altered. The entirety of the blockchain is available to all users on the Bitcoin network at all times. Applying blockchain technology to human rights issues is a new frontier being pioneered by organizations such as Bitfury, BitNation, and the Humanitarian Blockchain. The primary benefit of the technology is the ability to create 100% unique, unalterable identities for people who otherwise lack formalized identification documents. The technology also can be used to track movements of people, which can assist both with their protection and with prosecution of human trafficking crimes. Blockchain technology could provide a digital birth certificate registry for the millions of children born each year without formal registration documents, which otherwise renders them invisible and particularly vulnerable to trafficking and exploitation. Online images of child pornography could be linked to the identities of specific children, which would assist in investigations and child liberation and protection. A mobile phone or a similar portable inexpensive tool is required to set up the initial digital identification, so NGOs and governments will need to assist in this process. The same identification technology can be used for adults. For example, the BitNation Refugee Emergency Response (BRER) organization provides emergency services and humanitarian aid to refugees by authenticating identities through a blockchain emergency ID, BID. The BID can be used by refugees who cannot otherwise obtain official identification documents or may have lost them when fleeing. The technology enables an individual to cryptographically prove his or her existence and family relations, which can be distributed on a public ledger anyone can access to verify the person's identity. This technology could tag forged identity documents used by human traffickers to move individuals from one country to another, either as distress or labor migrants. Finally, the humanitarian blockchain, HB, is dedicated to solving human rights problems using blockchain technology. The project focuses on land registration, irregular migration, the inability of billions of people to access formal banking systems, and other identity-based human rights issues. Migration-related vulnerabilities, child protection, and human trafficking all can be addressed using solutions HB is developing. The promise of blockchain-based solutions to enhance protection by providing a verified and authentic identification system for the tens of millions of invisible people in the world has barely begun to scratch the surface. Entrepreneurs, human rights activists, and technology leaders are all exploring solutions to these and other pressing human rights issues. Future editions of this book will undoubtedly require a full chapter on new developments in human rights solutions provided by blockchain technology. Technology to cleanse global supply chains. Technology is being used more effectively each year to monitor labor abuses, slavery, and child labor in global supply chains. The global economic integration that began in the early 1990s led to several benefits, such as expanding international trade, foreign investment, and acceleration of the transfer of knowledge among countries. Globalization's corresponding ills have resulted in deepening rural poverty, widening the chasm between rich and poor, increasing social instability, and eroding human freedoms. 15 Fallen walls, real and virtual, and the free flow of goods and capital allow multinational corporations to scour the globe in search of cheap or under-regulated labor markets to cut labor costs. From garment manufacturing in Bangladesh to cell phone manufacturing in China, these low-wage laborers at the bottom of global supply chains continue to be exploited in abusive conditions that in the worst cases amount to slavery. Lack of visibility of the bottom of the supply chain, especially 2 or 3 levels down the layered subcontracting chain inherent to many informal labor markets, has been a serious challenge for corporations genuinely interested in ensuring ethical and decent conditions for their workers wherever they may be located. Technology is beginning to address this problem. LexisNexis has developed tools that allow companies to monitor their supply chains more directly and accurately. The Lexis Diligence tool provides an array of information on vendors, suppliers, and even individuals in a single report, including background checks, litigation history, negative news checks, and other risk factors that could be indicators of poor practices. The tool synthesizes data from more than 20 global databases, including public records and news and company filing information, to uncover risks in supply chains. Issues flagged by the diligence check can receive a deeper investigation through the Lexis Integrity Check, which assesses the risks related to specific vendors or labor contractors being used or considered by the company. LexisNexis also produces a global human trafficking index, which automatically searches thousands of news sources around the world and provides a real-time assessment of risks relating to human trafficking from one country to another. Another application that holds great promise for monitoring and cleansing global supply chains is the Supply Unchained pilot project of Goodweave and Target Corporation. Supply Unchained creates an online dashboard, coupled with strategic mobile data collection tools, to provide a monitoring and certification methodology that is scalable and can map, analyze, and share detailed supply chain data on a real-time basis. The cornerstones of the project focus on 5 areas: 1. Random, unannounced inspections using customized mobile applications. 2. Providing real-time data to companies and service providers based on these inspections. 3. Identifying and addressing root causes of supply chain human rights issues. 4. Assessing overall trends in violations. And 5. Conducting anonymous mobile worker surveys to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the inspection and monitoring procedures. The net result provides corporations with reliable and direct visibility into their supply chains, which in turn facilitates more targeted and immediate responses to address the issues. I asked the president of GoodWeave, Nina Smith, to summarize the project's potential. The combination of the mobile data collection system and strategic analysis of supply chain intelligence that Supply Unchained will facilitate is unprecedented. The tool will enable GoodWeave to scale its system to ensure there is no child labor or forced labor anywhere in a supply chain, especially in outsourced production, and to partner more strategically with companies, suppliers, workers, and governments to share relevant data to strengthen all of our efforts to protect workers. In 2015, Humanity United joined with several U.S. government agencies to launch a contest called Rethink Supply Chains, the tech challenge to fight labor trafficking. The specific goal was to promote new and innovative technology-based solutions to address human trafficking in global supply chains. The winners of the competition were Sustainability Incubator, an advisory firm that helps seafood companies solve human rights challenges, and Trace Register, a traceability software company. The two organizations have collaborated to help companies better understand and address the risks of labor trafficking through a labor-safe digital certificate, which is a digital risk assessment tool that helps seafood suppliers and retailers better screen for risks of forced labor and address high-risk zones within their supply chains. The runner-up, Good World Solutions, has developed LaborLink, a mobile technology that combats isolation and improves visibility of trafficked workers by capturing and analyzing worker feedback through an SMS platform. Numerous organizations are developing tools to address slavery and child labor in global supply chains, including Verite, the United Nations Global Compact, the International Labor Organization, and many major consulting firms. The promise of technology-based tools to cleanse global supply chains of slavery and child labor is one of the true bright spots in contemporary anti-slavery efforts. I expect to see a plethora of groundbreaking solutions in the coming years, but activists must never lose sight of the fact that exploiters will seek to circumvent these new tools. Ongoing monitoring and assessment of these applications will be crucial to their effectiveness. The role of the media. One of the most noteworthy changes in the anti-slavery field since the time of my first research trip in the year 2000 has been a significant increase in the level of media coverage of the issue. Major news outlets such as CNN, the BBC, Al Jazeera, and The Guardian have aired hundreds of stories on various aspects of slavery in all corners of the world. Some of these stories are sensational in tone, but by and large these and other news outlets have provided excellent coverage of the issue. In some cases, they have been first to break a story about a new phenomenon taking place in the context of modern slavery. In addition to news media, dozens of feature films, documentaries, and television shows have explored the many facets of modern slavery. Some of this content is sensational or even misinformed, but for the most part film and television have played important roles in spreading awareness of slavery to the broader public. Most major procedural TV shows in the United States have had one episode on human trafficking, if not several. Some of the best films and documentaries about slavery and related issues include Not My Life, In This World, The Whistleblower, Dirty Pretty Things, The Selling of Innocence, The Day My God Died, Very Young Girls, I Am Jane Doe, The Price of Sex, Trade in Innocence, and, of course, the film I wrote based on sex trafficking, which is titled Trafficked. The CNN Freedom Project is the most important and broad-based news media contribution to raising awareness of slavery in the world today. The Freedom Project began in 2011 as a dedicated initiative by the CNN network to raise awareness of slavery, highlight success stories, and amplify voices of victims and survivors. Through this initiative, CNN has produced hundreds of stories and dozens of documentaries on almost every aspect of slavery across the globe. The Freedom Project was initially meant to be a one-year campaign, but the network felt sufficiently passionate about the cause to continue it on an ongoing basis. The CNN Freedom Project has been the most impactful news network initiative to elevate awareness of slavery and is an exemplary demonstration of the power of responsible and dedicated journalism to effect positive change on human rights issues. A fateful meeting. I began this chapter by describing an experiment I ran to assess levels of online activity in the Los Angeles area related to commercial sex. I mentioned that many of the callbacks I made to inquiries I received were quite unpleasant. Only 3 of these conversations lasted longer than 4 minutes. The longest, a near 30-minute conversation, led to a meeting. His name is Lou, and he is a lawyer. We had a pleasant conversation, inasmuch as conversations about the purchase of women for sex can be, and Lou eventually asked to meet with me to talk in more detail about the purchases he wanted to make. Lou said this was the first time he was thinking about purchasing sex, and he wanted to feel it out before proceeding. The first thought I had was that I was being set up by someone who perceived me to be a rival pimp. The second thought I had was that I was being set up by a police officer, which would have been fine with me. The third thought I had was that in either case I would ensure that we met in a public place and, if need be, I could explain who I was and the research I was doing. The final thought I had was that if Lou was who he said he was, then he was either very naive about asking to meet in person with a potentially dangerous pimp, which defeated the entire purpose of searching for commercial sex online, or he was up to some other sort of game. Either way, a public place would protect us both, so we agreed to meet in the afternoon at a coffee shop in West Los Angeles. We met 2 days later, and as it turned out, Lou was exactly who he said he was. He was an intellectual property attorney, in his early 40s, recently divorced, father of a 6-year-old son, and lonely. He worked long hours, which made it difficult for him to meet new people. I asked Lou why he wanted to meet me. I needed to be sure I'm not being set up, he said. How many other people have you met with? Just you. You're the only one who didn't sound like a gangster. I asked Lou why he wasn't going for more upscale escort services, or taking a trip to Nevada to a legalized brothel to obviate risk. I don't know, he replied, I'm not really sure I want to do this. I told Lou it sounded like he would regret purchasing sex if he ended up doing so. You're not really a pimp, are you? He asked. No. I'm a researcher. I told Lou my name, explained my research, and described the experiment I was running on Backpage, as well as the book I was writing. This information made him nervous, and he asked if I was going to write about him in my book. I might, but I wouldn't reveal your identity. Our conversation shifted to life in Los Angeles, the terrible traffic, the lovely weather, the superficial nature of most friendships. Eventually, we returned to the reason we met. I asked Lou why he was contemplating the purchase of sex at this point in his life. I think I always wanted to know what it would be like, he said. You mean the purchase of another human being? Maybe, just to have it be simple with no strings attached. I wouldn't describe the purchase of another human being as simple, or without strings and consequences, I said. Once you cross that line, I think you will regret it. Maybe. Let me tell you a little more about what it's going to be like, not for you, but for the young girl you purchase, because in my ad it talked about young girls. I spent the next several minutes telling Lou about the realities of sex trafficking that I had documented across several years. Lou challenged me on the idea that some prostitutes choose to do the work willingly, and I recounted all the factors that vitiate the voluntary nature of that choice. So are you saying that no one ever chooses to be a prostitute? Lou asked. I can't negate the theoretical possibility, I replied, but I can tell you this: most cases that seem to be voluntary choices are actually choices driven by duress or a lack of alternatives. For each theoretical case involving an empowered choice based on free will, I am willing to wager there are 100 other cases of coercion and no true choice at all. So you have to ask yourself whether you are willing to play the odds that you might end up purchasing a slave, a child, or someone who entered prostitution as a child. Then maybe the Vegas idea is better, Lou said. Actually, prostitution is not legal in Vegas, but in other parts of Nevada, yes. And just because it's legal doesn't mean everyone doing it is there by choice. I guess I didn't realize how complicated it is. But you're still considering it, aren't you? Maybe. I hope not, but it's up to you. Lou and I did not speak much longer. My conversation with him remains the only one I have ever had with an educated professional who said he was thinking of purchasing sex for the first time but had not yet done so. I interviewed several white-collar male consumers during my price elasticity research, but they had all purchased sex many times before. Lou was a potentially new male consumer, and I wished I had more time to understand his motivations. He did not appear to be a brute, lacking a moral compass, or a deviant of some kind. He was rational, intelligent, and was evidently intrigued by what the experience would be like to purchase a human being for sex. It is a mindset that I cannot understand, but it clearly appeals to some people. Understanding these mindsets and the psychological nuances that drive systems of slavery are just as important to combating them as are other approaches that focus on the structural or systemic drivers, example poverty, corruption, of the phenomenon. I will never know whether Lou purchased a female for commercial sex, and if so, how many times he did so. I would like to believe that the thoughts I shared might have played some role in dissuading him. He is but one man, but one man can purchase dozens of slaves for sex. Seeking to influence the mindset of one male consumer at a time may not be the most efficient way to stem the demand for commercial sex, but my meeting with Lou provided a rare moment in which I felt some measure of tangible and direct influence on an individual who might potentially be a new contributor to the problem. I have had thousands of encounters with slaves and scores of encounters with slavers whose mindsets were ossified, but with Lou I appreciated the importance of making additional efforts to engage with those at the precipice of decisions that could promote servitude and bondage and to try to reason with the more noble aspects of their nature. Doing so might be as much a benefit for me as for them, by reinforcing my fading hopes in the dignified qualities of humanity. It is a lifeline I cling to desperately at this stage of my anti-slavery work, in the face of what have otherwise been waves of despondency as I question whether my years of effort have accomplished anything of significance. Since the time of my meeting with Lou, I have had other encounters with consumers of commercial sex to see if I could influence them and convince them to influence others. I have tried various techniques, but I am not sure how successful I have been. It is not very efficient work, but it is redemptive, and for a period of time it has helped me to continue to forge forward, and to refrain from looking back at all the frustrations that have accumulated during my journey to understand slavery, and to contribute to its eradication. Chapter 6. Debt Bondage. Beyond South Asia. To deprive a man of his natural liberty and to deny to him the ordinary amenities of life is worse than starving the body, it is starvation of the soul. Mahatma Gandhi. What is debt bondage? Debt bondage, or bonded labor, is the most extensive form of slavery in the world today. South Asia is without question the home of debt bondage, with roughly 80% of the world's debt bondage slaves living in the region. In Bonded Labor 1 I explored the myriad industries in which bonded laborers in South Asia can be found, as well as the reasons debt bondage remains entrenched in South Asia: immense poverty, the caste system, economic and legal legacies of the British colonial period, corruption, social apathy, and lack of access to formal credit markets. Following bonded labor, I explored the issue more deeply in relation to a specific industry in tainted carpets, slavery and child labor in India's handmade carpet sector. Point 2 The study was the largest single first-hand investigation of slavery and child labor conducted at the time, and it detailed a shocking prevalence of slave-like exploitation in India's handmade carpet industry. I also traced slave-made carpets from the point of production in India to the point of retail sale at major retailers in the United States. Debt bondage proved to be highly prevalent in this sector, similar to other sectors in India's informal economy. The results of the study show that at least 28% of workers in India's carpet sector are in debt bondage, and that an alarming 99.9% of these individuals belong to minority castes and ethnic groups. 80% of the loans taken out by bonded laborers were to meet essential needs of food, water, and cooking oil. The average size of these loans was $85, a modest sum that ensnared entire families in years of debt bondage. 3. Many of the same conditions that give rise to bonded labor in South Asia exist in debt bondage cases outside of this region. Although the caste system of South Asia is central to the persistence of bonded labor in these countries, similar class and caste dynamics often operate in debt bondage cases with local populations elsewhere in the world. However, it is vital to note that most of the victims of debt bondage in the Middle East or East Asia are low-caste migrants from South Asia. The forces that have made South Asia home to debt bondage extend beyond the region's borders into informal economic sectors around the world. It is a most regrettable export that brings shame and indignity to the region. Beyond the South Asians exported into debt bondage abroad, the phenomenon typically ensnares other disenfranchised, dispossessed, and minority ethnic communities. As in South Asia, poverty, lack of access to formal credit markets, lack of reasonable alternative sources of income and security, and population displacement are central to debt bondage cases across the globe. Another vital element to understand about debt bondage beyond South Asia is that the phenomenon is heavily driven by transnational labor migration. Most of the cases of debt bondage I documented outside of South Asia also would be considered labor trafficking, while many such cases in South Asia are also cases either of labor migration or trafficking. These are most often scenarios of seasonal migration from rural villages to urban work sites that might be in another region in the same country. Many cases of debt bondage outside of South Asia do not involve transnational migration, but the majority of the cases I documented did. In every case, the bondage was initiated by upfront fees or other expenses associated with facilitating the migration or the work opportunity in the destination country. This tryst between bondage and migration shows no signs of abating, with rapid increases in labor migration reaching 244 million labor migrants in 2015, which is a 41% increase over the 173 million labor migrants in 2000.4. The definition of debt bondage under international law is slightly different from the definition under the laws of countries in South Asia, most of which are derived from India's Bonded Labor System, Abolition, Act of 1976. Article 1 of the 1956 UN Supplementary Convention on the Abolition of Slavery, the Slave Trade, and Institutions and Practices Similar to Slavery defines debt bondage as the status or condition arising from a pledge by a debtor of his personal services or of those of a person under his control as security for a debt, if the value of those services as reasonably assessed is not applied towards the liquidation of the debt or the length and nature of those services are not respectively limited and defined. Under this definition, an exchange of credit for pledged labor becomes debt bondage if the laborer is exploited in such a way that the value of his or her labor unreasonably exceeds the value of the credit. Under India's Bonded Labor System, Abolition, Act, bonded labor is defined as a system of forced or partly forced labor in which an individual takes an advance in exchange for his or any dependent's pledged labor or service and is confined to a specific geographic area, or cannot work for someone else, or is not allowed to sell his labor or goods at market value. India's bonded labor definition covers more of the nuanced scenarios in which debt bondage exploitation can take place beyond an unreasonable asymmetry between the value of credit and labor. However, the basic mechanisms of the exploitation are similar. Physical, verbal, and sexual abuses are common in all cases. Creditors almost always manipulate the debts, restrain workers, confiscate identity documents and work permits, and perpetuate systems of wage deductions from overstated debts that leave individuals with little or no actual income for years or more. As in India, attempts in other countries to enact laws or policies to prevent debt bondage are easily circumvented by recruiters, brokers, and employers. In many destination countries, The relevant laws for migrant workers promote debt bondage by legitimizing systems of wage deductions to repay upfront fees that are almost always overstated. I found a large number of cases of debt bondage among migrant worker communities in numerous sectors around the world, including agriculture, logging, iron smelting, seafood, mining, common and rare earth minerals, garment making, dairy farming, cocoa, palm oil, domestic work, construction, and commercial sex. The most exemplary of these sectors are the last three. Domestic work, construction, and commercial sex encapsulate all of the salient characteristics of debt bondage beyond South Asia. Debt bondage and domestic work. Preying on those who serve. When I was a child, my parents took us to Bombay each summer to visit our extended family. These are the fondest memories of my life, and to this day I feel most at home in India. However, one facet of life in India always left me uncomfortable: servants. In the United States, I had to clean up after myself and do house chores. My parents cooked our meals, did the grocery shopping, and fixed the toilet when it broke. In India, servants do this work. If I started to wash my dishes, my grandmother would tell me to stop. If the toilet broke, the servant was called to fix it. If we needed milk, the servant was sent to the market to buy it. Our servants were darker skinned than we were, and they lived in a separate part of the home with a separate kitchen and bathroom. I could play with the servants' children, but only up to age 10 or 11. After that, it was no longer proper. I never felt comfortable having another human being serve me, clean up after me, or do my chores. My family has always promoted equality and social justice, especially in India, and our servants were treated with respect and generosity, but they were still servants. It was clear to everyone that they were beneath us, not because they were not equal as human beings but because they served us. I understand the arguments that in a country such as India with immense poverty and a severe lack of employment opportunities for the poor, providing shelter and a stable wage to a family in exchange for domestic work when they would almost certainly be in a worse condition otherwise is a reasonable arrangement. The children especially were better off because we made sure to send them to school, an opportunity they would be very unlikely to have in other circumstances. Because many aspects of the arrangement are welfare enhancing for the servant family, this system is allowed to persist with an air of legitimacy. Nevertheless, when one human being serves another, inequality is inherent to the relationship. This inequality burrows into the consciousness of a society and, despite all best intentions, disassociates the equality of being between those with servants and those who serve. This is the exact mindset that those who exploit servants in debt bondage or slave-like conditions use to justify their treatment. In Haiti, the reste avec, from rest avec or to live with, System 5 of debt bondage for child domestic servitude is driven by caste and poverty dynamics that are nearly identical to the Camilleri System 6 of Nepal. In both cases, upper-class/caste homeowners explain to me that the system is a beneficent way of providing room, board, and security for a downtrodden and pitiful low-caste child. We give them a good life and their alternative would be worse, and we are doing them a service were justifications I heard time and again in these and other countries in which I documented the debt bondage exploitation of servants. Around the world, most upper middle class and upper class households have domestic workers to some degree, a majority of whom are labor migrants. In the United States, the migrant domestic workers are primarily from south of the border, along with smaller numbers from Asia and Africa. Similarly, most upper middle class and upper class households in Western European nations have one or more domestic workers who have migrated from Eastern Europe, Asia, or Africa. 7 In the United States and Western Europe, the typical model is for domestic workers to visit the home of their employers one or more days a week. They tend not to live with those they serve, allowing the arrangement to maintain the semblance of an employer-employee relationship, with the home being the workplace. However, in countries where servants are more likely to live with those they serve, the dynamic can devolve into a more subordinating and potentially exploitative relationship. This is especially the case because the servant is isolated from his or her social networks, and freedom of movement and employment can be completely restricted. They have no place to go and no option to work elsewhere if they are mistreated. Exacerbating the cycle of exploitation, those who mistreat them are rarely, if ever, held accountable. 8 Of all the regions I documented, these dynamics were most prevalent in South Asia, the Middle East, and East Asia. I uncovered dozens of cases of debt bondage-based domestic servitude in the Middle East and East Asia. Upper middle class and upper class households in China, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and South Korea are commonly served by the impoverished underclass women and girls of India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Indonesia, Vietnam, Pakistan, and the Philippines. Interestingly, the construction sectors of these same destination countries are similarly served by the impoverished underclass men of the same origin countries. The negative consequences of this en masse traffic of the women and men of these poor Asian nations into bondage and servitude abroad cannot be overstated. Indeed, the origin and destination countries listed here represent the most heavily concentrated flow of debt bondage and forced labor exploited transnational migrant workers in the world. As upper middle class and upper class homes have increased their share of global wealth in the past few decades, the poor have largely become poorer from a purchasing power parity standpoint. A lack of consistent wage-earning opportunities in their home countries catalyzes immense flows of labor migrants for the purpose of securing remittance income from wealthy nations for their families back home. Table 6.1 shows just how large these flows are. Table 6.1 Remittance income from primary migrant labor, sending nations. Country 2015 total remittances, $B. As a percentage of total GDP. India 68.93.4. Philippines 28.89.6. Pakistan 19.37.0. Bangladesh 15.48.7. Vietnam 13.26.2. Nepal 7.029.2. Sri Lanka 7.08.9. World 581.6. Source: data from World Bank, Migration and Remittances, September 24, 2015. http://www.worldbank.org/n/topic/migration remittances diaspora issues/brief/migration-remittances-data. Remittances provide crucial sources of income for the poor in Asia, constituting a significant proportion of national GDP in many Asian countries. This is particularly true in Nepal, where remittances account for almost 30% of the country's economy. Without these remittances, the nation would probably collapse. A burgeoning industry of recruiters, placement agencies, and brokers provide migrant work opportunities for the poor of Asia, including domestic work. Estimates of the number of migrant domestic workers in the world vary from 50 million to 100 million. 9 The variance is largely due to definitional nuances. 10 Because of the informal nature of many domestic servant relationships and the difficulty in gathering data because the work takes place inside a residence. The sector is heavily gendered, with 83% of domestic workers globally being female. 11 Within the context of migration for domestic work, debt bondage has become a primary tool many recruiters use to ensnare women and girls in conditions of slavery. A young woman named Atamang from Nepal told me her story. I took the offer from a recruiter who came to our village. She said she can arrange domestic work in Dubai. First, I had to do the training in Kathmandu. The agency charged me 10 lakh rupees $1,000 for the training course and certificate. They also charged for medical clearance, passport, and visa, and other fees that I did not understand. I did not have money to pay them, so they told me they will take 1/2 deduction from my wages in Dubai. The wage they promised was Nr $1,400 14 per day. After 4 months I flew to Dubai. A man met me with a sign for the agency and took me from the airport. The air in Dubai made my eyes burn because I was not used to that climate. The agent took me to the home of an Arab family. They took my documents and showed me the work I will do. I worked every day from the morning until midnight. I did the cleaning, cooking, laundry, toilets, and massage. If I made the owners unhappy, they shouted at me. Sometimes they hit me. The family was rich, but they were very filthy. Even though I am poor, at least we have a clean home. After some weeks, the agent came to the home and gave me bank papers. I did not understand the writing. He said I had to sign the papers for the loan from the agency for my fees. He said I must repay the bank for these fees from my wages for 3 years. I did not understand what was happening. After 8 months, the family gave me my first wage of 70 dirham $27 each week. After 3 years, the agency sent me back to Nepal. In that time, I only left the home twice when I was sick and went to hospital. I complained to the agency that I received so little wages in Dubai, but they said they cannot help me. Although typical, Atamong's story is not the most exploitative case of debt bondage in the migrant domestic servant sector that I documented. The worst cases involve sexual exploitation and torture by the employing family, severe deprivation of food and sleep, and other abuses. Worse still are cases in which the young women never work as domestic workers but are instead sold into forced prostitution upon arrival in the destination country, as happened with Joyce from the Philippines. I completed my training at a center near my village to the best of my ability. I was very dedicated and wanted to help my family. I flew with 4 women to Singapore. When we arrived, a man took us in a van. He did not speak to us. He took us to a small building that had a drawing of 2 young girls on the front window like a comic. The girls were smiling and I thought this might be a school. I asked if we were going to work in a school, but the man did not respond. He took us to the back of the building where we met 2 other men and a woman named Min. Min gave us tea and told us she was the owner of this club. She said we had to be with clients to pay the fees of our training and then we can work for house cleaning. She said it was not difficult work and we would like it. She said if we stayed with her after our debt we could send more money to our families than in housekeeping. I told Min I would never do this work. She said I had no choice and it would be better if I did not protest. I felt dizzy and thought I was going to be sick. When I woke up, I was in a bed. I felt pain everywhere. I screamed. I knew what happened to me. Min told me I was going to be okay. She brought me food and tried to console me. I asked her how could she do this to another woman? She said she was trying to help me and I should be grateful. Min let me speak to my parents once a month to tell them I was okay. As long as I did not upset her, she treated me with kindness. She gave us alcohol and pain medicine to help us be with the clients. I think maybe after 6 or 7 months, she said I could go for house cleaning. I wanted to return home, but I needed to earn money for my family, so I worked in the house of a Singapore family for 2 years. When my mother became very ill, I returned home to take care of her. Joyce and Atamong tell stories that are common to the dozens of cases I have documented of debt bondage servitude in the global domestic worker industry. In almost every case, the women sign up with a recruitment agency that organizes their training and migration to a wealthier country, and also arranges for them to work in a home. Instead of paying the agency fees upfront for travel and work overseas, the women agree to an advance by the agency for these expenses, which they are told they can repay over time through wage deductions. The arrangement becomes debt bondage when the repayment period far exceeds the actual value of the fees/loan, when identity documents are confiscated, and when the worker is forced to toil excessively and under harsh conditions, with little or no pay at the end of her employment. Contract terms for workers are often switched upon arrival in the destination country, with lower wages and worse conditions than were promised prior to their departure. When verbal, physical, and sexual abuses are added as a means of coercing work, the exploitation worsens. After some period, the worker may be sold to another family or may be sent home with just a fraction of the wages promised. In all cases, it is a corrosive journey that leaves the migrant domestic worker, as well as her family, much worse off than before. The destructive nature of many migrant domestic worker experiences are facilitated and exacerbated by the fact that they remain the least protected category of workers under labor legislation in most countries, particularly in Asia and the Middle East. Table 6.2 shows just how exposed domestic workers are in these regions. Table 6.2 Legal protections of domestic workers in the Middle East and Asia. Percent of countries in which domestic workers, Middle East Asia, are excluded from labor legislation. 99. 61. Have no limitation on work hours per week. 100. 99. Are excluded from paid leave laws. 99. 97. Are excluded from minimum wage laws. 99. 88. Source, data from ILO, 2013. The lack of legal protections for domestic workers in the Middle East and Asia leaves them heavily exposed to abuse and exploitation and serves as a powerful incentive for agencies and wealthy families to arrange for poor women to travel to these regions where they can be exploited in domestic servitude with little or no legal consequence. The countries in these regions should be held accountable for the purposeful and unjustifiable lack of protection of domestic workers. There is no reason equal protection under the law should not be afforded to all domestic workers save to facilitate their servitude, particularly for isolated migrants who are trapped in the jaws of debt bondage. A closer look at upfront fees. Debt bondage in the migrant domestic worker sector is almost always initiated via upfront fees. Despite regulatory efforts in some countries to eliminate these fees, recruiters continue to use them to ensnare servants in debt bondage. Depending on the country of origin, typical fees vary, see Table 6.3. Table 6.3 Migrant Domestic Worker Upfront Fees. Type. Responsible party. Agency placement. Worker. Passport and visa. Worker. Police clearance. Worker. Birth certificate. Worker. Medical check. Worker. Training. Worker. Room and board. Instructor. Handbook/materials. Rent for training tools. Competency test. Training co-fee. Contract verification. Employer, shifted to worker. Work visa. Employer, shifted to worker. Residence permit. Employer, shifted to worker. Insurance. Employer, shifted to worker. Airfare and taxes. Employer, shifted to worker. In all the cases, the domestic worker is responsible for the fees associated with her placement with a family by the agency, and also for her passport and visa, police clearance, and securing her birth certificate. In the worst debt bondage cases I documented, the worker was overcharged 2 or 3 times the actual costs of these expenses. Additional fees were completely fabricated to inflate the worker's debts, such as a mobilization fee, an entrance fee, or service fees. The worker was responsible for the fees associated with her training and certification to be a domestic worker in the destination country, including room and board during the training, the instructor fees, materials, and so on. To obviate the semblance of charging exorbitant fees, many agencies advance the fees as a loan from a bank in the destination country, which must then be repaid through deductions from the worker's wages. This mechanism of bank loans for fees is increasingly used by recruitment agencies because they tend to be viewed by governments as private economic arrangements as opposed to upfront fees for employment, which fall outside the parameters of most laws that prohibit the assessment of upfront fees to migrant workers. Other expenses are supposed to be paid by the employing family, such as contract verification in their country, the work visa, travel expenses, residence permits, and insurance for the domestic worker. In the most exploitative cases, the employing family sends these sums to the agency, and the agency pockets the funds and adds the expenses to the worker's upfront debt. The totality of the fees in the cases I documented depended on the country of origin and typically ranged from $1,500 to $4,000. This is a substantial sum when one considers that the per capita incomes in most of the countries from which the domestic workers migrate might be just a few $100s per year. In the most severe debt bondage cases I documented, the fees assessed to the worker were $5,000 or more, which the worker was never able to work off. To make matters worse, agencies almost always add to the fees even after the worker is placed in a household. They charge bogus fees for permit renewals, new health checks, or placement of the worker in another family in the destination country, even in cases of physical and sexual abuse in the first household. As in traditional South Asian bonded labor, the debts are created and exacerbated by the exploiter to ensnare vulnerable, isolated women in servitude for years on end. I attempted to speak with personnel at 15 different domestic worker recruitment agencies across South Asia and East Asia linked to cases of debt bondage that I documented. None of them were willing to speak with me. Unfortunately, at this stage in my research, a simple internet search of my name revealed exactly the kind of research I do and why I might be interested in speaking with the agencies. In 2 cases, I tried using a false identity when requesting meetings, but both times when I arrived at the office a security guard asked to see my ID, which of course did not match the name I had given. I tried phone conversations as well, but to no avail. The agencies varied in size and levels of formality, and all of them worked with subcontractors who operated at the village level to recruit domestic workers. I managed to have a few meetings with more legitimate agencies that were not associated with exploitative cases, and they were largely what I expected: full disclosure of recruitment practices, reasonable fee assessments, efforts at monitoring and protection, and a genuine desire to find work for women in need. Some of the most effective efforts by agencies and governments to protect migrant domestic worker populations that I investigated were in the Philippines. Thousands of women migrate each year from the Philippines to be domestic workers around the world, and the country's recruitment agency sector is highly regulated. Recruitment agencies must first be licensed through the Philippines Overseas Employment Administration, which maintains strict controls and conducts regular audits to help minimize abuses. An official named Mary from the POEA informed me that her administration is committed to protecting women from the Philippines who travel abroad for work. If women from our country cannot find gainful employment here, we are obligated to ensure they have a safe experience abroad. Mary described some of the efforts the Philippines undertakes to protect migrant workers. First, migrant domestic workers must undergo a mandatory pre-departure education program provided by the government. This program includes classes on local languages, culture familiarization, and even stress management. Workers must also undertake a pre-departure orientation seminar specifically tailored for individuals migrating to Hong Kong or the Middle East because these areas are known to have the highest potential for exploitation. Workers receive information about their contracts, health and safety guidelines, airport procedures, local emergency contacts, and other essential information to help keep them protected. Philippine migrant domestic workers still suffer debt bondage and other abuses, but I documented far fewer cases from the Philippines than from other nations in Asia. I believe the lower number of cases I uncovered is correlated to better regulation and preparation in the home country, and better connections and safety systems in destination countries. Higher education levels and literacy rates among Philippine domestic workers when compared to those from Asian nations also play a crucial role in reduced exploitation levels. Point 12 The Philippines offers a good model for migrant domestic worker protection and empowerment that other sending countries should adopt. Meeting a recruiter. Despite my lack of success in speaking with recruitment agencies linked to the debt bondage cases I documented, I was able to meet with numerous individuals in India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Nepal who recruit women into transnational migration for domestic work. These are the men and women who initiate the debt bondage process, operating beyond the scope of regulatory enforcement or oversight. Of all the subcontractors I met, my time with Ashish was the most elucidating. I met Ashish in the Sindhupalkot district of Nepal, a mountainous region northeast of Kathmandu that stretches all the way to the border with China. Ashish told me he had been working as a recruiter for construction, domestic work, and a few other sectors for more than a decade, covering scores of villages in Sindh-Upalkak and Dhalaka districts. I am from this area, and I know these people well, Ashish told me. It is easy for me to speak with them and explain the work opportunities. Ashish told to me that different agencies focus on different types of jobs and that most of his efforts in the last 2 years were focused on recruiting domestic workers for the Middle East. Nepali people are desperate to leave this country, Ashish said. Even I worked in construction in Abu Dhabi for 5 years before I returned to Nepal and started this work. I asked Ashish about his recruitment practices. He explained that he recruited workers for the domestic worker agencies in Kathmandu and received a payment for each woman he sent. He also received an additional fee for each woman who completed her training. I keep track of all the women I bring to the agencies. I speak to their families, and I encourage them to complete their training responsibly, Ashish told me. This benefits both of us. I asked Ashish about agencies that charge excessive fees or engage in fraudulent practices to exploit domestic workers. I was surprised by his answer. This happens all the time. You must assume this is the case, but I do not have anything to do with it. Ashish explained that corrupt agencies pop up and are shut down regularly. They reopen using a different name, or they just operate illegally and transfer workers they have recruited to licensed agencies for a fee. The government cannot keep track of the agencies, Ashish said. I asked Ashish if he would help me arrange conversations with some of the agencies in Kathmandu, but he declined. If I take you to them, they will not work with me. You understand? Ashish was willing, however, to allow me to accompany him on some of his recruiting trips to the villages in exchange for a small fee. I spent 3 days with Ashish hiking through Sindh-Upalkak district. We visited a total of 6 villages, 2 per day. The people were isolated and destitute, many appeared ill and malnourished. Most had been made aware through NGO campaigns of the risks of foreign migration, but as a villager named Jay Gopal explained, see our condition here. We cannot live like this. We must take our chances. Jay Gopal had already worked as a migrant laborer in construction in India and Bangladesh, receiving a fraction of his promised wages, but it was enough to keep his family, barely, fed and sheltered. He and the other villagers knew that the outcome of labor migration was likely to be exploitative, but they also hoped they would be lucky enough to earn sufficient income to help their families scrape by on something that might loosely be called a human existence. I watched Ashish gather the women of the villages, always in the presence of the men, and talk about the opportunities to work abroad as a domestic worker. He described the training and the fees. He talked about what life was like in some of the destination countries such as Oman and Dubai, and he showed photos of the glimmering cities, the glitzy malls, and the elegant homes in which they would work. He played 2 audio recordings from his smartphone of other Nepalese women who described the process, how happy they were, and how much money they were making. He explained the upfront loan process in vague terms and spoke about wage deductions for the first year, but he promised the deductions would not last any longer if the women worked hard. In his notepad, Ashish wrote down the names, ages, husband's or father's name, and the village name of the women who were interested. He secured a total of 47 names during the 3 days I spent with him. Only 10 or 15 of these women will come to Kathmandu and start the training, and of those, only half will complete the training and be placed in a foreign home, Ashish said. I asked why so few who signed up would actually undertake the training, and Ashish said there were many reasons. Men may not allow it, they may fall ill or become pregnant, or they may take another offer for work. During my time with Ashish, I was conflicted about how much I should try to tell the women about the risks of the exploitative debt bondage situations that often occur in relation to the upfront fees he described. I wanted to warn them to keep their documents and mobile phones in their possession at all times, to know how to contact local authorities should anything happen to them, and that it was okay for them to reject an exploitative situation and return home rather than persist out of a sense of shame or guilt in the hope that things may one day get better. On the other hand, some of these women could end up in good circumstances that would provide vital income for their families, and if I scared them off with too many cautionary tales, I might end up doing more harm than good. It was difficult to find time to talk with the women without Ashish present, but he did take calls on his phone from time to time, and on 2 occasions he took a nap in the village, which gave me a little time with some of the women he had been recruiting. I tried to temper the dream world Ashish had portrayed and provided a few suggestions for how to keep safe and avoid debt bondage. I can only hope that some of these suggestions proved helpful. More than giving cautionary pointers, I ended up responding to numerous questions the young women had for me. They were more informed about migration and the world in general than their isolated circumstances might lead one to believe. Many of the women had been to Kathmandu for various reasons, although none with whom I spoke had ever left the country. One young woman I met on my last day with Ashish made a lasting impression. Lakshmi was bright, curious, and strong-willed. She spoke with remarkable clarity about her circumstances and the life she aspired to achieve. I do not want to leave my parents, but what are my options? I will not go to India for prostitution, and there is no work in Nepal. If I stay, I will have to marry, and then what kind of life will I have? I want to earn money so I can take my parents to a better home and we can live on our own terms. Most people in Nepal must live on terms they do not want. We are no different from anyone else. We want to live by our determining. If I must go abroad for domestic work in order to have this life, I will do it. But I am not a fool and no one will take advantage of me. Please give me your email, Siddarth, and in 5 years I will write to you. I will tell you that I am at university. I will be a doctor, so I can help people like us who are always sick. I promise you. You will see. The vigor with which Lakshmi described her aspirations was inspiring. She felt like a beacon of hope in a land otherwise interred with the corpses of countless crushed dreams. Most people in her circumstances had resigned themselves to a bleak and brief survival, but Lakshmi seemed undimmed by the darkness around her. Her cheer and determination lifted my spirits, and for that I was deeply grateful. I knew the odds were stacked against her, but I also knew it would take more than penury and negative experiences to extinguish her spark. I gave Lakshmi my email address and told her she must contact me anytime and I would do whatever I could to help. She asked if I could give her a blessing, but I said that I was not important enough to do so. She insisted, so we settled on a hug and my best wishes that all good things would come to her. It has been 7 years since I met Lakshmi. I never heard from her, and I never managed to return to her village to see what became of her. I pray, now and again, that Lakshmi is at university studying medicine and that she is simply too busy, happy, and thriving to remember me. A look at the domestic worker numbers. During the course of my research, I documented 209 individuals exploited in debt bondage conditions in the domestic worker sector in countries outside of South Asia. However, a majority of the victims I documented, 70%, originated from South Asia. Here are some of the key findings from these cases. 96% females. $71.35 per month, $2.46 per day, 18 cents per hour average wage 13. 21.4 years, average age when first entered debt bondage. 16 cases of children under the age of 18 years. 51 workers from India, 40 from Nepal, 37 from Bangladesh, 22 from the Philippines, 19 from Sri Lanka, 10 from Indonesia, 7 from Laos, and 23 from other countries, Africa and Latin America. $2,840, average initial debt. 98% of cases belong to minority ethnic or caste communities. 94% of cases had passports and work permits confiscated on arrival. 69% of cases had additional fees added after work started. 63% of cases had contract terms changed on arrival. 21% of cases were forced to transfer their upfront fee debts to a loan from a local bank. As awareness of levels of migrant domestic worker abuse continues to grow, many governments, NGOs, and unions are working assiduously to improve protections for these workers. Unfortunately, enforcement and oversight remain inconsistent. The exclusion of domestic workers from most labor laws, especially in Asia and the Middle East, is particularly problematic. Perhaps the most effective organization working to help protect migrant domestic workers is the International Domestic Workers Federation, IDWF. The mission of IDWF is to empower domestic workers, inform them of their rights, promote dignified working conditions, campaign against excessive recruiter fees, and help keep domestic workers in destination countries protected and connected. In addition, IDWF has campaigned assiduously for countries to ratify the ILO Convention on Decent Work for Domestic Workers, number 189, of 2011. This convention mandates that domestic workers receive protections equivalent to those of other workers, including maximum working hours, minimum wages, overtime compensation, daily and weekly rest periods, social security, and maternity leave. The convention also calls for adequate protection of domestic workers against violence and abuse, and perhaps most important, it calls for the regulation of recruitment agencies and upfront fees specifically to help eliminate debt bondage. To be effective, this regulation will need to work down to the level of local recruiters such as Ashish. Despite the efforts of IDWF, other NGOs, and new international conventions that focus on protecting migrant domestic workers, millions still fall between the regulatory and oversight cracks of unlicensed agencies, unscrupulous recruiters, and apathy among those who are served, including their governments, to uphold the rights, dignity, and equality of those who serve. This apathy is the soil in which all forms of slavery take root. Debt bondage and construction. As with domestic servants, severe labor exploitation and debt bondage in the global construction sector is highly linked to labor migration. Overstated fees, unfair wage deductions, and an insufficiency of protections, rights, and connections in destination countries conspire to consign countless migrant construction workers to debt bondage exploitation, or worse. Indeed, every year thousands of migrant construction workers suffer serious injury or perish due to poor safety standards, harsh working conditions, and other abuses. As with domestic work, migrant construction workers in debt bondage are concentrated primarily in Asia and the Middle East. In addition to these regions, I have documented cases in the United States involving migrants from south of the border, in several Western European countries involving migrants from Eastern and Central Europe, and even in Africa involving migrants from the western and northern nations of the continent. Around the world, major cities are being built, developed, or expanded on the backs of cheap, expendable laborers and slaves. Construction is second only to agriculture in terms of global employment numbers, with 180 million construction workers in 2015 toiling on projects worth $8.5 trillion, growing to an estimated 210 million workers by 2020 who will toil on projects worth $10.30 trillion. These immense projects pull millions of poor labor migrants into travel abroad in the hope of securing income opportunities. 15 and results in the largest upfront recruiter fees of any migrant worker sector I documented. The fees typically range from $4,000 to $15,000, which represent a lifetime of income, or debt, for most construction migrants. The heaviest flow of migrants in construction work is from India, Nepal, and Bangladesh to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Malaysia, and Singapore. To be sure, the meteoric construction boom in the Middle East across the last 2 decades has been heavily supported by cheap and exploited migrant labor from South Asia. 16 In many of these countries, informality is the norm with construction work, leading to a lack of protection, safety, and a plethora of exploitative practices. 17 The severe abuses that have come to typify many construction projects in the Middle East in particular have been highlighted in the media, most recently with the 2022 World Cup facilities in Qatar. 18 However, the two countries that provided me with the most interesting case studies of debt bondage in the construction sectors are Singapore and Malaysia. Not only do these neighboring nations have high levels of trafficked construction workers from South Asia, but they also offer very different responses to the issue. Singapore, debt bondage in the land of law and order. Singapore prides itself in being a land of law and order. It is without question a remarkably efficient, affluent, and energetic nation. To achieve these ends, the government can be somewhat autocratic, which unquestionably depresses freedoms for average citizens. Nevertheless, the orderliness and reliability of this remarkable city-state is something to behold. For example, in an effort to contain street congestion, the government levies a tax on the purchase of automobiles that is 3 or 4 times the purchase price of the car. This means only the rich can afford a car and most people must take public transportation. Traffic jams in Singapore are highly uncommon because there are simply not enough cars on the road to cause one. This kind of a policy would never work in most countries, however. Here is another example: in food courts at packed malls, finding seating can be a challenge. One simply leaves a tissue or a handkerchief on a table to signal that you have reserved it while you and your friends disperse to purchase your meals. The table will be left alone until you return. Try that anywhere else and, well, forget it. Everyday life in Singapore is a curious experiment in efficiency and order at the expense of personal freedoms. The nation is a well-oiled machine with law and order enforced at every turn, and one would not expect to find substantial issues of slavery within its borders. Slavery, however, is exactly what I found during my trips to Singapore. The first trip I took was in 2011 on behalf of the U.S. Department of State as an emissary to help raise awareness of human trafficking, especially in government circles. When I first met with government officials in Singapore, they were in a state of understandable denial that human trafficking was any sort of problem in the country. They conceded there could be isolated cases, but they felt the larger problem they faced related to migrants who did not honor the terms of their contracts and tried to game the system. My first task was to conduct research to get a better sense of exactly what was going on in the country vis-a-vis slavery and human trafficking. I focused on construction sites, shipyards, and the city's red light area, Gaylong. I documented numerous cases of sex trafficking in Gaylong, particularly at clubs that specialized in minors, and the country's construction and shipyard sectors revealed dozens of cases of trafficked debt bondage slaves from India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Conducting interviews on site was challenging. Most of the workers were understandably reluctant to be seen speaking to anyone other than their bosses. There was almost always a foreman or other guards at the sites. Although I managed to find a few quiet and unmonitored places for interviews, most of the cases I documented were at shelters with the help of local NGOs. One NGO in particular, Transient Workers Count 2, TWC2, arranged interviews with several former construction workers the organization was assisting. Each of the migrants I documented took out substantial loans to secure work positions in Singapore. The loans covered a training program and certification course, travel and visas, medical checks, and work contracts in construction upon arrival. The itemization of the expenses was similar to what I had documented in the domestic servant cases. In aggregate, the loans for South Asians in Singapore's construction sector ranged from $6,000 to $10,000. If the workers' family owned land, many recruiters pressured the workers to sell their land to pay some or all of the upfront fees. Most migrants did not have land, so their fees were taken as loans. Upon arrival in Singapore, many of the workers were told that the company that sponsored them did not secure the proper work permits, and they were sent back home penniless, landless, and with a lifetime of debt from the upfront fees. Others were employed as contracted but were told they would have to repay debts from wage deductions that were far in excess of the loans they took. Most of the migrant construction workers were promised wages in Singapore that started at $600 to $800 per month, but the individuals I documented only received a fraction of this sum, if anything at all. As with all debt bondage cases, the deductions were highly skewed against the worker, with excessive and previously undisclosed deductions for room, board, daily transport, new permits and fees, and other expenses. The migrant worker policies of the Singapore government do not help matters. Foreign workers can migrate to Singapore under one of three visas: 1. Employment Pass, 192,300 visas in 2016, 2. S-Pass, 179,700 visas in 2016, or a work permit, 992,700 total visas with 315,500 visas in construction in 2016. Point 19. The first type of visa is for professionals such as lawyers and bankers, the second type is for mid-level skilled staff, and the third type is for semi-skilled labor such as domestic workers and construction workers, 2-year permits, from approved countries only. The Singapore government charges the sponsoring employer of foreign construction workers a levy of $300 to $950 per worker, depending on the kind of work they will perform and their country of origin, and a security bond of $5,000 per worker, which is forfeited if the worker violates any of the provisions of the work permit. They cannot bring family members with them, they must receive approval from the Ministry of Manpower before marrying a Singapore citizen, and they cannot get pregnant or give birth to a child in Singapore, among others. In almost every case of debt bondage I documented in Singapore's construction sector, these expenses were passed on to the worker as part of his wage deductions, even though doing so is against the law. After these and other deductions are forced on the migrant workers, they are left with little or no monthly wage. They persevere in the hope of receiving a full wage one day, but in numerous cases the construction companies employing the migrant workers had them arrested for petty offences around the time they had recouped their expenses. Unable to pay the fines, the workers were deported. A man named Alam from Bangladesh, who was facing deportation after 9 months of unpaid work, explained. I sold 1.5 bigha of land to pay half the fee of 3 lakh taka $4,300 to come to Singapore and work in construction. This was all the land my family had. The other half I took on loan. When I arrived, I went to a dormitory. More than 300 other workers lived there. It was very crowded, and we were locked inside every night. At 4 in the morning the company took us in a truck to the city. We worked all day until the night. Then they took us to the dormitory. I was supposed to earn $700 each month, but after 9 months I was not paid any wage. The company said I must still repay my loan. They said they deducted $200 from my wage for living in the dorm and $150 for food each month. When I complained, they abused me. Then I was arrested for spitting and fined $400. I did not have money to pay this fine, so they said I will be deported. I am trying to get some of my wages before they send me back to Bangladesh. If I knew they would not pay me, I would not have come here. Now my family has no land and no money. I do not know how we will survive. Alam's story was typical of the kinds of callous and opportunistic exploitation of impoverished migrant workers I documented in Singapore's construction sector. Data from the Ministry of Manpower in Singapore shows that there are around 1.4 million foreign workers in Singapore, representing roughly 40% of the country's workforce. 20 There is no reliable data on the number of irregular migrants in the country, but thousands can be found in construction, shipyard work, and domestic work. To this day, no one knows just how many of these regular and irregular migrant workers are being exploited in debt bondage and slavery. One particular facet of the situation faced by the migrant workers in Singapore that I was curious to explore relates to housing. Finding accommodations for 1.4 million or more foreign workers in a country of 5.5 million people is no small task. Every one of the foreign construction workers I documented in Singapore told me he lived in numerous dormitories or barracks scattered around the outskirts of the city. I found the largest barracks north of Singapore not far from the Straits of Johor, which separates Singapore from mainland Malaysia. A few barracks were also located on islands in the straits, just off the coast. I documented several of these barracks, which ranged in size from a few hundred to a few thousand beds. Though cramped and not very clean, they were among the most livable migrant/trafficked worker barracks I have seen. They had kitchen facilities, televisions, and nearby markets. Guards patrolled the areas to maintain order and security. Some of the barracks were locked at night, but most were not. I spoke to several workers at the barracks at night, and most did not have major complaints about the living conditions. They felt constrained and crowded, but otherwise the facilities were not as filthy and unpleasant as others in which they had lived. Rafiq spent 3 years working in construction in Dubai before coming to Singapore. The barracks in Dubai were very bad, Rafiq told me. They were so dirty and the toilets were always broken. The fans were always broken. There was no place to eat except in the dirt. Here the conditions are better. In Dubai, Rafiq was only paid about 20% of his promised wages before he was deported. So far in Singapore he had only received about 30% of his promised wages, the remainder, he was told, was going toward repayment of the loan he took to secure the job. When I visited the worker barracks in Singapore, I also learned that labor recruiters from Malaysia often visit with promises of better work and wages in their country. They claim they can arrange passage to Malaysia by boat across the Straits of Johor. Some workers take the offers, but most do not because they hope they will eventually be paid their full wages in Singapore. I wanted to spend a few nights in or near the barracks to get a better sense of the living conditions and to document more cases, but the guards did not permit me to do so. Nevertheless, the evidence of debt bondage and labor trafficking that I gathered from Singapore's construction sector, along with the cases I documented at the shipyards and in the red light area, led me to conclude that the country has a systemic problem with slavery and human trafficking. Once I completed my research, I had to present it in a way that might motivate a change in perception by the government yet not seem so severe that I would be dismissed as a troublemaker rather than an ally hoping to help address the issues. I held a few meetings with various ministries in the Singapore government to discuss my impressions of debt bondage and labor trafficking in the migrant worker community. I was told by colleagues at the U.S. mission in Singapore that these meetings played an important role in acceptance by the government that the country had real issues that needed to be addressed. 6 months later, the government of Singapore invited me to speak at the launch of the country's first National Plan of Action, NPA, to combat human trafficking, with a focus on construction and domestic work. The NPA included a commitment to draft a law against human trafficking, to improve victim assistance and protection, to tackle excessive upfront fees and unjust wage deductions in the migrant worker community, and to research the prevalence of various forms of human trafficking more diligently. I spoke at the launch of the NPA in March of 2012, and modest progress on the plan has been made in Singapore since. Singapore's economy is highly dependent on a substantial migrant workforce, and most people in the country look the other way as far as debt bondage and labor exploitation are concerned. The same is true of most of the other nations in the world that receive large numbers of migrant workers. They are either heavily reliant on these workers because they lack the labor base in their countries to meet employment needs, or they have become too dependent on the lower wages and higher profits provided by exploitable foreign workers. I have not returned to Singapore since 2012, but I know that more comprehensive research must be done to document the prevalence rates of debt bondage and labor trafficking in key migrant worker sectors and the upfront fees and wage deductions that lead to much of this exploitation. I suspect not much has changed with regard to these issues in the last few years. It also is possible that additional government focus could lead to unintended negative consequences for migrant workers, such as higher levels of deportation or new policies that could have an adverse impact on migrant worker communities. I hope I am wrong and that this land of law and order will cast a more compassionate eye on the human rights costs of its growth, development, and efficiency. The same can be said for most of the developed world. Malaysia, more awareness, more bondage. Around the time I was working to promote acceptance of human trafficking as a problem in Singapore, neighboring Malaysia already had a high level of awareness of this issue. Paradoxically, This elevated awareness seemed to make the problem worse. Even though Malaysia already had a law criminalizing human trafficking, and even though the government had undertaken numerous efforts to address the offense, my research indicated that the levels of labor trafficking and debt bondage in Malaysia's construction sector were greater than in Singapore. As with Singapore, Malaysia has a robust construction sector, which has been growing 6% per year since 1990 and is perceived as the bedrock of the nation's aspirations to become a developed economy. 21 The government estimates that 1.1 million of the country's 2.1 million foreign workers toil in the construction sector, with an additional 1.5 million to 2 million unregistered workers filling out the country's labor market needs. 22 Foreign-born individuals represent an astounding 70% of the Malaysian workforce. 23 And South Asians in particular have been taking on heavy debt loads to migrate to Malaysia for construction work for decades. 24 Often finding servitude, exploitation, and bondage instead. I received my first indication that Malaysia was ahead of Singapore, and many other countries, in terms of general awareness of human trafficking before I even arrived in the country. As my plane to Kuala Lumpur entered its final descent, the air hostess came on the intercom system to inform passengers that they should ensure their seat belts were fastened, tray tables stowed, and seats placed in their upright position. She spoke about landing cards and immigration procedures, and then she said, "Please be advised, Malaysia has strict laws against drug and human trafficking." It was the first time I had heard an announcement of this kind in any of the dozens of countries I had visited. As I queued for immigration at the airport, I saw several posters on pillars with the picture of a mother and an infant with the tagline, "Human trafficking is a crime," and an instruction to dial 999 with information about any incident of human trafficking. After the plane announcement and the airport posters, I expected to uncover only isolated cases of slavery. The truth was otherwise. I visited several construction sites in Kuala Lumpur and saw thousands of South Asian workers. I documented several of these workers on site, at shelters, and in their barracks. The conditions in all cases were worse than in Singapore. Impoverished South Asians toiled in severe debt bondage trying to work off the loans they took to secure construction jobs. They lived in subhuman conditions in the barracks, were paid a fraction of their promised wages, and most were ultimately discarded or deported once their usefulness expired. Safety standards lagged what I had seen in Singapore, and numerous workers I met or who were described to me had suffered injuries that ranged from serious gashes to broken bones to death. One worker, Mustafa, temporarily residing at a prison-like shelter for human trafficking victims, told me the following story. "I am from Khulna district in Bangladesh. Many recruiters come to our villages. They promise they can arrange work in construction in other countries for very good wages. First, we have to pay a fee of 4 lakh taka $5,000 for training and documents. I did not have these funds, so I took a loan. They said my wages will be deducted to repay the loan. After some months they gave us the documents and the agents arranged travel by ship to Kuala Lumpur. The ship left from Mongla port. More than 30 of us were put inside a container in the bottom of the ship. It was dark, but we were provided torches. We were only allowed out of the container in the late night for maybe 1 hour for toilet. Otherwise, we had to stay inside the container. It was very hot, and the smell was very bad. We tried to wait for toilet when we are allowed outside, but if we had to use toilet inside we could only use a bucket. Most of us became very sick. I was vomiting. There were 2 children, and they were crying every day. I thought we were going to die. I think it was maybe 9 days to come to Kuala Lumpur. The boss took us to dormitories. Mine had maybe 300 men. We slept on mats on the ground. Each morning they took us to the construction site by bus. My work was with cement. If we did not work hard enough, the bosses would beat us. We had to ask permission to urinate, or they would beat us. They gave us only 2 meals of rice and dal each day, then took us back to the dormitory. I did this kind of work for 8 months, and I did not receive any wages. The government is going to deport me because I do not have proper papers. They say I must return by ship. When I heard Mustafa's story, I could not help but be struck by its similarities to another slave narrative I had read, this one from a more than 2 centuries earlier, the story of Olaudah Equiano. Olaudah Equiano was born in the Benin Empire in present-day Nigeria, sold to a slave ship at Badagry, and enslaved in the Americas before eventually purchasing his freedom and recounting his life story in the extraordinary book, The Interesting Narrative of the Life of Olaudah Equiano, 1789. Equiano became a pivotal figure in the British abolitionist movement of the late 18th century, and his book is required reading for anyone who wants to understand the brutal and dehumanizing realities of the Atlantic slave trade. In his book, Equiano describes in extraordinary language his first encounter with European slave traders. The first object which saluted my eyes when I arrived on the coast was the sea, and a slave ship, which was then riding at anchor, and waiting for its cargo. These filled me with astonishment, which was soon converted into terror when I was carried on board. I was immediately handled and tossed up to see if I were found by some of the crew, and I was now persuaded that I had gotten into a world of bad spirits, and that they were going to kill me. Their complexions too differing so much from ours, their long hair, and the language they spoke, which was very different from any I had ever heard, united to confirm me in this belief. Indeed, such were the horrors of my views and fears at the moment, that, if 10,000 worlds had been my own, I would have freely parted with them all to have exchanged my condition with that of the meanest slave in my own country. At last, when the ship we were in had got in all her cargo, they made ready with many fearful noises, and we were all put under deck, so that we could not see how they managed the vessel. But this disappointment was the least of my sorrow. The stench of the hold while we were on the coast was so intolerably loathsome, that it was dangerous to remain there for any time, and some of us had been permitted to stay on the deck for the fresh air, but now that the whole ship's cargo were confined together, it became absolutely pestilential. The closeness of the place, and the heat of the climate, added to the number in the ship, which was so crowded that each had scarcely room to turn himself, almost suffocated us. This produced copious perspirations, so that the air soon became unfit for respiration, from a variety of loathsome smells. This wretched situation was again aggravated by the galling of the chains, now become insupportable, and the filth of the necessary tubs, into which the children often fell, and were almost suffocated. The shrieks of the women, and the groans of the dying, rendered the whole a scene of horror almost inconceivable. Separated by centuries, Equiano and Mustafa tell shockingly similar tales. Both were trafficked by sea into slavery in a faraway land. Both were treated as subhumans and crammed like animals in a ship bound for servitude. Although these similarities represent a disheartening measure of how little progress has been made in ridding the world of slavery, there are also some interesting differences between their tales. First, there was no ruse involved in Equiano's ordeal. He was simply bought, trafficked, sold, and enslaved. Because slavery is no longer legal or morally acceptable, Mustafa was tricked with false employment terms that traded on his impoverishment and lack of alternatives. Second, Mustafa's transport was quicker and much less expensive than Equiano's. The time and cost of transportation have dropped by more than 90% from the late 1700s to the present day, making it much quicker and cheaper to get slaves from the point of origin to the point of exploitation. Third, Mustafa's duration of servitude was much shorter, less than 1 year compared to 13 years for Equiano. This shortened duration of slavery is primarily a function of the greater amount of time and expense required to secure a slave in the past. Today slaves are quite easy and cheap to acquire. In the modern context, exploiting a slave for a year or less still provides a robust return on investment, and replacement slaves can be easily procured. Fourth, Equiano had to purchase his freedom, but Mustafa was simply deported due to a lack of proper documentation. Equiano returned home a free man with no debt and was able to contribute to the British abolitionist movement, whereas Mustafa will return home buried in debt and most likely consigned to scraping out a meager existence through low-wage labor or eventually be trafficked and exploited again. Understanding that Aquino's outcome is a one-of-a-kind rarity because most slaves in the 18th century died as slaves, a more appropriate comparison would be that of a lifetime of servitude in the Old World compared to a lifetime of repeated episodes of servitude interspersed with periods of grinding poverty today. Although slaves today are still trafficked by sea, though more often through other means, just as they were in the past, they have become much less expensive and much more expendable than in previous centuries. Had Mustafa been able to secure a better alternative to the construction offer, or had the authorities in Malaysia protected and empowered him rather than detained him for deportation, he would have benefited from a vastly enhanced outcome. These 2 points of intervention, the provision of reasonable alternatives and the sustained empowerment of the survivor regardless of his migration status, are the fundamental areas of deficiency in current responses to slavery in almost every corner of the globe. I documented numerous cases of debt bondage in Malaysia's construction sector similar to Mustafa's. The persistent theme involved upfront fees taken as loans that ensnared the individuals in debt bondage. Contractors and construction companies illegally charged the workers for the fees associated with their visas, permits, levies, and security bonds, as in Singapore. For its foreign workers, Malaysia provides visit passes for 12-month periods of work in 4 sectors: manufacturing, plantations, agriculture and services, and construction, only from a pre-approved list of other Asian nations. Sponsoring employers must fill out a battery of applications, conduct medical checks, produce the relevant training certificates, and pay a levy per worker by sector, $462.50 for construction, and a security bond between $62.50 and $375 depending on the worker's country of origin. 25 Approved workers must undergo additional checks and verifications within 24 hours of arrival in Malaysia, and once approved, they receive a color-coded ID card that they must wear at all times, gray. 4. Construction. The visit passes can be extended 1 year at a time for a fee that was illegally passed on to the foreign workers in most of the debt bondage cases I documented. In short, every conceivable expense is forced onto the workers and deducted from their wages, leaving them with minimal income to show for their backbreaking work as they build the future of Malaysia. I visited the worker barracks in which the construction migrants lived and found the conditions markedly worse than in Singapore. They were more crowded, filthy, and depressing. I visited 6 barracks in total, and in each of them the workers were locked inside at night, even on the weekends. The barracks were in varying degrees of disrepair, and the stench of sweat and refuse was overpowering. When I asked the people living in the barracks about the conditions, their answers depressed me further. "At least we have toilets and hot water," a worker from Bangladesh told me. He did not have these luxuries back home. I could find little that was minimally acceptable about the barracks I visited outside of Kuala Lumpur, even though they provided luxuries such as toilets and hot water, which many of the workers did not have in their home villages. I saw bed bugs in almost every bunk I inspected, along with mold, rusted nails, grime, dust, and other filth, and, of course, the heat was stifling. Only the fatigue born of a 14-hour workday spent in backbreaking construction work would allow a man to sleep in these conditions. The barracks were pitiful, and the government-run shelters for victims of human trafficking were not much better. The government of Malaysia operates a system of shelters for victims of human trafficking as mandated by the country's human trafficking law. In the 2 shelters I visited, occupants were kept locked inside at all times, although at least the sleeping areas and bathrooms were cleaner than in the barracks. The shelters were drab, depressing, and crowded. They felt more like prisons than homes of freedom and empowerment. A 2010 amendment to Malaysia's Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2007 helped me understand the true intention behind these shelters. The amendment was designed, in my opinion, to make it much easier for Malaysia to wash its hands of almost any victim of human trafficking identified within its borders. Section 26, B, A, of this amendment created a new offense called aggravated offense of smuggling of migrants, which was described as follows: in committing the aforesaid offense, the person intends that the smuggled migrant will be exploited after entry into the receiving country or transit country, whether by the person himself or by another person. In other words, if an individual smuggles someone into Malaysia with the intention of exploiting him or her, this is not human trafficking but aggravated smuggling, even though this act is the textbook definition of human trafficking under international law. A human trafficking victim triggers certain positive obligations of a state to protect and empower the victim, including potential regularization of their migration status, but a victim of aggravated smuggling simply can be held in a shelter until he or she is deported. This is exactly what was happening in the prison-like government shelters in Malaysia. People who should be clearly identified as victims of human trafficking were being held captive until the state was able to arrange for their deportation. Some smuggled migrants were also in the shelters, for which the appropriate legal response might be deportation, but the conflation of trafficking with smuggling and the deficient nature of the government shelters made the government's intentions clear. Beyond the tragic revictimization of the trafficking victims, this myopic approach to the crime allows traffickers to go almost entirely unpunished. Despite all the awareness, the laws, and the appearances of a robust and reasoned response to human trafficking, Malaysia's handling of slavery offences appeared to be making matters worse. Before leaving, I decided to share my thoughts with government officials. The main government complex for Malaysia is in Putrajaya, about 20 kilometers south of Kuala Lumpur. I arranged meetings with the National Anti-Trafficking in Persons Secretariat, the Minister of the Interior, the Attorney General, the Malaysian Bar Council, and the Council for Anti-Trafficking in Persons, MAPO, to explore the chasm between aspiration and reality vis-a-vis Malaysia's anti-trafficking efforts, especially as they related to the system of debt bondage that seemed embedded in its migrant construction worker population. I was received respectfully by everyone I met and was afforded candid conversations. The Minister of the Interior and the Attorney General seemed genuinely concerned about human trafficking, and more important, about the suffering of trafficking victims. The team at MAPO outlined their efforts to tackle all forms of human trafficking and identified a lack of transnational cooperation with prevention and investigations of trafficking offences as barriers to their efforts. I probed the issue of debt bondage among the country's migrant workforce with every official I met, and I always received reasonable responses. I was assured the government was aware of the problem of excessive wage deductions and would be elevating efforts to prevent the abuses. Most government officials pointed fingers to the governments of origin countries in South Asia and East Asia as not doing more to protect their citizens from being exploited through excessive upfront fees. I explained that the finger-pointing only benefited the exploiters, which received grudging agreement. I also took officials to task over the conflation of smuggling and trafficking in the 2010 amendment to Malaysia's anti-trafficking law and the prison-like conditions at the government shelters I visited, and our perceptions diverged in predictable ways. Officials saw no major problem with the 2010 amendment. They claimed the procedures at the shelters were meant to keep victims safe, and the country was doing everything it could to protect individuals who were identified as victims of human trafficking, forced labor, debt bondage, or child labor. The crux of the issue was the term identified. Those I identified as victims were clearly falling through the definitional cracks, and the country generally appeared to be looking the other way when it came to debt bondage exploitation of migrants in the name of economic growth, just like Singapore. Because several government officials in Malaysia pointed fingers at the governments of origin nations for not doing more to protect their migrants and help them avoid the excessive upfront fees that lead to debt bondage, I arranged meetings with consular officials in Malaysia from Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Cambodia, Thailand, and the Philippines. They, gently, pointed their fingers back at Malaysia for maintaining an environment that promotes human trafficking, as the consular official from Sri Lanka explained. The official from Bangladesh told me, they need the workers, so the construction companies and palm oil companies recruit from my country. These recruiters charge excessive fees and exploit the workers. We try to promote safe migration, but once our citizens are on their soil, there is little we can do to help them. The recruiters make fairy tale promises that any person from the lower economic rungs would be tempted to accept. Although it is reasonable to critique the governments of these sending countries for not doing more to provide security and economic opportunity for their citizens, I believe destination countries do not really want them to do so because they depend on the exploitable, expendable low-wage workforce these countries can provide. This is the unspoken agreement between developing and developed economies: keep enough of your citizens poor and lacking opportunity so we can recruit them for cheap labor, and you will benefit by taxing their remittance income and being relieved of the burden of having to try and find employment for them. Much of the world is being built under the onerous terms of this tacit agreement. Caught in the middle, the vulnerable and downtrodden are recruited and exploited in debt bondage and slavery in a self-perpetuating system that seems increasingly embedded in the logic of the global economy. Although most of my government interactions left me dissatisfied with their efforts to address the problem of migrant worker exploitation, I had one illuminating conversation with an opposition MP in Malaysia who, under condition of anonymity, told me a very different story from that of the ruling party officials I met. He was an intense, charismatic man who saw his country with very different eyes. He told me at a hotel coffee shop in Kuala Lumpur. The government profits from the human trafficking industry directly. They take kickbacks from the construction companies and the plantation companies from the wages they are supposed to pay the migrant workers, so long as the government looks the other way. Also, the police are corrupt. They allow trafficking in persons to take place. The contractors bribe them, and they do not bring charges if a worker complains his wage is being denied, or that he is living in squalor, or he is forced to repay a fraudulent debt and the boss says he still owes money. The government does not care about the migrants so long as they come here to work and leave without causing problems. The government claims there are no Malaysians to do this work and this is why they must bring in the migrants. The truth is, no one would stand for Malaysians being treated this way, but they do not mind if Bangladeshis or Nepalis are treated like this. The opposition MP spoke passionately as he decried a system of rampant corruption and racism that he felt led to the exploitation of millions of South Asians and East Asians trafficked to his country and forced into servitude. What can be done? I asked. The opposition MP sighed. Not many of us are willing to speak out against the government. It is difficult to enact social change when people live in fear of punishment for expressing themselves in ways that do not appease those in power. You can do this, though. You can let people know what is happening here. This will help. I thanked the opposition MP for his courage in speaking with me, and I promised him I would write about the research I had done in his country in the hope that this might play some small role in helping his cause. Before I left Malaysia, I spent some time researching the country's palm oil sector because it also operates on high levels of human trafficking and debt bondage. 26 Malaysia exports more palm oil than any other country in the world, around 45% of the world's supply, and I documented 65 cases of labor trafficking, debt bondage, and slavery on 4 plantations. Every one of these cases followed a model of recruitment and exploitation similar to what I saw in the country's construction sector. The men were from the same origin nations, were recruited with lavish promises of high wages and good working conditions, were forced to carry heavy debt loads for upfront fees, and were routinely exploited in debt bondage through excessive wage deductions relating to room and board, permits and fees, and other unjust expenses. They worked excessively long hours, and because they were hidden deep in plantations, they suffered more physical abuse, injuries, and illnesses than the construction workers. They were a captive and largely invisible population of debt bondage slaves, following the tortured footsteps of the generations of plantation slaves in Malaysia who came before them. The horrible history of this exploitation was poignantly described to me by a Navamakandan. Navamakandan is head of Malaysia's National Union of Plantation Workers, NUPW, and he is descended from rubber and palm oil plantation workers who were trafficked to Malaysia by the British East India Trading Company during the 19th century. To say the plight of these workers is a matter close to his heart would be an understatement. The plantation companies make the claim that there are no Malaysians to do the work, Navamakandon explained, then they traffic mostly South Asians to work in the plantations in debt bondage. This has been going on since the beginning. Navamakandon described the history of South Asian slaves who were trafficked to Malaysian plantations since colonial times and how, in his mind, little save the identity of the traffickers has changed. The NUPW works diligently to advocate for the rights of Malaysia's plantation workers, especially decent working conditions, fair wages, and the elimination of excessive recruiter fees, but Navamakandon told me they face substantial challenges from the government. Land grabs and evictions of peasants have been all too common, and there are few if any consequences for plantation companies that traffic South Asians for debt bondage in the palm oil sector. I asked Navamakandon if he felt conditions were better or worse now compared to the time when his ancestors were trafficked to Malaysia by the British. They are much worse, he said. People have no value today. That is how I feel about this question. For many of the same reasons that conditions for someone like Mustafa might be considered worse than for Aquino, conditions for people in Malaysia's palm oil sector today might be considered worse than during the time when Navamakandon's ancestors were first trafficked. The large capital investment and time it took to traffic a worker from South Asia to Malaysia in the 19th century would have necessitated a greater investment in the basic well-being of the indentured worker to ensure his productivity for as long as possible, whereas workers today take out loans to pay their own way by plane or ship to Malaysia and can be brutally exploited, then deported and replaced at minimal cost by a new slave. Despite the abolition of slavery and all the advancements in human rights in the past 2 centuries, the plight of many trafficked debt bondage slaves who are exploited in the same plantations as their forefathers have in some ways only worsened. True, the theoretical equality of all human life that is now codified in international law and our collective moral systems is an incalculable improvement over centuries ago, but this theory crumbles against the reality of human beings as expendable cogs in a global economic machine that transforms their bondage into economic growth for the elites whose human rights and welfare unquestionably matter more. One class chews, while the other is chewed. One class serves, while the other is served. The chewed-up servants of the world are no better off than they were centuries ago, perhaps even worse off. A look at the construction worker numbers. During my research, I documented 445 cases of individuals exploited in debt bondage conditions in the construction sector of countries outside of South Asia. However, a majority of the victims I documented, 80%, originated from South Asia. Some of the other key findings from these cases include 100% males, $186.80 per month, $7.18 per day, 57 cents per hour, average wage 22.2 years, average age at time debt bondage began. 21 cases of children under the age of 18 years. 127 workers from India, 71 from Bangladesh, 69 from Nepal, 48 from Pakistan, 42 from Sri Lanka, 32 from Indonesia, 11 from Cambodia, and 45 from other countries, Africa, Eastern Europe, and Latin America. $4,922, average initial debt. 97% of cases belong to minority ethnic or caste communities. 92% of cases had passports and work permits confiscated on arrival. 83% of cases had additional fees added after work started. 68% of cases had contract terms changed on arrival. 26% of cases were forced to transfer their upfront fee debts to a loan from a local bank. The extent and pervasiveness of debt bondage in the global construction industry is unparalleled in any other sector I have researched. Add the broader spectrum of labor exploitation that seems inherent to the sector, especially in the Middle East and Asia, harsh working conditions, lack of safety measures, excessive hours, etc., and much of the world is being built on the backs of human misery. The profits generated through this misery run in the billions of dollars per year. The only sector that would consistently surpass construction on a per-slave profit basis is sex trafficking, and debt bondage is highly prevalent in this sector as well. Debt bondage and commercial sex in the United States. I have documented sex trafficking cases involving debt bondage in dozens of countries around the world, including in the United States. Despite the fact that sex trafficking has garnered extensive attention in the United States only in recent years, the trafficking of women and children to and within the country for forced prostitution goes back at least a few centuries. 28 The cases of debt bondage, based sex slavery I documented in the United States manifest every salient element of the phenomenon, as well as some unique elements that arise due to the relationship between the foster care system and domestic sex trafficking. The U.S. model of debt bondage for transnational commercial sex migrants is similar to that of other countries. Credit is taken by the victim to gain passage to the United States or for an alleged work opportunity, and upon arrival the young woman is forced into prostitution to work off her debt. Manipulations of the amount of the advance, deductions for living expenses, and other ploys are used to extend the duration of debt repayment. The promise of one day discharging the debt to pursue the original job offer, say, as a domestic worker, or to remain in prostitution as a means of earning income further ensnares the victim in the hope she will one day achieve a more favorable position. A young girl named Maria at a shelter near San Diego told me a story that encapsulates the essence of debt bondage in the transnational commercial sex sector. In fact, she reminded me of the first child sex slave I met in Bombay 14 years earlier. Petite, soft-spoken, emptiness in her eyes. She was from a small town in the Tamaulipas state of Mexico, 17 years old, and had been recruited to leave her home with the promise of a job working as a cleaning lady in office buildings in the United States. This is what she told me. I traveled with the recruiter from my home to Ciudad Miguel Alemán. The recruiter left me there in a small house with more than 60 people who wanted to cross the border. Those people were from Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador. There were also some men from Nepal. They locked us in the house, and the coyotes told us we had to pay $800 to the cartel or they cannot take us. I did not have the money, so they said I could repay the fee once I was working. The cartel soldiers came sometimes and took some of the men from the home, and we never saw them again. They threatened to kill us and rape the women. After I think 2 months, the coyotes took us across the border. It was the middle of the day. They sent us with some other men on the U.S. side. These men took us to a house. Eventually, they took me and 2 other girls from El Salvador to San Diego. In San Diego, they locked me inside a house like a brothel and the men in that house raped me for 2 weeks. I tried to protest, but they raped me until I was unconscious. After that, they forced me to take customers at night. They said I owed them $2,000 and I can repay this at a rate of $10 per customer and then I was free to go. I thought this means I will have to be with 200 men, but after the first week the pimp gave me an account slip. He deducted $200 that week for my rent, $200 for food, and $100 for clothes. They also deducted for condoms and medicine I needed for pain. My debt had only been reduced by $70. I told the pimp this was not fair, but he said it was the price of coming to America. I cried that night and wanted to kill myself. I was in that brothel for almost 1 year before I escaped. Sometimes I had to be with 4 or 5 men in a night, sometimes it was 20. They forced me to do unnatural things. The pimp would beat me if I did not please the customers. I had a broken rib once, but it did not matter how much pain I felt, the pimp forced me to be with customers. When I became pregnant, they made me have an abortion, even though it was against my beliefs. Every day I prayed someone would help me. No one did, so I had to help myself. Where I am from, we all dreamed to come to America, but I did not know it was such a bad place. I have documented dozens of young women just like Maria who traveled to the United States from around the globe, Central and South America, Eastern Europe, Africa, and East Asia. Indeed, transnational victims of sex trafficking in the United States hail from dozens of countries, and in a majority of cases organized crime is involved with their recruitment, trafficking, and forced prostitution. 29 I have also documented dozens of American citizens, usually runaway teens or girls who aged out of the foster care system, who were trafficked into forced prostitution across the country. In most cases, both domestic and transnational, these young women were compelled to work off a debt under highly unfavorable terms before being freed. The hope of potential freedom was used to exploit them until they escaped, or until there was nothing left to exploit. Most of the young women were promised work in hospitality, restaurants, domestic work, or as nannies. Some were told they would work in entertainment. However, the entertainment was portrayed in far more favorable terms than in reality. For example, the women were told they could decide whether they did or did not want to transact for commercial sex, and if they did so, they could decide with whom, but on arrival they were violently coerced to be with any and all men who purchased them. Maria's brothel was run by the Sinaloa cartel just outside of San Diego. I highlight her case because she was one of only 4 sex trafficking victims I met who was given a weekly statement of her debits and credits. Maria told me that this weekly sheet motivated her to persist until she attained her freedom, and that it had the same effect on the other young women in the brothel. Maria kept the first sheet she ever received and showed it to me. She told me the moment she received it she realized it would take her years to repay her debt. Although debt bondage slaves rarely have any sense of the arithmetic of their debt repayments, let alone formal weekly statements, Maria's captors saw fit to provide a detailed statement of their accounts, ostensibly to motivate her to work harder or with less resistance. Maria told me that 2 girls in the house worked off their debts, and in both cases the girls stayed on and kept working under a new arrangement in which they were paid 1/3 of each transaction, given free room, but had to pay for their food and clothes. I asked if they were allowed to leave the house, and Maria said, only on the day they returned to Mexico. Another sophisticated model of debt bondage in the commercial sex sector in the United States that I documented involves the Russian mafia. The mafia brings Russian women to the United States on various kinds of visas, usually J, Q, or B2, and most are told they will work in dance clubs. They are assured they will not have to engage in prostitution unless they want to, but that doing so will help them work off their debts more quickly. Those debts are usually $10,000 or more, typically the purported cost of arranging documents, travel, and the work opportunity. Upon arrival, the journeys often take a dark turn. Here is what Katya, a young woman from Moscow, told me. I heard about agents who arrange work in New York. You can find their phone numbers on the internet. One agent, Rovnik, said he could prepare my visa and plane tickets for New York. He said I would live in a nice apartment with other girls just like me. He said I could have my own bedroom. I knew I would have to dance in clubs, but he said the girls can make $1,000 in a night. My father cannot make this amount in 1 month. I came to New York filled with so much hope, but my hope was crushed. I lived in Brighton Beach, and I had to dance every night in a club there. The pimps forced me to do prostitution, or they said they would have me deported. The men who came to those clubs were horrible. They only wanted to do cruel acts. The club owner was named Sergey. He said I had to repay him $15,000. They took almost all my tips from dancing and all the money from the clients. I tried to keep count of my debt, but most nights I went unconscious from alcohol. Rovnik kept one promise to me. I had my own bedroom. There was a camera in the bedroom for the internet. I had to strip in the room and take clients there 2 nights each week. I know they made money from that camera, but I don't know how much. If I protested, they whipped me like an animal and denied me food. I arrived in New York in December 2010, and I escaped from Sergey in March 2012. For me to stay in this country, they said I must agree to cooperate with the police to investigate Sergey. I can never do this. Who will protect my family? I will return to Russia soon. I was a fool to think I could earn $1,000 every day and live like a princess in America. Stories like Katya's are common in the Russian sex trafficking circuit. Almost every victim I met accepted an offer to travel to the United States for work in dance clubs, with the promise of a glitzy life and bountiful income after they had discharged their debts. Even though there is increased awareness of these ruses in Russia, young women continue to accept offers in the hope that their fate will be better. To be fair, in every case I documented, the alternative for these young women in Russia was worse, or at least perceived to be worse. Unique to the young women I met from Russia was the vision of romance and the extravagant lifestyle they expected to have in America. America is where we can find a rich man to give us glamour, another victim named Elisa told me. The story of the beautiful Russian woman who marries an investment banker, shops at Tiffany's, and socializes 7 nights a week has been marketed well in Russia. I found similar models of debt bondage in the commercial sex sector in Chinese and Thai massage parlors, East European apartment brothels, West African street prostitutes, and U.S. domestic victims of sex trafficking at various settings in Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Oakland, Atlanta, Seattle, Boston, San Diego, and McAllen, Texas. Approximately 64%, 29 of 45 cases, of these U.S. domestic sex trafficking victims were recruited into sex trafficking while they were in the foster care system or within 6 months of aging out. Most of my U.S. domestic sex trafficking research was done after the publication of Sex Trafficking, and I can say unequivocally that the foster care system is a major source of domestic sex trafficking victims in the United States. Inadequate protection for U.S. foster care children after they age out is a key driver of sex trafficking, along with abuses and a lack of monitoring and care while they are in the system. Children age out of the foster care system between the ages of 18 and 21, depending on state law. Many states offer transitional protection for a few years, but to qualify the children must have a steady job or have completed high school, a bar too high for many former foster care children to meet. The laws are in constant flux, and transitional foster care protections often are cut during times of budget constraints. Stephanie, a young woman I met at a halfway house in Riverside, California, told me her story. My mom was a mess. I don't know who my dad is, but I'm sure he's a jerk. I was in 3 foster homes before I aged out. That was 2012. My caseworker made a transition plan with me. She told me about Assembly Bill 12 and how that could help me till I was 20, but I didn't qualify. I didn't have a job, you know. She didn't really care though. She was doing her job. Yeah, I told Stephanie about her options. Check. There's places on Facebook where girls like me hook up. I got in with a group. They were cool. We looked out for each other. I met this pimp Sean. I needed the money. I'm not proud of it. Sean said he would take care of me. I guess he did. I had food and a crib. It was bad though. I was with a lot of creeps. I wanted to stop, but Sean didn't let me. He said I owed him. He kept most of the money, but like I said I had food and a crib. It was like that about 2 years. Sean beat me down pretty bad one night. I knew that man was going to kill me. I was too afraid to run though. Cops saved me I guess. They arrested me. I told the judge what happened. She sent me here. Sean don't know I'm at this home. He texts me all the time though, but I don't respond. I got another couple weeks before I got to leave. I don't know what's next. Not many options for us, you know. I look back and I realize the system don't protect girls like me. They may try, but they don't. They don't want to admit there's girls like me cause what does that say about them? I know plenty of girls out of foster care end up with pimps, all messed up on drugs. People don't realize, we're people, too. Stephanie was exploited in sex trafficking after she aged out of the foster care system, but a little more than 1/3 of the U.S. foster care sex trafficking cases I documented involved a minor who was recruited while still in the system. Many foster care homes provide loving and safe environments, but others can be almost as abusive as the homes from which the child is meant to be protected. Traffickers prey on vulnerable and abused foster care children, and debt bondage is often used as a way to ensnare them. Caseworkers are supposed to provide a safety mechanism to assist with transition and ensure that the children are on a secure path, but most are underpaid, overworked, and crushed with far too many cases for them to monitor each one adequately. The U.S. foster care system is desperately in need of added resources to extend protections for children once they age out. In addition, a significant increase in the number of caseworkers is needed, so they have sufficient time to invest in each case. Beyond the foster care system, sex traffickers in the United States prey on a broad population of vulnerable teens, be they runaways or children from abusive homes. 30 Protections must be enhanced, and law enforcement personnel need more training to identify the indicators that a young woman may be working in prostitution as a result of recruitment and coercion when she was still a child. 31. Assessing the precise number of sex trafficking cases I have documented that involve debt bondage is more challenging than in other sectors I have researched, such as construction and domestic work. The first few years that I documented these cases, I did not include a full set of questions relating to debt bondage. In addition, many of the victims in sex trafficking have very little sense of their initial or subsequent debt levels. Some are given a clear sense, like Maria, but most are just told they have a debt to work off without being given any details because the recruitment channels are more informal than in the construction or domestic worker sectors, which have established and regulated recruiting processes involving pre-departure training, work permits, medical checks, and work contracts. Prostitution is not a formal or legal work sector in most of the countries in which I have documented sex trafficking, or if prostitution is legal, coercion, pimping, and the exploitation of minors is not. Nonetheless, I am confident that between 60 and 75% of the sex trafficking cases I documented, including in the United States, involved debt bondage. The debts in the cases for which I was able to obtain reliable data ranged from roughly $1,000 to $40,000. These figures represent a significant variance, with the low end being regional sex trafficking victims in Latin America and Asia, and the high end being Nigerians trafficked to Europe. To be sure, most cases of Nigerian sex trafficking victims I described in Chapter 2 also would be considered cases of debt bondage, and these victims have the highest levels of debt of any slaves I have encountered. Sex trafficking victims in general who are ensnared in debt bondage have in fact the highest levels of debt of any sector of slavery I have documented. The manner in which they are forced to repay these debts is utterly debasing and should bring shame to each and every man who purchases them, for it is their avid consumption of women and children that makes the immense debts possible, and all the destruction that goes with it. May 26 and 28, 2016. In Sex Trafficking 32 I describe an anguishing encounter with Suni, a trafficked sex slave in Los Angeles, whom I last saw on April 26, 2006. She was a Thai girl at a massage parlor near the intersection of Hollywood and Western Boulevards. She had been trafficked from her home village of Phang, Thailand, with the promise that she would work as a waitress and send money home to provide life-saving medicine for her father. Upon arrival in Los Angeles, she was told she had to work off a debt of $20,000 through prostitution at a massage parlor. If she did not cooperate, the man who trafficked her from her village, Aaron, would make her parents suffer. If she did cooperate, she was told her father would be sent enough money to buy the medicines he needed. Suni made the only choice a child could. She endured around 8 counts per day of rape to save her parents. When I offered to help her leave the massage parlor, she declined. I wrestled with the question of whether to work with a local NGO to rescue her against her will, but I did not take action for fear of the unintended negative consequences against her parents. My choice has always haunted me. My inability to assist Suni, a slave being exploited not 15 miles from my home in Los Angeles, left me in a dark quandary over the purpose of my anti-slavery efforts. Had I met Suni some years later, perhaps when I had more powerful relationships with which to assist her, would I have made a different choice? Maybe, maybe not. The theoretical clarity of the right and wrong course of action in slavery cases is almost always clouded by the complexities of real-world consequences. Suni was desperate to stay in servitude because it was the only way she could save her parents. Who was I to decide otherwise? About 10 years later, I revisited Suni's massage parlor. I knew she would be long gone, if for no other reason than she would be too old to entice men to purchase a teenager for sex. Nevertheless, I took 2 trips to her massage parlor on May 26 and May 28, 2016. If I found another slave, perhaps I might be able to redeem the choice I had made with Suni. The waiting room of the massage parlor still smelled like lemongrass. The proprietor during Suni's time, Chavit, was no longer there. A woman named Malay had taken his place. She showed me a menu of massages and prices, then led me to a back area to pick which girl would massage me. 5 young Thai girls in ethnic trousers and white t-shirts stood before me. None were Suni. I picked the one who looked the youngest, and she led me to a massage room. The rooms had mattresses on the floor with fresh sheets. As before, I was given a pair of loose-fitting cotton pants and a shirt to wear. The young girl, Deo, entered and gave me the 60-minute Thai massage that I had ordered. Unlike Suni, she did not ask if I wanted to have sex with her. I spoke with Deo during most of the massage to learn more about her. She told me she was from the Northern Hill Tribe region of Thailand, not far from Chiang Rai. She had arrived in Los Angeles with a few other girls from nearby villages 2 years earlier. She worked at the parlor to send money to her family, which consisted of 2 younger brothers in school and her mother. I asked if she had paid her own way to Los Angeles, but she said her family took a loan for the flight and travel documents. She thought it was around $5,000, but when she arrived she was told it was $15,000. She had since been working off the debt at the parlor, but she was not sure how much debt remained. She said that Malay showed her a Western Union receipt each month for $500 that she sent to her mother. She also received petty cash for expenses, but no sort of regular wage based on her hours of work. Her overall compensation seemed very low given that she worked around 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. I returned to the massage parlor 2 days later. Malay remembered me and greeted me warmly. If I was going to return often, she told me I should buy a massage package, which would give me a 10% discount. I told her I would think about it. I went through the same routine of picking a girl. Deo was there again, but this time I picked Isra. She gave me the massage, and did not solicit for sex. Her English was not as good as Deo's, but we still managed to have an informative conversation. She too was a hill tribe girl who worked to send money to her family. Isra confirmed that she and the other girls each worked 6 days a week, around 12 hours a day. She also told me that they all lived in a nearby apartment, which was owned by the massage parlor. They did not go anywhere aside from the apartment and the parlor. Isra was the youngest of 3 siblings and had been at the parlor for 7 months. Like Deo, she had a debt relating to her transport and papers, and like Deo, she was not sure of the overall arithmetic of her remaining debt. She was also told upon arrival that her debt was $15,000, and she received the same Western Union slip each month from Malay showing a transfer to her family of $500, plus some petty cash for her expenses. Isra said she felt proud when she received the slip because she knew she was helping her family. After my 2 visits to Suni's massage parlor without any indication that there were sex slaves inside, I wondered if the parlor still offered these services. Perhaps they had gone more underground, only offering sex at night, or only made offers to insider customers who knew how to ask for a different set of girls from which to choose, or perhaps the parlor had been busted some time ago for prostitution and was now under new ownership that restricted the services to massages. I was not able to secure full case histories from Deo and Isra, but all indications were that they were working in exploitative debt bondage conditions for the parlor. They toiled day and night with excessive wage deductions they did not fully understand to help their families survive. The $500 sent by the parlor to their families plus petty cash each month was less than one-fourth of what I estimated their monthly wages should be. They appeared to have no freedom of movement or employment, and as near as I could tell their debt levels far exceeded the actual costs of arranging their transport and work in Los Angeles. As with Suni, Deo and Isra preferred these debt bondage conditions to freedom because freedom would not help their families achieve a better life. After these two encounters, I faced a similar dilemma to that of helping Suni should I intervene in a scenario that I was certain amounted to bondage and servitude, even if doing so would likely cause material harm to the families of the people I was trying to help. What of the pride Isra felt in being able to provide a better life for her family? I knew that Deo and Isra would likely not qualify as victims of severe forms of trafficking under the U.S. Trafficking Victims Protection Act because child sexual exploitation did not appear to be involved in their cases. They would therefore probably not have access to the full protections under the law, including regularized migration status, and in all likelihood they would be deported, which would cause harm to their families. I consulted colleagues at a local anti-trafficking NGO about the cases, and they promised to investigate further. This referral was the only step I took. A few weeks later, my colleagues told me they discreetly provided their contact information to some of the young women at the parlor, but that no one had contacted them yet. I was agonized once again by my inability to intervene in a case of human trafficking that was right around the corner. Debt bondage and servitude persisted not 15 miles from my home, and I could do very little about it without taking unjustifiable risks. Even if these children were to be freed and returned home, they probably would be trafficked again before too long out of their need to support their families. Freedom is not a one-time event. It is not a box to be ticked or a moment to be congratulated. It is a fragile, precious condition that must be supported and protected for a full human life. The failure to provide true freedom to all classes, genders, and communities in the world remains the great failure of contemporary civilization. No amount of anti-slavery advocacy, research, rhetoric, or activism will end slavery until we appreciate that its antonym freedom must be vigorously preserved through tremendous sacrifice and an unrelenting campaign to exterminate all of its assailants, including poverty, gender and ethnic biases, corruption, greed, or the appalling truth that for most people in the world, servitude often provides more security than does freedom. Freedom for the underclass of humanity remains a shadow, a mythical creature adorned in splendors that mocks, evades, and slips like dust through the fingers of those who dare to grasp at it. Until we truly understand freedom, we cannot abolish slavery. If we cannot abolish slavery, freedom has no meaning. Chapter 7. Global Supply Chains. Blood and the Sea. No civilized society can thrive upon victims, whose humanity has been permanently mutilated. Rabindranath Tagore. A land I know well. Thailand is a country I know all too well. After India and the United States, it is the nation in which I have conducted more research into slavery than any other in the world. Each trip I have taken to Thailand has been a fusion of conflicting and frustrating experiences. On the surface, the country's beauty mesmerizes me. Its pristine beaches, azure seas, and mist-capped hills are sublime and enthralling. I have been lost for days hiking in its verdant mountains and found solace gazing at the ocean from its powder sand shores. However, beneath this surface I have also unearthed Thailand's gross queries, the beasts beneath the beauty, the right-hand pain of her garden of earthly delights. There is suffering, inhumanity, and misery in Thailand, and it has consistently worsened across the 15-year span of my research trips to the country. Despite all the attention and resources deployed to combat slavery in the broader Mekong subregion, the situation in this steamy corner of the world has persistently degraded. Mass graves of trafficked Rohingya migrants uncovered along the Thai-Burmese border in May 2015 put a macabre exclamation point to just how vile conditions have become. The sex trafficking industry in Thailand is undeniably ruinous and savage, but conditions in the country's seafood sector may be even worse. From a mortality standpoint, it is the most severe face of contemporary slavery I have encountered. The industry chews up human beings without mercy. In doing so, it has become the foremost scourge of slavery in global supply chains. Supply chain research has been a key focus for me during the past several years, and I have investigated slavery and child labor used in producing commodities exported to the West, including seafood, handmade carpets, coffee, tea, electronic component minerals, apparel, dimension stones, marble, limestone, granite, gold, precious gems, palm oil, sporting goods, and more. I targeted my research on seafood in South Asia and East Asia, primarily in the shrimp sector. The presence of slavery in global seafood supply chains is a subset of the broader category of offenses called illegal, unreported, and unregulated, IUU, fishing. IUU fishing refers to all open sea or aquaculture fishing that takes place outside the authorization, regulation, or legal frameworks of the relevant states or laws of the sea. No one knows exactly what portion of global IUU fishing activity can be attributed to slavery. However, estimates for the total value of IUU fishing are between $10 billion and $23.5 billion per year, too, which suggests that billions of dollars worth of seafood are caught and processed by slaves annually. Most of this activity takes place in East Asia and China, and more than half of global seafood exports from these regions are bound for the United States, the European Union, and Japan. 3 Thailand is the third largest exporter of seafood on the global market, hence abuses in its seafood sector touch the world. My interest in Thailand's seafood industry was first piqued by Police Lieutenant Colonel Suchai Chindavanish when he described some of the sector's atrocities during an interview in 2005 for sex trafficking. We spoke at length about human trafficking in the Greater Mekong subregion, and toward the end of our conversation he spoke passionately about the brutalities of the Thai seafood industry. They are mostly Cambodian boys trafficked to the town of Aranya Perthet by bus. From there, a Thai agent takes them to the town of Samut Sakhon, on the coast south of Bangkok. The boys are taken to sea where they are forced to catch the fish 20 hours a day for many months. The ship captains force the boys to take amphetamines so they can work non-stop. Other ships come from the coast and transfer the fish, but the boys are kept on the ship. 4. When I asked Colonel Chindanavik what happened to the boys at the end of their time at sea, he said many were shot and thrown overboard. I was astounded. Could these kinds of atrocities truly be taking place in full knowledge of major law enforcement authorities and with seemingly little being done about it? I resolved that day to learn more about Thailand's seafood industry. As soul-wrenching as my research into sex trafficking in Thailand was, researching the seafood sector took me to my limits. If I had to do it all over again, I am not sure that I would. Samut Sakhon. My journey began in Samut Sakhon. Hot, debilitating, dreadful. It is the largest of the 4 main fishing provinces in Thailand, the other 3 being Ranong, Rayong, and Songkhla. Shrimp is king in Samut Sakhon, but seafood companies there also export several species of tuna, albacore, sky pea, bluejack, yellowfin, squid, crab, and lobster. In addition, many of these companies export pet food and animal feed for livestock to the West. Both are made with trash fish or fish byproduct. Trash fish are the small, inedible fish caught in fishing nets that are discarded by most fishing fleets around the world, and fish byproduct includes the discards from fish processing facilities, such as roe, skin, bones, heads, and entrails. What is rejected elsewhere generates substantial profits in Thailand. I did not have the resources to tackle the entire seafood industry of Thailand, so I focused on the shrimp and trash fish sectors. I could not visit all 4 of the main fishing provinces, so I focused on the 2 largest, Samut Sakhon and Songkhla. At the former, I found workers trafficked mostly from Cambodia, and at the latter I found workers trafficked mostly from Myanmar. All the workers, even those being paid a reasonable wage, by Thai standards, were suffering under brutal conditions that ground them to the bone without pity. Conducting research in Thailand's fishing provinces was fraught with challenges. It took a great deal of time to build local trust and to ascertain how to gain entry and conduct research on the fishing docks without attracting negative attention. This was particularly difficult during the last few years of my research when the Thai seafood sector came under heavy international scrutiny for slavery abuses uncovered by several excellent journalistic investigations by The Guardian, Reuters, The New York Times, The Associated Press, and others. Environmental conditions also created challenges. The sweltering heat and humidity of Thailand perpetually assailed my productivity. As searing as the weather is during Thailand's summer months, conditions on the docks at Samut Sakhon were worse. The heat was oppressive, and the stench of fish suffused the air. Each breath at the docks was a labor, and trying to concentrate while dripping with sweat and attempting to navigate a maelstrom of activity to conduct meaningful research was a serious challenge. Throughout the interviews I conducted, mad dogs growled and scavenged for fish scraps, foremen barked orders, scores of workers made an immense racket as they toiled feverishly to unload thousands of blue barrels of iced trash fish from dock trawlers, and another set of workers loaded the barrels of trash fish into filling trucks for transport to the fish meal processing facilities across the province. Faced with conditions highly antagonistic to efficient research, my first trip to the docks at Samut Sakhon was not very productive. The workers appeared to be locked in a system of backbreaking and monotonous work, and there was little room to conduct interviews. Fatigue and fear weighed heavily on every face. The foreman also kept a sharp eye on anything that seemed amiss. After a good deal of planning and judicious navigation of hostile conditions, I eventually managed a few productive trips to the docks at Samut Sakhon to document the workers. I first identified a relatively calm corner in which to conduct the interviews with the assistance of a translator, although the noise on the docks still made conversations a challenge. My cover story was that I was a researcher from India trying to understand the fishing economy in the East Asian seafood sector. This story did not garner undue suspicion from the foremen and guards, but they did nonetheless require a hefty fee for each interview that was basically a bribe even though it was posed as compensation for the workers' lost time. The guards did by and large leave me on my own to conduct interviews, but now and again they ambled over to eavesdrop on my conversations. In those moments, I was sure to ask innocuous questions. The informants were always nervous, and many did not wish to complete the interview. Most of the workers I documented at Samut Sakhon were from Cambodia, with a handful from Myanmar and Laos. The Cambodians described their journeys from their homes to Thailand. They all migrated with recruiters who promised work in various sectors, including construction, manufacturing, and seafood. They all crossed into Thailand from four main border cities, Poi Phet, Battambang, Koh Kong, or Koam. They were all brought straight to the docks, where they were either sent on fishing boats or put to dock work. In either case, they worked around the clock, 7 days a week. Many were not allowed to leave the docks and slept there a few hours each night, others went to nearby communal dorms every few nights. They described being paid wages that ranged from $2 to $5 per day, even though Thailand set a minimum wage in 2013 of THB $300 9.25 per day. The working conditions were unsafe, unhygienic, and oppressive. Injury and illness dogged the workers. One Cambodian man showed me his grotesquely blistered fingers and said, "My hands pain so much. But if I do not work, they will bash me." There was little I could do to help the workers because I did not know at that point whom I could trust in Thailand to intervene, or what the consequences of an incomplete or poorly planned intervention would be. In the end, I gathered enough evidence to determine that every one of the workers I documented in full was being exploited in conditions of slavery. Some of the men I documented on the docks at Samut Sakhon had previously worked on the trawlers that spend months at sea catching the trash fish. They were reluctant to talk about the conditions on the ships. Their faces were broken and fraught with the lingering menace of torture and torment. Leap told me about a safe house not far from the docks. "I stayed at that place a few weeks after I ran from here," Leap whispered to me. "I came back because my sister sent me an SMS and said they were being threatened." Leap gave me a mobile number for the owners of the safe house. He said many migrants from Cambodia lived there, and most of them had worked in the seafood sector. I rang the number a few times, but there was no answer. I worked through other leads in the Cambodian migrant community, including my translator, and eventually found a possible location for the safe house, which operated in secret. I went to the location and found a nondescript two-story home protected by a cement wall and barbed wire. I rang the buzzer, but no one answered. I noticed a security camera near the top of the entry gate, so I wrote a message on a piece of paper and held it up to the camera. My name is Siddarth Kara. I am a human rights researcher from the United States. Could I please speak with you? I added my local phone number to the message. After a few minutes, when there was no response, I returned to my hotel. 2 days later, I received a text message from someone who said he lived at the house and asked me to meet him at a nearby bazaar the following day. I arrived at the place and time as instructed, and within a few minutes a small, cheerful fellow introduced himself to me. I am Anurat. Anurat said he found my name on the internet and read about the work I do. That was why he was willing to meet. How can I help you? Anurat asked. I told him about the research I was doing and how a man named Leap told me about his safe house. Anurat remembered Leap and said that many men who stay with him eventually leave because of similar threats. I asked Anurat if I could interview the men at his safe house. He agreed. I documented several former seafood workers at Anurat's safe house. Their tales left me stunned. Here is what Prak, a former laborer from Cambodia, told me. The recruiter said we can make good wages in Thailand. He said we will earn THB $10,000 $320 each month. More than 20 men from 2 villages went with the recruiter. He took us in a truck to Samut Sakhan. When we arrived, he said he sold us to the ship captains. I did not understand what this meant. The police at the docks said we had to go on the ships or they would arrest us for entering Thailand without documents. I worked on the first ship for 5 months. The guards treated us like animals. They shouted at us and beat us. We had to work all the time. We did unloading the fish, cleaning the ship, making the repairs. If we complained, the guards tortured us. They chained us to the deck to burn in the sun. They threw men overboard to drown. They gave us electric shocks. I saw 6 men killed on those ships. Some men were so afraid they jumped into the ocean and drowned themselves. My best friend Chan drowned himself. He said, I will decide how I die, not them. After 5 months, the captain sent me to another ship. I was on that ship for 7 months, then I was on a third ship for 3 months. After this time I came back to land for the first time. I worked on the docks unloading the fish and was paid a wage for the first time. After some time the guards said I would go back on a ship. I told them I did not want to go back, but they said I had no choice. I was very anxious those days, so I decided I must escape. I ran away one night and was living on the streets when I learned of this place. Now I am safe. I have nightmares about the ships. In my dreams I am trying to work, but I cannot move my arms. The guards shout at me. One of them is going to shoot me, but I wake up before he does. For a moment, I cannot tell if it is a dream or real. Then I remember. Prak asked if we could stop for a while and have something cold to drink. It was clear to me that he suffered from severe PTSD in addition to chronic pain from several broken ribs that had not healed properly and other health ailments resulting from malnutrition and repeated sunstroke. Even though he was only 27 years old, he looked like a worn-down carcass, scarcely able to move his bony frame. After a few years in the Thai seafood sector, only the ghost of a human being remained. Later that day, Anurat introduced me to his wife, Tina. She explained how they opened their first safe house for migrants from her home area in Cambodia a few years earlier. Most of the migrants had been exploited in the fishing and construction industries. This first safe house was raided by the police. Tina told me the migrants were all sold into slavery in seafood. Tina and Anurat opened a second safe house beyond the outskirts of Samut Sakhan, and they kept the location a secret for fear of another police raid. At the time of my visit, they housed 19 Cambodians, 2 Burmese, and 2 Laotians, all of whom said they escaped from conditions akin to what Prak described. In addition to interviewing most of the individuals in their safe house, I also spoke with Anurat and Tina at length. They did not have many good things to say about how migrants were treated in the Thai seafood sector. The fish are treated better than these men, Anurat told me. We try to help them return home, but we have very little resources. Many of them are in debt to the recruiters, and if they return home, the recruiters will force them to return until they repay these debts. They will be forced to work until they are dead. That is the system. Tina did not speak to me as much as Anurat, but she uttered one sentence that I will never forget: people should know where their seafood comes from. It comes from dead bodies at the bottom of the sea. The broader system of exploitation Anurat described to me was further elucidated and reinforced by the migrants at his safe house. They described how traffickers recruit workers from Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos and promise them good wages in the fishing sector. They pay bribes to Thai government officials at the border to gain entry and absorb the remainder of the costs of bringing the workers to Thailand. Once they arrive at the docks, they sell the workers to the ship captains for around $600 to $900 each. The ship captains then tell the workers that they each have debts of $1,500 to $2,500, which they must work off on the ships, after which they will receive the wages they were promised. Even if the arithmetic is done correctly, it would take up to 9 months to work off the debt at Thailand's minimum wage. However, the arithmetic is never done correctly. Deductions for food, board, etc., and many workers end up toiling for years with scarcely any income to show for it. Much of this time can be spent at sea. The trafficked workers are sold from one ship to the next and eventually are killed, commit suicide, or return to work at the docks, like Prak. The Thai police appear to be an integral part of the system, at least as it was described to me. I did not see any uniformed police officers on the docks at Samut Sakhon, but Anurat told me they are always in plain clothes and they take bribes to protect the docks and ship captains against inspections. Looking back, I suspect some of the men I thought were guards or foremen were actually off-duty or plainclothes police officers. Each ship captain is supposed to ensure that his ship is registered and licensed with the Thai government under the Thai Vessel Act, BE 2481, 1938, but Anurat told me that most ships operate with fake licenses. This means that almost no one is monitoring the working conditions on the ships. The men in Anurat and Tina's safe house described the recruitment and transport stages of their journeys in more detail than I was able to gather at the docks. Their stories painted a picture of a highly systematized and efficient trafficking network. Then, a reticent, soft-faced man from Myanmar described what happened to him. We left my village on a Monday. There were 18 of us with 2 recruiters. They drove us to mountains near the border. From there we had to walk. We walked for 8 days through the jungle. I was very tired. The recruiters did not give us food. We ate what we could find in the jungle. 2 men fell sick and could not continue, so the recruiters left them. If we did not cooperate, they threatened us with their guns. One man was shot in the chest because he got in a fight with the recruiters. He died. The recruiters made us dig a hole and bury him. One day we came to the end of the forest. There was a truck waiting. They put us inside the trucks and we were lying on top of each other for almost 2 days when we arrived at Samut Sakhon. There were so many people, it was very confusing. I did not know what was happening. The recruiter said we had to go on 2 ships that were at the docks. I did not learn until the following day that the ship captain paid the recruiter for us. By that time, we were in the sea and there was nothing I could do. I pulled out my map and asked them to show me the area where they walked across the border from Myanmar to Thailand. He pointed to the north, just southwest of Takalek. Other Burmese men I documented later in Songkhla had been trafficked along the same route. I knew the area well because I had spent several days hiking those same migrant routes a few years earlier. The corridor clearly remained a common route used by traffickers to enter Thailand from Myanmar. It was heavily forested and mountainous and virtually impossible to monitor from a border control standpoint. In addition to this route, a few of the other Burmese workers I interviewed had crossed near the refugee camps near Mae Sot, another common route I documented years earlier that was still being used. The memories of my time near Mae Sot pain me deeply. It was toward the end of a very bleak period of research into sex trafficking in the Mekong subregion, one that left me feeling there was no way to prevent the greedy and barbaric people of the world from devouring the vulnerable and the powerless. Several years later in Samut Sakhon I saw the same predation in a completely different sector. Whether for sex or for seafood, the vulnerable peasants of the Mekong subregion were being trafficked along the same routes into Thailand for the same purpose of soul-crushing exploitation. I conducted interviews across 5 days on the docks at Samut Sakhon, 3 days at Anurat Safe House, and 3 days each at 2 worker dormitories. After my time in Samut Sakhon, I could not see how the forces of decency and justice would ever prevail in a world that thrived so thoroughly on indecency and injustice. I could not comprehend the galling inhumanity required to exploit another human being to the point of annihilation, only to throw him into the sea like last night's leftovers. The seafood workers I met in Samut Sakhon were being chewed up by a behemoth industry that was fueled by their torment, and to this day far too little is being done to alter this reality. As downcast as I felt in Samut Sakhon, my sense of despair only worsened when I traveled to Songkhla and learned of the plight of the Rohingya. Songkhla and the Rohingya. Songkhla province is in the south, on the eastern coast of the narrow strip of Thailand that juts down like a spear toward Malaysia. The top half of the spear is divided vertically with Myanmar, which takes the west-facing land. These two geographic aspects of Songkhla, the proximity to Malaysia and the proximity to a porous border with Myanmar, created a catastrophe for the Rohingya people, a persecuted Muslim minority in Myanmar who fled en masse in search of safety in, predominantly Muslim, Malaysia and Indonesia. Tragically, those few hundred kilometers between the southern tip of Myanmar and the northern border of Malaysia became a feeding ground for traffickers who brutalized the displaced Rohingya in every conceivable manner. Their unconscionable suffering continues to this day. The main city in Songkhla province is Hat Yai, which is the primary staging ground for trafficking people from across the Mekong subregion into Malaysia. In sex trafficking, I share the story of Lasu, a young hill tribe girl from the north, who was driven through Hat Yai on a fake tour bus with numerous other girls and forced into prostitution at a hotel in Malaysia. The sophistication and formalized nature of the network that trafficked Lasu astounded me, and I learned that the same networks continue to operate along the same routes year after year. This fact alone leads one to the inevitable conclusion that the authorities in Thailand have limited interest in truly combating the human trafficking networks in their country. The docks at Songkhla proved slightly more favorable for conducting interviews than those at Samut Sakhon. They were smaller and not quite as manic, even though the workers still toiled at a feverish pace. As with Samut Sakhon, there were plenty of stray dogs scavenging at the docks, and the entire environment dripped with the pungent scent of near-rotting fish. However, there were some relatively quieter periods at the Songkhla docks shortly after midnight, when work slowed and the guards tended to be less vigilant. I spent a week conducting interviews between midnight and 4 in the morning at the docks and was able to document more cases than I did in Samut Sakhon. Most of the workers I documented in Songkhla were from Myanmar, and they crossed into Thailand from the mountainous border just to the north, near Ranong, or from the refugee camps near Mae Sot. Their stories of recruitment, trafficking, and exploitation were carbon copies of what I heard in Samut Sakhon. A worker named Po told me his story. The recruiters sold us to the ship captains at the docks. I worked on a trawler for some months, I do not know how many. It was my first job, and it was harder than I imagined. We had to use so much strength to pull the winches and unload the fish. If we were tired, they tortured us because they knew this pain was worse. One man from my village worked until he died. He collapsed just like that one day. I tried to wake him, but he was no longer in this world. They threw his body into the ocean and shouted at us, "Work! Work!" Our ship was far in the sea, and I could never see the land. I saw other ships sometimes. I remember one night I could see lights and I thought maybe this is land. I was desperate to get off that ship before I died like my friend, so I thought I can go to the land with a buoy, but I never learned to swim, so I was afraid I will drown. After many months, we came back to land. They let me work at the docks. Oh, did I mention that I did not receive any wage for my work on the trawler? The captain said we would receive a share of the catch, but when we returned he showed me a book and said I had a debt from the expenses while I was on the boat and there was no wage left from the catch. After I worked on a second ship, I received a wage of THB $3,094 for 3 months' work. I broke my wrist here, so I cannot work on the boats anymore. I feel lucky, even though my hand hurts every day. These days I pack ice on the barrels. I thought nothing could be worse than my life in Myanmar. I was wrong. I want to go back home, but this is not an option. Poe's tale of blatant and callous exploitation was repeated with appalling similarity by most of the other men I documented in Songkhla. None of them received a written contract for work. They had all been trafficked under the false promise of decent work and good wages in the fishing sector, only to end up as slaves. They all had various injuries, cuts, broken bones, burns that were not healing properly due to a lack of adequate medical care. Injuries at sea were the most problematic. Several men told me that when a man at sea was injured so severely that he couldn't work, he was simply killed. This threat of execution pressured many workers to toil through their broken bones and other injuries, which only compounded their ailments. Another worker I documented, told me that his ship captain punished his workers if they got injured. One man broke his finger in the wench. He was screaming. The captain and his men tied him down and gave him electric shocks from the spare battery. The captain said if he was not careful he could harm others, so this would teach him to be more careful. They shocked him until he vomited. In addition to the docks, I was able to document numerous Burmese seafood workers at migrant dormitories. Several of these workers had been trafficked into Thailand using Toror 38/1 papers. Although no longer in use, these special registration papers were once provided to migrants with permission to stay temporarily in Thailand, and they were especially used with workers from Myanmar. All of the workers I met had their papers confiscated once they arrived at Songkhla. A few of them said the police were the ones who confiscated the documents. Others said the ship captains took them. Even though none of the workers had their papers, they all knew they had been in Thailand far longer than the period they were allowed, and the threat of imprisonment, fines, or deportation back to Myanmar with minimal or no income to show for their time in Thailand kept most of them at the docks, working day after day in the hope of securing more reasonable wages at some point. This was the same method of coercion that was used with the H-2A guest workers I documented in the Central Valley of California. Upon arrival, their documents were also taken, they were exploited in conditions of forced labor, and once they had stayed past the time period permitted in their visas, the threat of deportation with little or no income to take with them was a powerful force of coercion that kept them toiling in servitude in the hope of discharging their debts and being paid a more reasonable wage in the future. Stigma also played a strong role with the Burmese men I documented. If we go back with no money, the community will say that we were lazy, Thong told me. This will bring our family shame. It is not good for us in the community if people feel this way. I tried to interview ship captains at Samut Sakhon, but the frenetic nature of the docks and the high degree of surveillance and suspicion made it impossible for me to do so. The docks at Songkhla were more amenable, and I managed to conduct a few interviews with ship captains. Most of the ships were docked for a few days while their cargo was unloaded and weighed and new crew were secured for the next run at sea. Some of the same workers were taken again, but attrition at sea required the captains to secure new workers. True to form, traffickers were ready with a fresh set of slaves. One animated captain, Boom, with a hoarse voice and tattoos covering his arms, invited me aboard his ship for a meal while I asked him questions about how the ships operate. We have three types of vessel in the waters, Boom explained. The purse seiners, the trawlers, and the tour boats. Boom told me that the purse seiners operate only at night. They use sonar to search for schools of fish, and upon finding them circle them with a net, which is then closed from underneath the fish to capture them. Workers haul the nets on board, unload the fish, and place them on ice in a cargo hold beneath deck. Unlike the purse seiners, the trawlers operate both day and night. There are two kinds of trawlers, single and double. On the trawlers, the nets are lowered into the water and hauled behind the boat for several hours before being pulled back on board. The trawlers tend to be larger and go much farther out to sea than the purse seiners. Most of the workers I documented at Songkhla and Samut Sakhon were exploited on trawlers. Finally, tour boats transport food, supplies, and fuel from land to vessels at sea. They also load the catches from vessels at sea and transport them back to the docks where they can be loaded into trucks and sent to processing facilities. Crews on the purse seiners tend to be between 15 and 20 workers, and twin trawlers can have crews of 40 or more. I asked Boom where the boats did most of the fishing. Waters in the Gulf of Thailand are not good, we go outside Thai waters now, towards Malaysia, he replied. I asked Boom how he got into this work. He said it was a family business. He hailed from a fishing village just north of Songkhla, and his father bought their first trawler when he was a boy. I took command of the ship after my father became old, Boom explained. My son will do the same after me. I spoke with Boom for most of the evening while picking tentatively at the fried squid he had arranged for us to eat. The squid seemed fresh, but the oil smelled foul like it had been reused too many times. I asked Boom several questions for which I already knew the answer, such as the kinds of boats used in the Thai fishing industry, to keep the conversation light and aligned with my cover story of being a researcher interested in understanding the fishing economy of East Asia. Toward the end of the night I asked Boom about some of the stories I had heard relating to mistreatment of migrant workers. These stories are not true, Boom told me. The workers are lazy. They must learn discipline for the safety of the crew. When we are at sea, everyone must work to their capacity or the ship cannot function. My life depends on theirs, and theirs depends on mine. If we do not have discipline, there will be tragedies for everyone. I pressed Boom further. I have heard that some migrants are forced to work day and night until they would rather drown themselves in the ocean. Is that what you mean by discipline? Boom clicked his knuckles. Why are you asking this? I told you, I am researching the seafood economy of East Asia. What is your purpose? I am writing a report. And will you write that Boom mistreats his crew? I don't have any evidence that you do. Because I don't. What about wages? I asked. Do you deduct wages as repayment for recruitment fees? The workers are lazy and want to be paid for doing nothing. That is all you need to know. Do you pay recruiters for the workers? How else can I get workers? Do you want me to get them myself? And do you charge these fees to the workers? You are not proper to me. I don't like these questions. At this point, the conversation was getting tense, so I thanked Boom for his hospitality. As I disembarked, he shouted something in Thai toward the docks. 2 guards approached me and escorted me outside. They told me not to return. Fortunately, I had already learned almost everything I needed to at the Songkhla docks, so being prevented from returning was not a serious blow to my research. Still, I would have liked to speak with some of the guards, which I did not venture to do in Samut Sakhon. I suspected I could return to the docks at some point in the future when there were likely to be new guards and ship captains who did not know me. As it turned out, I returned to Songkhla a few years later, but this time it was because I was researching the merciless exploitation of the Rohingya people. Their story is one of the most macabre faces of human trafficking I have encountered. The Rohingya are an impoverished, stateless people who fled from state-sanctioned persecution in Myanmar straight into the hands of slave traders. They number over 1 million people and live primarily in the northern cities of Rakhine. They were stripped of their citizenship by the Myanmar government in 1982 based on the flimsy determination that they are refugees from Bangladesh, even though they claim to have been living in Rakhine for centuries. Since 1982, the Rohingya have been one of the largest stateless populations in the world. Like the Karen and other similarly persecuted minorities in Myanmar, the Rohingya have been subjected to oppression, violence, and state-sponsored ethnic cleansing campaigns, and hundreds of thousands have fled the country with little local interest or coverage of their plight. 5 Violence against the Rohingya escalated in 2012, catalyzing a new wave of distress migration into the forests and seas in search of safety in the predominantly Muslim nations of Malaysia and Indonesia. Both routes have proved to be fraught with peril, slavery, and death. When I began researching the plight of the Rohingya, I heard stories of a shift in the business model of many Thai ship captains from fishing to human trafficking. International pressure following journalistic exposés of slavery and other abuses in Thailand's fishing industry during 2014 and 2015 led to threats of boycotts by Western seafood importers and a pledge by the Thai government to crack down on the problem. A flurry of government scrutiny of fishing sector conditions resulted in the revocation of 11,700 licenses of fishing vessels in October 2015 for offences relating to labor abuses and other regulatory infractions. The increased scrutiny by the government displeased many ship captains, who were ordered to pay fines, secure new licenses, or cease operations. At the same time, thousands of Rohingya were fleeing Myanmar by sea, and some Thai ship captains saw a business opportunity. On a per-kilogram basis, a ship full of people can fetch roughly 3 to 4 times as much money as a ship full of fish. In addition, a ship can be filled with fleeing refugees in a fraction of the time that it takes to fill it with fish. As a result, many ship captains liaised with human traffickers and began ferrying Rohingya from one country to another, where they were often sold into forced labor or forced prostitution. The new business was called people transportation, as if it were a ferry service of some kind. However, not everyone who was hauled into the ships made it to land. In the summer of 2016, as many as 10,000 Rohingya remained stranded in floating prisons in the Strait of Malacca and the Andaman Sea because the ships were denied entry by Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. A few hundred Rohingya have been rescued and languish in Malaysian and Thai detention centers, but thousands remain incarcerated in these floating prisons, waiting to be ransomed, sold off into slavery, or worse. Survivors in detention centers report being held in cargo holds, like Mustafa and Equiano, with scarcely any room to move, and being tortured, raped, or worse. These maritime trafficking networks continue to expand, with Rohingya victims arriving by ship to Sri Lanka and India in early 2017. I was unable to document the transport or harboring of Rohingya people at sea. The ship captains, dock workers, and local experts with whom I spoke all repeated the same rumors, but gathering first-hand evidence was impossible. All indications are that the phenomenon will continue due to the worsening economic conditions in the Thai seafood sector, which pressure some ship captains to find other ways to stay in business. The flow of Rohingya refugees from Myanmar has provided these and other exploiters with a prime opportunity to make a great deal of money by trafficking in people rather than catching fish. Efforts by enlightened members of the Myanmar parliament to pass a bill that would initiate a citizenship verification process for the Rohingya in an attempt to legitimize their presence in the country were soundly defeated in May 2016, and the Rohingya remain highly vulnerable, persecuted, and desperate to flee. For those Rohingya who fled Myanmar by land, the perils were perhaps even worse than those who fled by sea. On May 1, 2015, 32 bodies of Rohingya people were discovered in a mass grave in a remote mountain area of Songkhla province in Thailand. On May 24, 2015, Malaysian police discovered 139 graves in a series of abandoned camps used by human traffickers on the border with Thailand. Local human rights activists suspect dozens of similar mass graves remain undiscovered in the northern forests of Songkhla, filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of Rohingya corpses. The Rohingya who survived these camps report that they fled from Myanmar with traffickers and were held captive in the forest, either for ransom or until they were sold off to other traffickers, most likely for forced prostitution or forced labor in the Thai fishing sector. Survivors of the forest prisons reported having their teeth pulled out with pliers, women had breasts chopped off and suffered gang rape, and, of course, murder. I was not able to find or document any Rohingya workers at the docks in Songkhla or Samut Sakhon, or in the nearby worker barracks or safe houses. However, I was told by other workers that they had seen many Rohingya at the docks, all of whom were sent on ships to work at sea. Very little first-hand research has been conducted on the plight of the Rohingya, and no one really knows how many are being slaughtered, held in prisons, or sold as slaves. Even worse, the international response to the crisis has been a failure. No one has any problem calling out the slaughter, torture, and enslavement of the Rohingya, but when it comes time to take the steps necessary to stop the crisis, the international community has been all but inert. In the absence of a more robust response to protect the Rohingya, there is no telling how many will be trafficked, extorted, enslaved, tortured, or killed as a result of their oppression at the hands of the Myanmar government and our collective failure to protect them. They are a stateless, displaced people the world has shunned, a microcosm of the broader functioning of contemporary slavery. If we cannot protect the Rohingya when everyone is staring right at them, there is little hope we can free all of the oppressed, vulnerable, and invisible populations of the world as they toil, suffer, and die in the shadows of the slave economy. How did it come to this? With seemingly endemic levels of servitude in much of the Thai fishing industry, it is crucial to understand how the sector arrived at this point and whether there is any hope for a systemic remediation of conditions. Thailand has more than 2,600 kilometers of coastline, and the fishing sector has always been important to the nation's economy. Beginning in the 1960s, the country's largely rural, low-technology fishing culture rapidly modernized. The fleet of Thai fishing vessels was upgraded, and along with a lack of regulation, this led to significant overfishing and the depletion of fish stocks in the Gulf of Thailand. 6 Catch rates have decreased from roughly 300 kg/hr in the 1960s to a rate around 14 kg/hr in 2015. With this sharp reduction in catch rates, it takes significantly more time to catch the same amount of fish as before, and as with any business, time is money, fuel, labor, etc. The depletion in fish stocks in the waters near Thailand have been particularly severe, but it follows a similar trend globally, with roughly 85% of all commercial fish stocks around the world now being fished up to or beyond their biological limits. 8 In addition, the rise in fuel costs beginning in the 1990s added pressure on the fishing sector to cut costs. These and other pressures led to sharp cuts in wages for seafood workers and a deterioration of working conditions, which dissuaded many Thai laborers from entering the sector. As a result, Thailand's seafood sector began to recruit migrant workers to meet labor needs, which resulted in a cabinet decision by the Royal Thai government in 1993 to grant official permission for migrants to work in the country's fishing sector. 9 Meeting labor shortages with migrants was not enough, and several broader global economic and sector-specific forces continued to push the industry to cut costs further to remain viable. First, the wholesale price of frozen shrimp dropped steadily during a 15-year period beginning in the early 1990s. 10 Next, an outbreak of early mortality syndrome, EMS, 11 in 2012 wreaked havoc on the Thai shrimp sector. Indeed, Thailand has yet to recover to its peak of 380,000 tons of shrimp exports in 2011. 12 With exports still down from optimal levels, the industry is losing hundreds of millions of dollars each year. In the face of these pressures, labor costs were the only expense amenable to quick and sustained downward cuts. The Thai fishing sector soon became filled not just with poor migrant workers from across the Mekong subregion but with a significant proportion of migrant workers who are exploited in outright slavery to maintain the industry's economic viability. Determining the proportion of workers who are exploited as slaves requires further research, but one study found that roughly 17% of migrant Cambodian workers in Thailand's main fishing provinces were being exploited in conditions of forced labor. 13 I suspect that the real number of slaves, particularly when robust samples from workers at sea are included, is much higher. Not to be lost in this mix of environmental and global economic forces affecting Thailand's seafood sector is the fact that consumers around the globe have expressed a near insatiable demand for low-price seafood. Global seafood consumption continues to grow, creating an export market that was worth approximately $150 billion in 2014. 14 The United States is second only to China in total seafood consumption, and American consumers spent approximately $96 billion on fish products, food service and retail, in 2015. 15 To help meet this need, the United States imported around 2.6 million metric tons of edible seafood products in 2015, worth approximately $18.80 billion. 16 Shrimp represented $6.8 billion, or 33% of the total. Thailand, in particular, was responsible for $1.39 billion of the seafood imported into the United States in 2015, around $678 million, 49%, of which was shrimp. 17 Globally, Thailand is the third largest exporter of seafood products behind only China and Norway, with total seafood exports in 2015 valued at approximately $7.20 billion. 18 In short, billions of dollars are at stake in a highly competitive global seafood market as consumer demand for cheap seafood rises year after year. Price is the primary variable on which retailers compete to attract consumers and capture as much business as possible. This price competition places powerful downward pressure on costs for producers. Conjoined with other global economic and environmental pressures on the Thai seafood industry, severe labor exploitation has become essential to the competitive profile of many Thai seafood exporters. Can anything be done to protect labor in the Thai seafood industry in a way that ensures its economic viability? Answering this question requires a closer look at the Thai seafood supply chain. The Thai seafood supply chain. The Thai seafood supply chain is part of the complex global seafood supply chain system. These supply chains involve numerous actors, from small-time fishermen to major commercial fishing fleets, with brokers, wholesalers, importers, other middlemen, retailers, and consumers filling out the chain. Seafood products are shipped straight from the fishing fleet to Western markets or are processed through a multitude of stages before reaching the consumer. Seafood bound for the United States may pass through several intermediary countries for additional processing before arriving. It is almost impossible to trace any particular batch of seafood from the point of origin to the point of retail sale, especially given the combination of products from different sources. Persistent issues with mislabeling of products further complicate reliable supply chain tracing. In short, IUU, or slave-caught processed seafood, can enter global supply chains at any number of points. Very little can be done to prevent this entry without significant expenditures on auditing and monitoring, which may not be economically viable for some producers. Nonetheless, monitoring may be the only way to provide reliable assurances to retailers and consumers that the seafood they are purchasing is untainted. 19. The numerous commodity supply chains I have documented reside on a spectrum, from simpler ones such as handmade carpets from India to more complex ones such as seafood from Thailand. Supply chains are simpler to document and trace when they have the following elements: 1. Discrete products that can be labeled and that are not easily mixed with products from other suppliers. 2. Small numbers of exporters and importers in the industry. 3. More vertically integrated companies that encompass the full supply chain from production to the point of retail sale. And 4. More concentrated production bases, both geographically and in the number of production sites. Although fish are discrete products, they are almost always mixed between ships, processors, exporters, and importers, especially smaller seafood items such as shrimp. Each product in the Thai seafood industry, shrimp, tuna, squid, etc., has a slightly different supply chain. Labor abuses in each product line take place at the fishing or processing stages, and the abuses almost entirely involve migrant labor populations. This is especially true with the trash fish/harvested shrimp, as opposed to wild-caught shrimp, supply chain. A basic map of the structure of this supply chain provides clear indications of the optimal points of intervention to stem labor abuses, see Figure 7.1. Severe labor abuses primarily occur in 3 points on the trash fish/harvested shrimp supply chain: 1. Ships, 2. Docks, and 3. Processing facilities. The supply chain begins with the ships at sea catching trash fish. These can be either large, commercial fleets or small-scale fishing operators. The ships either deliver the trash fish directly to the docks or tour boats haul their catch to the docks for them. There are roughly 50,000 vessels officially registered with the Thai Department of Fisheries, and tens of thousands more are not registered or operate with fake licenses. These ships source seafood in the Gulf of Thailand, the Andaman Sea, the Straits of Malacca, and in some cases as far out as the South China Sea. Tracing tainted seafood from vessels that use slave labor is challenging because the ships can trade catches while at sea, and tour boats transport catches to the docks from more than one ship. Even if a retailer cuts off one particular exporter definitively linked to slave labor, tainted fish may still enter its supply chain through other exporters. Figure 7.1 The Thai trash fish/harvested shrimp supply chain. The next step in the chain involves unloading the trash fish at one of the main seafood docks around the country, the main four being in Samut Sakhon, Ranong, Rayong, and Songkhla provinces. At the docks, migrant workers load the trash fish onto trucks to be distributed to seafood processors. These trucks may deliver the trash fish to middlemen first, who transport and sell them to fish meal processing facilities or fish meal product factories, or the trash fish may go straight from the docks to either of these two destinations. The docks are the second area in which forced labor occurs. Unlike ships at sea, these are fixed locations that can be more easily monitored. At present, corruption and a lack of enforcement are the primary barriers to ensuring decent labor standards at many of the seafood docks. After transport from the docks, the supply chain bifurcates into two paths: 1. Trash fish that arrive at the fish meal processing facilities enter the domestic shrimp aquaculture market as shrimp feed, or 2. Trash fish that arrive at the fish meal product factories are processed for use as pet food or animal feed abroad. The domestic shrimp aquaculture chain. Between 80 and 100 registered fish meal processors in Thailand generate feed for the domestic shrimp aquaculture industry. It is rumored that significant labor abuses, including forced labor and child labor, occur at these processing facilities. My efforts to document conditions at the processing stage were unsuccessful, as I was turned away at gunpoint at the 7 facilities I attempted to investigate. Several telephone messages I left for processors also went unanswered. From the processors, the shrimp feed is sold into Thailand's domestic shrimp farm sector. Thailand has about 30,000 registered shrimp farms and thousands more unregistered ones, which makes the farming portion of the chain difficult to monitor and regulate. There are 3 types of shrimp farms in the country: 1. Hatcheries for nauplii, or shrimp larvae; 2. Nurseries for nauplii to grow into baby shrimp; and 3. Growth farms where the baby shrimp mature for a few months to adulthood prior to processing and export. Most of the trash fish-based feed is sent to the growth farms, often through a network of middlemen. Significant labor abuses, including forced labor and child labor, are reported to occur at these growth farms as well. I made efforts to document conditions at 10 shrimp growth farms but only succeeded in documenting a handful of cases of forced labor and child labor. I was under almost constant surveillance and could not complete full interviews. Unfortunately, there was no other time or place where I could access the workers. Once the shrimp mature, they are sent for processing, which includes peeling, beheading, cleaning, and freezing. Some of the peeling takes place in thousands of peeling sheds, primarily located in rural areas in the provinces of Surat Thani and Songkhla. Hundreds of thousands of migrants toil in unregistered and unmonitored mobile peeling sheds where they peel shrimp day and night in forced labor conditions. I documented peeling sheds just like these involving forced labor in Bangladesh 20, and I was able to document 6 peeling sheds in Surat Thani. There were a total of 107 workers in these sheds, of which I documented 30. All of them were in forced labor and debt bondage. All were foreign migrants, 6 were children. The conditions were harsh, unhygienic, cramped, and miserable. Once processed, the shrimp are sent to exporters who ship them and other seafood products from Thailand to the United States, the European Union, and Japan. The seafood is imported by domestic seafood markets or other importers in these regions, who sell to retailers, restaurants, and grocery stores, who in turn sell to consumers. It bears repeating that slavery on the ships that catch the trash fish taints the entire supply chain. This is what Tina meant when she told me that the seafood we eat comes from dead bodies at the bottom of the sea. Animal feed and the household pet food chain. The second supply chain for trash fish in the Thailand seafood industry involves processing factories that produce household pet food and livestock feed for foreign markets. There are 70 or 80 of these processing factories in Thailand, and many of them are rumored to have forced labor and other abuses in their migrant worker populations. I was not able to verify these rumors, as I was not allowed entry at the 8 factories I attempted to investigate, all of which were in Samut Sakhon. All my phone messages also went unanswered, just as they did with the fish meal processors. Following the processing stage, the remainder of the chain is fairly straightforward, involving transport to major exporters, who in most cases are the same as those who export other seafood products, including shrimp, tuna, squid, and crab. The products are imported by the West and used in animal feed, mostly cows and chickens, on livestock farms, or sold as household pet food. In the case of animal feed, the entire meat, beef and chicken, supply chain would be tainted by the slave-caught trash fish-based feed that is eaten by the livestock. Household pets would also be eating slave-made pet food by virtue of the same tainted trash fish. The infection of slavery at the bottom of the trash fish supply chain in Thailand permeates several global product lines, from retail seafood to beef and chicken to pet food and beyond, constituting an expansive contamination that touches billions of lives around the world. Add to this the tainted food being produced by trafficked laborers in California's Central Valley, and the global menu of protein, vegetables, fruit, dairy, and more is vulnerable to infection by highly disconcerting levels of slavery. Rounding out the supply chain. Both of the trash fish product lines, shrimp and feed, typically are consolidated by major exporters in Thailand prior to being shipped abroad, and I made efforts to speak to executives at the country's top seafood exporters, Thai Union Frozen Products, TUF, Kingfisher, CP Foods, POC Food, Rubicon Resources, and Surapol Food. TUF in particular is a multi-billion-dollar, vertically integrated seafood company that controls roughly half of all seafood exports from Thailand. These exporters sell to some of the largest retailers in the West, including Walmart, Safeway, Darden Restaurants, Albertsons, Cisco, and major fish markets in Boston, Los Angeles, and Seattle. I was not granted in-person meetings by any of the companies, although spokespeople at each company told me that they took the issue of labor exploitation in their supply chains very seriously and refused to conduct business with suppliers who were linked to forced labor or other abuses. Each company expressed a no-tolerance policy for human trafficking. When I described some of the cases I had documented among workers in Samut Sakhon and Songkhla, which would surely touch every major exporter in the country, I was informed by each company that they would look into the matter expeditiously. It is all but impossible to trace a single batch of tainted seafood all the way through the supply chain to the point of retail sale, but a basic supply chain mapping exercise reveals that exploitation must be cleaned up at the ship, dock, and processing stages for all products to ensure that supply chains are fully untainted. The docks and processing facilities are fixed locations that can be monitored, if there is a will to do so. Samut Sakhon should be the priority because more than half of the seafood processors in Thailand are based there. However, even if all the docks and processing facilities are cleansed of forced labor, abuses at sea must still be addressed. These sea-based abuses present a unique challenge to cleaning up the seafood sector. The only reasonable solution would be a system of random inspections at sea. However, many of the abuses take place on unregistered ships with no official reporting obligations. A two-step process would be best. 1. An aggressive and sustained Thai government crackdown on unregistered fishing vessels, including random checks at sea and strict prosecution and punishment of any companies or ship captains discovered to be operating without a license, followed by 2. A system of random monitoring of labor conditions at sea on seafood vessels. One need not monitor every vessel, but if the perception in the industry is that there is a reasonable chance of being boarded and scrutinized, conditions on the ships are bound to improve. Random interviews with workers also must be conducted after they return from stints at sea. Additional support services, information channels, and efforts to promote safe and registered migration of workers will help attenuate the abuses that inevitably occur when populations are invisible and are unable to access assistance and information. These efforts should be undertaken in conjunction with local NGOs, which can help assure a human rights approach to the monitoring process. Project Isara is one such organization in Thailand doing promising work in this area, and it provides a model that can be scaled and replicated. Finally, the Thai government, or perhaps the U.S. Coast Guard, must make every effort to track down every vessel at sea that is imprisoning Rohingya migrants. Why this effort has not yet been made is beyond understanding. Many retailers in the West that purchase seafood in Thailand have become acutely aware of potential issues with their supply chains and have demanded assurances of decent working conditions at all stages. However, as long as abuses persist at sea, there is no way to ensure that tainted fish do not enter the supply chain of any retailer anywhere in the world due to substantial mixing of catches at the docks and processing facilities. Ridding its seafood sector of slavery rests squarely with the Thai government, but much of the Thai seafood industry as currently constructed may not be able to survive economically without relying on severe labor exploitation. Perhaps portions of the sector can be reconstructed and remain economically viable, paying reasonable wages and providing decent working conditions for migrant workers. Until then, every person, farm animal, or household pet in the United States, the European Union, and other primary markets could be biting into slave-produced seafood, beef, or chicken every single day. I cannot say what the chances are, but that there is a chance at all must not be accepted. Laws and conventions, not nearly enough. Under increasing international pressure, the government of Thailand has made efforts to address severe labor exploitation in its seafood sector, but these efforts appear to be falling short. In April 2014, the Thai Department of Fisheries launched its action plan and implementation by the Department of Fisheries in addressing labor issues and promoting better working conditions in the Thai fisheries industry. The plan called for greater oversight, regulation, and maintaining labor standards across the industry. One promising step involved the revocation of 11,700 licenses of fishing vessels in October 2015 for offenses relating to labor abuses or other regulatory infractions. Unfortunately, local experts tell me that many of the same ship captains whose licenses were revoked were back in business a few months later, either with new licenses or with fake licenses. Rather than being a one-time event, rigorous monitoring of vessels for regulatory or licensing infractions should be an ongoing practice by the Thai Department of Fisheries. Thailand also has passed numerous laws meant to maintain decent work standards in the fishing sector, including the Thailand Fisheries Act, BE 2490, 1947, the Thailand Act governing the right to fish in Thai waters, BE 2482, 1939, the Thailand Vessel Act, BE 2481, 1938, as well as an abundance of labor laws. However, most of the laws have significant loopholes, lack enforcement, and are outdated. A more promising development is that Thailand signed the ILO's Work in Fishing Convention of 2007, number 188, and the ILO recommendation concerning work in the fishing sector of 2007, number 199. The convention and recommendation are designed to establish global labor standards that apply to all workers in the commercial fishing sector, including minimum wages, minimum age to work, maximum daily hours of work, mandated periods of rest, elimination of upfront fees imposed on workers, elevated safety standards, medical care, comprehensive training, and other policies intended to maintain the dignity and safety of work. Thailand is working with the ILO on implementing these standards, although the country has yet to pass sufficiently robust domestic laws to allow it to do so, let alone adequately enforce the relevant laws that already exist. At the international level, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, Fisheries and Aquaculture Department, is heavily involved in efforts to maintain dignity and decency of work in the seafood industry and overall sustainability of global seafood supplies. The FAO issued a Code of Conduct for Responsible Fishers in 1995, but implementation is inconsistent among most seafood-producing nations, especially those in East Asia. Within Europe, the EU Strategy towards the Eradication of Trafficking in Human Beings, 2012 to 2016, includes language ensuring that supply chains into Europe are not tainted by human trafficking, specifically mentioning the seafood supply chains from East Asia. The UK Modern Slavery Act of 2015 also requires that companies disclose their efforts to ensure that their supply chains are untainted by slavery offences. Other countries in Europe are contemplating similar legislation, and one can only hope that these laws will be passed and enforced soon. In the United States, the main law designed to address imports of IUU caught fish is the Lacey Act of 1900. The Lacey Act is intended to stop the import and sale of products that are extracted in violation of the source country's conservation provisions or international law. There have been a few convictions relating to the seafood sector under the Lacey Act, the largest of which involved a case of rock lobsters from South Africa that were illegally caught and smuggled into the United States between 1987 and 2001. The defendants were sentenced to prison and ordered to pay a fine of $55 million in restitution to the government of South Africa. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930 in the United States also provides scope for the prohibition of the import of tainted goods. However, the relevant language relating to this prohibition only became practically effective more than 8 decades after the law was passed. Section 307 of the Act states, "All goods, wares, articles, and merchandise mined, produced, or manufactured wholly or in part in any foreign country by convict labor or forced labor, shall not be entitled to entry at any of the ports of the U.S., and the importation thereof is prohibited." The original language of the Act included a gaping exception to the import prohibition, namely that the prohibition does not apply to goods for which there is not enough production in the United States to meet domestic demand. This consumptive demand exception basically negated the Section 307 prohibition because there is almost never sufficient U.S. production to meet domestic demand for almost any good that ends up being imported, such as rice, seafood, cocoa, steel, rare earth minerals, tea, palm oil, garments, and so on. Across the years, lawmakers attempted unsuccessfully to eliminate this carve-out, and it was finally closed by Congress under Section 910 of the Trade Facilitation and Enforcement Act of 2015 and signed into law by President Obama in February 2016. The act can now be used to ban imports of slavery-tainted seafood products from Thailand, or any other slave-tainted good from any other country, but it remains to be seen just how proactively and rigorously this ban will be enforced. Numerous other laws, conventions, and treaties offer scope and impetus to eliminate slavery, forced labor, child labor, labor trafficking, and all severe abuses in Thailand's seafood industry. However, as is often the case when it comes to issues of slavery, words on paper will not get the job done. None of the aforementioned laws, conventions, and treaties or any other human rights instruments, for that matter, seem to have protected the Rohingya from trafficking, slavery, and slaughter. Action requires will, and when those in power lack will, citizens must force it upon them. Consumers must apply pressure demanding that they be served slavery-free seafood, meat, or chicken, and that atrocities such as those befalling the Rohingya are tackled swiftly and effectively. Once a sufficient proportion of consumers demand untainted goods, retailers will have no choice but to respond to keep their business. Market economy forces will then work their way down the supply chain, cleaning up much of the global economy. Until that time, global animal protein supply chains are unacceptably tainted, which means everyone is at risk of eating slave-produced meat each and every day. We are what we eat, and if we eat the products of slavery, we are slaves. Let this thought dictate our response. Unable to return. During the course of my investigations in the Thai seafood sector, I documented 198 cases of slavery in the fish catching, dock work, and peeling shed portions of Thailand's seafood industry. These cases involved both current and former workers. Every one of the individuals I documented was a slave in every sense of the word, and I am confident that a significant proportion of the more than 800,000 migrant workers in Thailand's seafood industry are suffering slave-like exploitation as well. There is a pressing need for more research to document the full scope of these abuses. Of the 198 cases I was able to document, the key findings include 100% males, 100% foreign migrants from Myanmar, 101 cases, Cambodia, 76 cases, and Laos, 21 cases. 93% involved recruitment by traffickers. 89% did not have a written contract for work. 80% did not have valid documents for residency in Thailand. 23% had proficiency in the Thai language. 24 cases of children under the age of 18. $68.70, $2.37 per day, 16 cents per hour average monthly wage at C21. $73.85, $2.74 per day, 20 cents per hour average monthly wage at docks and sheds 22. 21.5 years, average age at time first trafficked. 8.1 months, average total duration of time at sea for ship workers. There are purported to be higher rates of children and females working in the aquaculture and processing stages of the Thai seafood supply chain beyond those in the hard manual labor stages I documented. Although more investigation is needed, conducting research into the Thai seafood sector is fraught with challenges. It is also severely corroding for the researcher and represents soul-wrenching work on the best of days. In 2016, a major foundation offered me full financial and logistical support to build on my previous research, gathering data to express reliable prevalence rates of slavery and child labor across the Thai seafood industry. I did not accept. It is the first time that I declined an offer to build on previous research, and I have been racked by a sense of failure ever since. My research in Thailand pushed me to my breaking point several times, and it has had a lasting impact on my mind, heart, and health. I simply could not find the fortitude to return. I am confident that I will be able to plunge into Thailand's misery again one day, but for the time being, the savagery and ruthlessness I confronted in that country is too much to bear. Redemption by the sea. Coupled with my experiences at Badagry, my forays into the Thai seafood sector transformed the once alluring and soothing ocean into something dark, painful, and destructive. Human civilization was born next to water, but on balance the seas appeared to me to cause more harm than good to humankind. True, oceans and rivers have provided sustenance from the very beginning and enabled discovery of new lands and trade with new people, but they have also facilitated conflict, subjugation, and slavery. Can the good exist without the evil? Of course not, but the balance is all. In few places have I found greater imbalance than in the global seafood industry. We have been fishermen for millennia, but that pure and ancient ritual has become grotesque in the hands of the global economy. Misery became nourishment, slavery became dinner. I could scarcely bear to look at the ocean after my devastating forays into the Thai seafood sector. The toll was too much. So I fled to a lonely patch of sand on a quiet island, to try to redeem my relationship with the sea. The patch of sand was on Koh Tao, a remote island in the Gulf of Thailand. I found a small fishing village on the eastern shore and lived in a thatched hut as a guest of a young couple, Rama and Siri. As with most inhabitants of Koh Tao, Rama is a fisherman. He ventured to sea every day at dawn and sold most of his catch to a few of the hostels on the island. The rest he kept for his family. He fished in a wooden boat, the ancient way, with a pole and patience. I fished with Rama for 5 days. We sat in silence much of the time, listening to the water, watching the hue of the ocean transform as the sun passed from east to west, azure, cobalt, and gray. My thoughts wandered to the torture chambers further at sea. To wash them away, I plunged into the deep. It was serene, cleansing, meditative. I thought how peaceful it would be to stay. Rama and I caught mostly grouper and snapper. The experience was not entirely idyllic. The searing sun burnt my skin no matter how much protective lotion I applied. We returned to shore each day by afternoon, and Rama went off to sell his catch. Siri kept the fish she wanted, and I helped her clean and cook them for dinner, lemon, salt, and an open flame. Rama brought back a few beers for us each evening from the nearby market, and we all three ate on the beach at twilight. Darkness falls quickly on the islands. The sky bears shades of sapphire, crimson, steel, and black. Night takes hold without restraint. All is silent, save the placid waves that caress the mind to sleep. My time on Koh Tao brought me some measure of tranquility, and helped heal a sea that had become scarred with too much pain. It also brought me closer to accepting the undeniable truth of slavery: we consume their suffering. Their suffering sustains us. May God forgive us. Chapter 8. A framework to eradicate slavery. Therefore, we declare on each and every one of our creeds that modern slavery, in terms of human trafficking, forced labor and prostitution, and organ trafficking, is a crime against humanity. Its victims are from all walks of life, but are most frequently among the poorest and most vulnerable of our brothers and sisters. On behalf of all of them, our communities of faith are called to reject, without exception, any systematic deprivation of individual freedom for the purposes of personal or commercial exploitation. In their name, we make this declaration. Pope Francis. In every corner of the world, slaves are exploited, dishonored, and degraded for profit. They are forced to endure conditions of indignity, misery, and oppression. Greed and prejudice have breathed life into the institution of slavery since the dawn of human civilization, and although it was proclaimed abolished centuries ago, it persists because of the following central thesis. The immensity and pervasiveness of slavery in the modern era is driven by the ability of exploiters to generate substantial profits at almost no real risk through the callous exploitation of a global subclass of humanity whose degradation is tacitly accepted by every participant in the economic system that consumes their suffering. Slavery is a relic of history that disgraces us all. As long as there is even one slave in the world, the legitimacy of contemporary civilization is threatened. I believe the moral test of our time is whether we will undertake every effort required, for as long as it takes, to rid the world of slavery permanently. Slaves permeate the global economy, and their torment touches our lives every day, from the food we eat to the clothes we wear to the technology that makes our lives possible. For our existence to be valid, we must eradicate slavery. Many brilliant activists are working at this task every day. I offer the following thoughts in the hope that they might prove useful in these efforts. Recapitulation of the 20 forces that promote slavery today. In Chapter 1, I listed 20 forces that promote slavery centered on a 5P framework of prevention, protection, prosecution, partnership, and progress. Those forces are: prevention. 1. Failure to provide reasonable alternatives to the most destitute and vulnerable populations. 2. Failure to provide access to formal credit markets. 3. Failure to protect displaced people in a post-crisis context. 4. General acceptance of the subjugation of low-class/caste groups and minority communities. 5. Failure to provide connectivity and information tools to foreign migrants. 6. Imposition of upfront fees for labor migrants. Protection. 7. Penchant to see survivors as offenders. 8. Failure to provide long-term empowerment of survivors and break the cycle of slavery. 9. Failure to protect survivors of slavery, as well as their families, from former exploiters pursuant to being witnesses in a prosecution. Prosecution. 10. Failure to prioritize slavery cases, except for the easy ones. 11. Laws that do not adequately penalize the economic nature of the crime. 12. Corruption and the failure to implement or enforce laws where they exist. 13. Inadequate training of law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges to recognize the offense and prosecute it effectively. 14. Failure to effectively penalize the demand side of sex trafficking. 15. Failure to introduce sufficient cost and risk to corporations to motivate cleansing of global supply chains. Partnership. 16. Lack of transnational cooperation with investigations and prosecutions. 17. Insufficient resources and coordination among anti-slavery NGOs and shelters. 18. Inadequate coordination between sending and destination countries of labor migrants. Progress. 19. Insufficient research and data gathering on all aspects of slavery. 20. Lack of sustained and adequate resources to promote progress in anti-slavery efforts. If these 20 forces are effectively tackled by a fully resourced and sustained campaign across all levels of government, industry, civil society, and citizenry, I am confident that slavery will become an offense of the past. The remainder of this chapter focuses on the logic of the 10 initiatives I believe will provide a comprehensive strategy to address the 20 forces listed here. 10 initiatives to eradicate slavery. The following 10 initiatives must be undertaken without interruption for as long as it takes to eradicate slavery. There are no vital considerations relating to sequencing the initiatives, although legal and policy reforms would optimally take place prior to the others. Some of the efforts I describe are already being pursued in various forms, but they are typically resource-constrained and not designed or executed effectively. Elevated scaling and effectiveness of global anti-poverty programs. This is the most resource-intensive and important of the prevention initiatives I am proposing. Extreme poverty, a lack of sufficient credit resources and alternative income opportunities, and the inability of the poor to educate their children, especially girls, are among the most powerful forces that render individuals vulnerable to slavery, child labor, and other forms of exploitation. A comprehensive and fully resourced set of anti-poverty initiatives that target these forces will go a long way toward the long-term attenuation of some of the most fundamental vulnerabilities faced by the poor around the world. Many of these issues are already the focus of international and national initiatives, but corruption, a lack of funding, inadequate execution, mismanagement, and numerous other barriers render these efforts much less effective than they should be. Almost every slave I met lacked a stable source of income and security and a reasonable alternative to the condition of servitude. The following efforts can assist in inverting this reality. Microcredit expansion. The absence of reliable and sufficient credit sources pushes many poor people to take loans from unscrupulous lenders and traffickers, which often result in debt bondage. Microcredit has been a powerful tool for poverty alleviation as well as for prevention of debt bondage. The concept was born in South Asia through the genius of the Nobel Peace Prize winner Muhammad Yunus of Bangladesh. In 1976 he founded the Grameen Bank, Village Bank, which provides small loans to the poor, mostly women, towards small business ventures. The system includes programs on savings and self-help groups, business training, and a low cost of borrowing that have helped lift millions of people out of poverty. Since its inception, microcredit has expanded to dozens of countries. However, these institutions are limited by access to capital and the need to be self-sustaining businesses. These loans have to perform, which in turn requires that a high percentage of the loans must go toward income-generating activities, IGAs, so they can be repaid to the lender, who can then repay its own costs of capital and fund operations. Unfortunately, the credit needs of the poorest of the poor often do not generate income. Those needs may be for basic consumption, medicine, or life rituals. From the data I gathered in bonded labor, upward of 80% of the credit needs of the bonded laborers I documented in South Asia were unrelated to income-generating opportunities. 1 Microcredit or other alternative credit sources must be designed to meet the spectrum of credit needs of the poorest of the poor, especially for non-AGS. In addition, far more capital must be made available to microcredit lenders to expand their reach to as many of the poor as possible and to blend their lending portfolios to increase the ratio of lending that does not have to go toward IGAs. More formalized regulation and record-keeping of microcredit lenders is also required to ensure that different lenders do not give loans to the same borrower, and to ensure that pressure or bullying tactics are never used to coerce repayment. Expanding and redesigning microcredit in this way will take time, but doing so would go a long way toward addressing the inadequate levels of credit available to the poor. Global economy integration. In every corner of the world, the poor must be integrated more directly and equitably into the global economy. This is the optimal way to ensure that they have reasonable alternatives to the offer of servitude, and to promote the overall income reliability and human development of rural and impoverished people everywhere. Immense global economic forces and trade barriers disenfranchise the poor in developing nations and keep them from participating fully and equitably in the global economy. Initiatives based on tying the products of rural labor directly to Western consumers represent a prime opportunity to link the poor with global markets and provide them with diversified and sustained sources of income. Many NGOs and even small enterprises are focused on everything from fair trade initiatives to investing in the production and distribution of rural products straight to Western, or nearby urban, markets. These efforts must be expanded through elevated funding by governments and foundations. Governments should create and expand initiatives designed to integrate the poor into markets, without exploitative intermediaries. This means linking laborers and craftspeople directly to consumers and returning a fair level of profit participation to the workers. The world is rife with exploitative subcontractors and intermediaries who often exploit the individuals at the bottom of the supply chain. They are the recruiters/traffickers, loan providers, wage underpayers, and other exploitative actors that allow the producer to claim it's the subcontractor who is misbehaving, not me, even though the producer may sanction the exploitation. The more directly workers can be linked to the point of retail sale, or to executives running the retail companies selling their products through supply chain transparency initiatives, such as the Supply Unchained project of Goodweave, the less likely the workers are to be exploited. Unregulated and unmonitored labor intermediaries block the light of scrutiny and darken the underbelly of the global economy, which allows slavery and human trafficking to thrive. It is high time they were removed from the equation. Achievement of universal primary school education for the poor, especially girls. One of the most powerful tools to prevent slavery is ensuring that children, especially girls, are educated through the age of 18. Attendance rates for children in school have improved across the last 2 decades, but completion rates for girls continue to lag boys significantly, which increases their vulnerability to various forms of exploitation. Too many government education programs around the world aim to achieve complete primary education for boys and girls, but most fall far from the mark because they are not tied to programs that provide sufficient income or stability for the family to replace the lost, albeit meager, wages a child laborer might be paid, or to programs that help alter the perception that girls are not worthy of an education and are better suited to be homemakers and laborers. The 30 or 40 cents a day secured through child labor could mean the difference between family survival and oblivion. Children often report that they would prefer to work to help their families, and that going to school cannot benefit them. Child labor is bad enough, but it is often the first step toward worse forms of exploitation. This is especially true for girls, who are much less likely than boys to receive a primary education in many parts of the world, and instead might be trafficked for forced prostitution or be forced to marry at a very young age, perpetuating the cycle of poverty. Some of the best results in demonstrating how the education of girls can create a new cultural norm of valuing females as economic contributors to their families and preventing trafficking and early marriage has been achieved in Nepal by the American Himalayan Foundation and its Stop Girl Trafficking program. Girls in villages prone to sex trafficking and early marriage are provided with full tuition to school and even scholarships to college, and their families are provided with additional support to ease the strain of losing a child earner. Almost all of the girls in the STOP program graduate and have helped lift their families out of poverty. It is a small example of what is possible when sufficient resources and expertise are deployed in a comprehensive strategy to support families and to ensure that children are educated. This type of program should be scaled globally because there is no greater preventative tool to slavery than education. Rapid response teams focused on prevention and protection in crisis zones. Human traffickers are almost always the first responders to crisis zones around the world. Whether an environmental catastrophe or a military conflict or a sudden economic collapse, whenever crisis strikes, women, children, the poor, and outcasts are disproportionately affected, exploited, and recruited by traffickers. Faced with destitution, starvation, or worse, desperate people flee en masse to find security. The mass migration in 2015 and 2016 of millions of despairing families from North Africa and the Middle East into Central and Western Europe is a searing example of this phenomenon. The same phenomenon took place with the Rohingya of Myanmar in 2015. Almost every major crisis or catastrophe follows a similar pattern of distress migration and exploitation. To stem this pattern, rapid response teams that immediately travel to crisis zones with a focus on alleviating economic and medical needs, child protection, and guidance on safe migration options will provide crucial relief to vulnerable people. Blockchain technology that can help secure identities and document the movement of people is invaluable. The more resourced and sustained these efforts are, the more effective they will be. Awareness and education campaigns. Slavery operates on the tacit or explicit acceptance by mainstream societies and their governments that the servile exploitation of certain subordinated communities and ethnic groups, as well as those of the female gender, is not only acceptable but in some cases is deemed a preferable outcome. Awareness campaigns for the public, as well as educational programs for law enforcement, judiciary, and government officials, focused on promoting the equality of minority castes and ethnicities around the world must be deployed to motivate the necessary change in social consciousness. Creative media personnel can devise the most effective ways to disseminate these messages, but some of the campaigns could include the following messages. First, the realities of the oppressive and dehumanizing nature of slavery, as well as its extent around the world, must be conveyed accurately. Second, consumers must be made aware that they purchase products produced by slaves and child laborers every day. Third, education and sensitization efforts devised for law enforcement, judiciary, and government officials must focus on disseminating accurate, not anecdotal, knowledge of how and why slavery operates, how to identify it, and that the rights and voices of the subclasses are just as valid as those of their exploiters. Fourth, the general impression among exploiters that slavery and child labor are acceptable because the alternatives for the enslaved individuals are worse must be dispelled. To be most effective, media, entertainment, and sports celebrities can be recruited to support these campaigns. They could spearhead programs such as a No More Slavery Day that stresses the equality of all communities, genders, and ethnic groups. The ability of these individuals to sway public opinion will prove crucial to the overall efficacy of the messages. The film industry also can invest in a series of public relations messages or even short-form and long-form documentaries and feature films highlighting slavery and the need to eradicate it. These efforts will be particularly important in South Asia where untouchables are still treated as subhumans by mainstream society. On the day that a critical mass of people reject the oppression of minority castes and those of the female gender, and the exploitation of these communities as slaves, everything else that is necessary to abolish slavery will follow. a technology trust focused on creating innovative solutions to the current barriers in anti-slavery efforts. Technology solutions will provide the edge in combating slavery at every step. Technology has been used with alarming success by sex and labor traffickers to recruit victims and to conduct business, but the potential to use these tools to fight back against traffickers represents the largest untapped opportunity in contemporary efforts to eradicate slavery. Many major technology companies are already investing in the development of anti-trafficking applications, although they have only begun to scratch the surface. To reach their potential, I propose the creation of a technology trust that would be composed of leading executives, coders, and engineers from major tech companies who will work in collaboration with subject matter experts to develop an array of mechanisms that will prove crucial in eradicating slavery. Some of the tools that have already proved useful were discussed in Chapter 5, but with greater input from slavery experts and greater coordination between technology companies, the potential is limitless. Needless to say, this trust would need to bring with it a substantial commitment of resources to get the job done. I am confident that the abolition of slavery will be achieved through technology-based solutions, and a technology trust provides the best chance for achieving this goal. Redesign of the process and governance of labor migration. The global economy requires labor migration to thrive. Remittances sent by migrant workers also provide a vital source of income for poor families. However, the current process and governance of labor migration feeds directly into labor trafficking and debt bondage. Numerous changes must be made to prevent these abuses among migrant worker populations. The two most important changes are, 1. The elimination of upfront fees for foreign worker placement and, 2. Improved coordination between sending and receiving countries to protect migrant worker populations. Upfront fees are the primary tool through which traffickers coerce migrant workers into forced labor and debt bondage. Poor migrants should not be saddled with fees that represent 10 or 20 years of their per capita income to secure a work opportunity abroad. Both the worker and the employer benefit when labor migration is pursued equitably. There are certainly costs associated with basic training, medical checks, travel documents, and travel. However, in all cases these should be paid solely by the employer without any burden on the migrant for repayment. Strict laws and monitoring are required to enforce this policy change throughout all global labor migration channels. To maximize the protection of migrant workers, sending and receiving countries must coordinate in a more transparent and honest way to prevent labor trafficking. At present, there appears to be a tacit agreement between many sending and receiving nations that the labor needs of the latter will be met with the low-wage, expendable migrants from the former, and to that end many labor laws and regulations meant to protect migrants remain largely unenforced. Indeed, laws are even passed that help facilitate the exploitation of vulnerable migrant workers. Taxes and fees on labor migrants provide a robust source of income for sending governments, and receiving governments similarly benefit from levies and bonds paid by companies for each migrant they employ. Receiving governments also benefit by keeping their industries more profitable through the exploitation of low-wage, expendable migrants. The net result of these implicit agreements is the pitiless exploitation of millions of migrant workers, which must be jettisoned in favor of fully transparent and regulated agreements between sending and receiving countries to enforce all labor laws as well as a host of protective mechanisms to ensure migrants are not exploited, and that when they are, they have full access to rights, protections, recompense, and justice, as opposed to immediate detention and deportation. Some of these cooperative ventures would include, 1. Enhanced pre-departure training and cultural preparation for migrants relating to their destination countries, 2. Arrival registration and orientation with government officials in the destination country, including a full review of rights and contacts available to them, 3. The provision of a working cell phone with a local SIM card that cannot be confiscated by the employer, 4. Rigorous labor inspections and off-site interviews to ensure that all laws are being upheld and wages paid, and 5. The elimination of all tied visa programs that prevent workers from switching employers in their destination countries. These and other alterations in the process and governance of labor migration, as well as the protection of labor migrants and the elimination of all upfront fees, will help eliminate slavery in the global migrant workforce. Legal reform. In addition to the first initiative, this initiative is perhaps the most ambitious and complex, yet it is crucial to the eradication of slavery. Numerous legal reforms are required to create a system that can optimally protect survivors and prosecute traffickers and slavers. The four most important reforms are described next. Minimum standards for effective survivor witness protection. Inadequate and misconceived protection of survivor witnesses results in re-trafficking and makes it exceedingly difficult to prosecute traffickers and slavers. Trafficking survivors often are subject to prosecution, deportation, or worse. Some countries make an effort to protect and empower survivors, but the quality of these efforts varies significantly around the world. Protection and empowerment systems must be standardized to include, at a minimum, 1. 90-day reflection periods, 2. Full residency, work, legal, health, and psychological support and rights for the survivor, 3. Safe, respectful, and hygienic shelters, 4. Access to rights and protections divorced from cooperation with the prosecution, 5. Fully funded protection for the survivor and his or her family members in the case of cooperation with the prosecution, and 6. Elevated standards in all areas for minors that prioritize the best interests of the child. 3. These and other measures will ensure that survivors are treated with a human rights approach first, and they will ensure that the survivor witness is in the most secure position from which to participate in a prosecution. Without the survivor witness, it is exceedingly challenging to bring successful prosecutions against traffickers, and without successful prosecutions, the crimes go unpunished and are free to thrive. Sharp increase in the economic penalties for slavery offenses. Laws that do not include severe economic penalties for the crime of slavery are laws that do not effectively punish the offense. Slavery is fundamentally an economic crime driven by the ability to generate substantial profits in a nearly risk-free system of human exploitation. Most laws against slavery stipulate prison terms, while economic penalties often are non-existent, modest, or unstipulated. The absence of robust economic penalties means that even if an offender is prosecuted and even if he is convicted, the economic fines may be far less than the profits generated from slavery, which means slavery is still good business. The relatively low-cost and risk-free nature of slavery must be inverted to a high-cost, high-risk offense. Increases in economic penalties, along with efforts outlined in Initiative 10, provide the best chance to achieve this goal. I provide a detailed exploration of this argument in my Law Journal article, Designing More Effective Laws Against Human Trafficking. For the remainder of this section provides a summary of this argument. The first step in the design of economic penalties for slavery offenses is to understand the real economic penalty currently associated with the offense. The second step is to assess the total economic profits currently associated with the offense. The third step is to determine the level at which the real economic penalty should be set to severely diminish, if not eliminate, the economic profits associated with the offense. These three steps must be executed for each kind of slavery crime because each form presents different economic profiles and one penalty cannot effectively punish them all. One could theoretically apply the most severe penalty to all slavery cases, but doing so may run afoul of the legal principle of proportionality. 5. The following example is based on the penalties in Thailand's Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2008, which were made more severe in a 2015 amendment to include a maximum of life in prison and a fine of 400,000 baht, $11,430, for the most severe offenses. This increase in penalties was partly in response to the downgrade of Thailand to Tier 3 in the U.S. Trafficking in Persons report the previous year. Step 1. A simple formula for calculating the real economic penalty for an offense is: real economic penalty equals probability of being prosecuted times probability of being convicted times maximum financial penalty in the law. Simple formulas for the probabilities of being prosecuted and convicted are: Probability of being prosecuted equals number of prosecuted criminal offenses in a year / total number of criminal offenses in a year. Probability of being convicted equals number of convictions for an offense in a year / number of prosecutions of that offense in a year. 6. I calculated the average probability of being prosecuted for the offense of sex trafficking in Thailand from 2010 through 2015 as being approximately 0.2%, and the probability of being convicted once prosecuted as being 18.86%. 0.7 multiplying these numbers results in a real economic penalty of approximately $4, $11,430 times 0.2% times 18.86%. This $4 real economic penalty is reflected in the phrase "no real risk" in the essential thesis I offered as driving slavery in the modern era. In essence, the current real economic penalty for the crime of sex trafficking in Thailand is meaningless, and thus it produces no incentive for offenders to obey the law. Step 2. The tables in Appendix B provide a sense of the profits associated with various forms of slavery around the world. These values range from a few $100s per year per agricultural bonded laborer in South Asia to $75,000 or more per year for a sex trafficking victim in the United States or Western Europe. However, slaves are not exploited for just 1 year. Table 1.4 in Chapter 1 provides the weighted average durations of enslavement by type from the cases I documented. To calculate the total economic profits associated with the crime of slavery, we can use the concept of exploitation value, EV, which I introduced in sex trafficking. Chapter 1 provides the summary data on exploitation value by type. The details and full explanation of the EV calculation can be found in Table A.5, which shows a range from $2,545 for bonded labor to $68,117 for sex trafficking. These values are global weighted averages derived from highly conservative calculations of the total economic value of a slave to an exploiter by type of servitude across the aggregate duration of enslavement. Regional values vary significantly, with sex trafficking in the United States having an EV more than double the global weighted average, and sex trafficking in Thailand having an EV less than half the global weighted average. Individuals also may be exploited in more than one type of slavery and across several industries and regions during the course of their exploitation, so it can be argued that at a minimum a blended average of the global EV numbers derived from the cases I documented would capture the total exploitation value to the exploiter of slavery in general. I would still argue for specific sex trafficking penalties given the immense profits generated by this crime. To decrease the exploitation value of a slave, a significant increase in the economic costs of operating the business must be created, and this can be most effectively accomplished by elevating the real economic penalty of committing the crime to a profit-compromising level. The level to which this penalty should be increased is discussed in Step 3. Step 3. To elevate the economic costs of exploiting slaves to a profit-compromising level requires that one maximize the formula discussed in Step 1. Real economic penalty equals probability of being prosecuted times probability of being convicted times maximum financial penalty in the law. At present, that value is around $4 in our example of Thailand, whereas the weighted average exploitation value in Thailand of sex trafficking is $29,345 and $3,460 for labor trafficking in the country's seafood sector. The precise level of economic penalty that should be stipulated in the law is open to debate, but the concept is clear: the greater the real economic penalty of slavery, the lower the profitability, desirability, and viability of the crime. One benchmark for more economically meaningful penalties could be drug laws. The Thailand Narcotic Act, BE 2522, 1979, stipulates a maximum penalty of 15 years in prison and a fine of 1,500,000 baht, $42,850, for trafficking in a Category 5 drug such as marijuana. This financial penalty is almost 4 times more severe than the recently increased fine for human trafficking. In other countries, the fines for drug trafficking can be 10 or 20 times those for human trafficking. Given the moral repugnance of the crime of human trafficking, as well as its substantial economic benefits, one could argue that the economic penalty for enslaving another human being should be several times greater than that of trafficking in marijuana. Having said this, simply substituting 1,500,000 baht for 400,000 baht as the penalty for human trafficking would result in a real penalty that is virtually meaningless due to the anemic levels of prosecution and conviction of the crime. Hence, in addition to elevating the economic penalty, the probabilities of prosecution and conviction must be increased. To demonstrate the point, assume for the sake of argument that the penalty in the law for each offense of sex trafficking is 3 million baht, $85,714, that the prosecution probability of the crime of human trafficking is 33%, 1 in 3 sex trafficking offenses is prosecuted in a given year, and that the probability of conviction is 67%, 2 in 3 prosecutions result in a conviction or settlement. Then the real economic penalty would be $85,714 times 33% times 67% equals $18,951. This is roughly 2/3 the EV of sex trafficking, and certainly a more deterrent number when sex traffickers start making calculations about the risk-reward profile of the offense. It is also a far more profit-compromising number than a real penalty of $4. Most important, a value like this would make sex trafficking a far less economically appealing crime, particularly if the offender is brought to justice and convicted well in advance of the expected average duration of exploitation. One could apply this penalty equally across the spectrum of slavery offenses, or apply slightly more proportional penalties for less profitable forms of slavery, such as in agriculture or seafood. More broadly, consider for a moment if one were to impose penalties such as these on corporate executives relating to slavery in their supply chains. Companies would probably be deterred from allowing slavery to occur in their production bases. Add prison time to the mix, and the tacit or apathetic acceptance of slavery in global supply chains would probably come to an end. With these and other legal and regulatory reforms in place, the environment would be optimal to ensure that the system of slavery would no longer be a risk worth taking for any exploiter or commercial entity in the world. Setting aside theoretical arguments, the point of this exercise is to demonstrate the importance of creating a judicial and law enforcement regime that elevates the deterrent and retributive value of the real economic penalty of slavery. Criminals, like all people, are rational economic agents, and when a high-profit, low-risk business opportunity presents itself, they will pursue it and fight to maintain it until that reality is forcibly and irrevocably altered. Whatever paper penalty is stipulated in the law, and whatever prosecution and conviction probabilities are ultimately achieved, the outcome must transform slavery into a highly toxic, costly, and risky business venture. Amending laws is one thing, but achieving enormously elevated prosecution and conviction levels is quite another. The 10th and final initiative discussed in this chapter is intended to help achieve these increased probabilities. Severe penalties for consumers of commercial sex. The third legal reform I propose is the most controversial, but I believe it provides the most effective way to dismantle the business of sex trafficking in the near term. In sex trafficking, I presented an initial argument that male demand to purchase commercial sex is highly elastic. 8 This hypothesis was corroborated by a small sample size of 4 male consumers in a brothel in India, whose demand curve demonstrated an elasticity of demand of 1.9, highly elastic. I have since completed a survey of 60 male consumers of commercial sex in India, Denmark, Mexico, and the United States. Although there is variation between countries, the aggregate demand curve of all 60 male consumers is 1.82. When the retail price of a commercial sex act doubles, demand among these 60 consumers drops by 76%. This result reinforces the hypothesis in sex trafficking and affirms that demand-side interventions have the most potential to reduce sex trafficking in the near term. The results of this research led me to think about another set of tactics to attack sex trafficking. Male demand to purchase cheap sex very well could be sensitive to deterrence-focused interventions in addition to those predicated on creating upward shocks in retail prices. Put another way, if demand fluctuates significantly based on price, it can very well fluctuate significantly based on efforts to deter the purchase more directly. Interventions focused on deterring the purchase of commercial sex can best be tested in systems in which the purchase is criminalized. One can then assess policies such as severe economic penalties, prison time, naming and shaming, or placement on a sex offender list, among others. These policies are being tested in small pockets around the world, with some of the most interesting work being done by Demand Abolition, based in Boston. I believe that consumer deterrent laws and policies coupled with demand-side efforts to elevate cost and risk to the trafficker provide the best chance of having a major impact on the business of sex trafficking. Laws or strategic litigation that establish strict liability for owners/employers relating to all actions of labor subcontractors. A large proportion of the slavery and child labor offenses in the world take place at the hands of labor subcontractors operating in the shadows of global supply chains. Liability for these abuses rarely extends to the owners/employers/producers/corporations availing themselves of the cheap, expendable labor forces that exist primarily in unregulated and underregulated labor markets. To be fair, many of these companies have little or no visibility regarding what is occurring at the bottom of their supply chains, and they rely on assurances from local contractors that labor laws are being upheld. Because of the plausible deniability and the lack of liability at the corporate or producer levels, and because there is little benefit in trying to track down and punish a lowly labor subcontractor, the system of servile labor exploitation persists in the shadowy underbelly of the global economy. To remedy this lacuna in the principle of vicarious liability, laws should be passed that establish strict liability for owners and employers relating to all actions of their labor subcontractors, no matter how many levels of subcontracting down the chain the abuses take place. In common law jurisdictions, strategic litigation can be pursued to establish a legal precedent that extends strict liability to the corporate level. Once this liability is established, and once it is enforced with stiff penalties, there will surely be a significant shift in the amount of attention devoted by the top of the supply chain to what is taking place at the bottom. Policy reforms. 3 immediate policy reforms should be undertaken in every country in the world to assist in the fight against slavery. The first reform is to ensure that any foreign migrant arrested or detained on suspicion of any offense should be presumed to be a potential victim of human trafficking. This possibility must be investigated first, and only if law enforcement, in conjunction with local NGOs, determines that the individual is not a victim of human trafficking should offenses against local laws be pursued. This policy reform alone will enhance protective measures for survivors of human trafficking and promote more effective prosecutions against traffickers. As matters stand, most human trafficking victims are seen as offenders first and as victims second. They are hauled up on charges, then detained and deported, and they most often return home all the more vulnerable to exploitation. The slavers and traffickers who exploited them not only go unpunished but do not even have to absorb the cost and risk associated with returning their victims to their home countries. Investigating the possibility of slavery offenses first under a presumption of exploitation is the optimal way to protect the human rights of vulnerable migrants while pursuing a more effective system for punishment of potential offenders. A second policy reform is for countries to provide tax and tariff incentives for companies that credibly demonstrate that their supply chains are consistently untainted by slavery and child labor. These incentives need to be sufficient to motivate companies to expend the resources required to cleanse their supply chains, even though the ethical imperative for doing so should be sufficient. The most reliable way for companies to provide unassailable assurances that their supply chains are untainted is through independent, third-party certification regimes that have sufficient expertise and experience with forced labor inspections. A third policy reform is for countries to provide most favored nations trading status to other countries that enact and enforce laws that meet the criteria of the core ILO labor conventions, including numbers 29, 87, 98, 100, 105, 111, 138, 182, and P029. OECD nations could begin the process with a commitment to achieve this goal, which would then flow through to many other countries to ensure favorable trading status, which would result in a systemic cleanup of the global economy. A mandatory United Nations Fund for Slavery. The United Nations already has a voluntary trust fund for victims of human trafficking. However, the voluntary nature means member states can decide how much, if anything, to contribute each year to the fund. Many nations invest in anti-slavery efforts individually, but the fact that the UN's trust fund has received only a few $1 million in donations from a handful of member states since its inception in 2010 is a sad testament to the global commitment to eradicating slavery. Therefore, I propose a United Nations Fund for Slavery that would be resourced with mandatory contributions of 0.01% of the GDP of every member state each year. That is the equivalent of just 1 penny on every $100 of national income. If you could support a fund that would significantly enhance efforts to end slavery, wouldn't you part with 1 penny on every $100 of your income? These donations would amount to $4 billion per year, which I believe is more than enough to get the job done. To put the amount in perspective, the United States spends the same amount on defense every 4 days, so the United States alone has sufficient resources to allocate $4 billion each year in the fight against slavery. The funds would be directed toward tackling each of the forces that promote slavery today, with a particular focus on protection and empowerment initiatives, including the anti-poverty initiatives previously described, capacity support for anti-trafficking NGOs and survivor shelters, prosecutions of traffickers, and much-needed research and measurement of all aspects of slavery. The fund would be overseen by a core group of slavery experts with equal representation from each region of the world. In short, a lack of resources is the single greatest hurdle in efforts to eradicate slavery, and this fund could solve that problem permanently. International Slavery Courts. A system of international slavery courts, ISCs, should be created to prosecute slavery cases around the world. Laws against slavery are jus cogens in international law, and any victim in any nation would have standing to bring a claim to one of the ISCs. The independent, objective, transnational standing of the courts would abrogate numerous issues of corruption, case prioritization, jurisdiction, definitional variations, and other hurdles that prevent cases from being effectively prosecuted. A transnational slavery intervention force. This final initiative is designed to create constant pressure on slavers and traffickers, support investigations and prosecutions, and liberate slaves around the world through the creation of an elite, fully trained, and fully resourced transnational slavery intervention force. This force will substantially increase the probability that criminals who exploit slaves will be prosecuted and convicted of their crimes. By liberating slaves, this force will reduce the average duration of enslavement of victims, and when coupled with elevated economic penalties and higher probabilities of being prosecuted and convicted, this will help to invert the high-profit, low-risk nature of slavery and render the crime uneconomic. To achieve these goals, the intervention force would specifically be tasked with the following: investigating any and all areas where there is a suspicion of slavery, identifying and liberating all victims and liaising with local NGOs to empower and protect them, tracking down and detaining traffickers and slavers and gathering evidence required to prosecute and convict them in the international slavery courts, conducting random wage and labor condition inspections throughout the informal and low-wage sectors of the global economy, focusing on inspections of, or support the inspections of, global supply chains, providing, or arranging to provide, protection for freed slaves during a trial against their exploiters. The force can be funded and operated by the United Nations, with permission from all member states to operate in any jurisdiction. In conjunction with guidance from subject matter experts, this intervention force can very well function as the tip of the spear in global anti-slavery efforts. These 10 initiatives, undertaken to the fullest degree possible, will alleviate many of the forces that promote slavery and other forms of labor exploitation around the world and destroy the economic logic of the business of slavery in the modern era. These initiatives will protect survivors, punish offenders, measure results, promote technological solutions, and clean up global supply chains. The road to a slave-free world is long, but it can be achieved. Dignity and fairness for all people will help end the millennia of misery and degradation of the most downtrodden sectors of humanity. Ensuring that all people are protected by law and enjoy full freedom and dignity will result in a proud legacy for the generation that achieves these long overdue imperatives. In so doing, I have no doubt that the archaic system of slavery will be buried in history, once and for all. A farewell. At the end of bonded labor, I shared the story of a remarkable child, Anand. He was born a Dalit and a slave in Bihar, India. When Anand was 10 years old, his father was beaten to death by the slave owner's men for protesting when the owner sold Anand's mother and sister to traffickers. Bereft of his family, Anand lived in the slave owner's home as a domestic servant, crying himself to sleep each night. Eventually he ran away in search of his parents. A kind citizen found him hiding in an alley and helped him to a shelter for boys, which is where I met him. Anand was small for his age and very sickly, but he had an extraordinary spirit that touched me profoundly. Even though he had suffered bitterly in his short time on this earth, there was a sparkle of innocence in his eyes that refused to be dimmed. His smile was so radiant and forgiving I felt it alone could heal the world. Anand did not fully understand what had happened to his parents, and he spoke of them with an undeniable intention to find them one day. I remember fondly when he took me to play with a horse and an elephant that he had fashioned from clay, galloping off together to a faraway land where he was joyfully reunited with his family. Across the years, I followed Anand's progress through the head of his shelter, Rajesh, and sent support for his education. He excelled in his studies and wished to be a lawyer one day, so he could protect the rights of children. 4 years after I met Anand, I was in Sikkim documenting child trafficking in the Lepcha community. I was in the remote mountain village of Lakan when my phone rang. It was Rajesh. Anand had taken very ill, and though he fought bravely, he succumbed a few days later. He was 15. Anand's demise struck me deeply. Many children die tragically every day, but Anand held a special place in my heart because he helped give me hope during a very dark period of my research, hope that the nobility of humanity was destined to defeat the prejudice and greed that was responsible for the enslavement of children like him. When I learned that he had been coldly snatched from the earth after a brief life stricken by degradation and suffering, I lost my hope. I lost my way. I lost any faith in the purpose of my efforts. I wanted to pay my respects to Anand, so I paused my research to make a trip to Gurudangmar Lake. At an altitude of 17,100 feet, Gurudangmar is one of the highest lakes in the world, just a few kilometers south of the border with Tibet. It is a sacred place, named after Guru Padma Sambhava, also known as Guru Dangmar, who is said to have blessed the lake when he arrived there in the 8th century, rendering its icy waters healing and redemptive. I set off from Lakan at dawn for the 6-hour journey to the lake. The dirt mountain road from Lakan to Gurudangmar winds through scenery that beguiles the eyes. Initially, the road traverses exquisite fields of rhododendrons, pink and crimson and amaranthine. The last outpost of humanity is at the alpine village of Thang, just above 13,000 feet. Beyond Thang, the landscape is barren and solitary. Jagged ridges, ethereal skies, and the odd languid yak accompany the crawling journey through the high desert plateau to the lake. At the end of the path at the roof of the world, the lake reveals itself in sudden and arresting splendor. The cerulean waters ebb serenely beneath the uninhibited winds jetting downward from the Himalayan peaks. Snow-capped and majestic, Kanchenjunga guards the lake like a titan. It was spring, and only a few patches of ice remained on the surface of the lake. I passed a string of Tibetan prayer flags as I walked toward the western edge of the water. Hovering low, the sun cast a thin, spectral light across the landscape. At the far side of Gurudangmar, I removed my shoes and outer clothing and knelt in the glacial waters. My legs went numb. I cupped the waters into my hands and pressed the water against my face, my arms, my chest, spreading the numbness across my body. I immersed, and from the deep came whispers that would take lifetimes to understand. I emerged tentatively, shuddering and faint. My heart thumped wearily, struggling to press life back into my body. I peered beyond the lake, toward the sublime peaks, and felt as if I had passed into another world where the boundless expanse of time and space had collapsed into a single moment. I thought of Anand, and I prayed for him. I thought of Sita, and I prayed for her. I thought of them all, the many slaves I met who had since crossed through the thin membrane between life and death. They were one and the same, known only by oppression, torment, and suffering. I prayed for them with a broken heart because I finally understood that for most slaves in the world, freedom embraces them only in death. What, then, was my purpose? The question had mocked me from the beginning, but no longer could I ignore its unrelenting call. I meditated for an answer at the banks of Gurudangmar, in the frost and solitude, searching for a reason to continue. But there was no reason, none at all. Reason had long ago abandoned me. The moment I embarked on my first research trip, I passed beyond my own point of no return. I had bound my spirit to this task. I had taken an implicit oath, drunk from the well of my erasure, and committed to wherever this journey might take me, as sorrowful and incomplete as it may be. It was not for me to see the day in which Anand would be equally human and dignified and free. I chose this merciless path knowing I was at best a speck who deigned to contribute, meriting neither reassurance nor result. Alone by the waters of Gurudangmar I said farewell, not to Anand, but to myself. I folded my hands and bowed my head to the lake, to the mountains, to the only journey before me. A torrent of wind swept wildly across the plateau and swirled upward to the peaks, like the first exhalation at the dawn of time. I rose to my feet, and looked south. There were slaves processing tea near Darjeeling. I would go to them next. Appendix A. Global Slavery Metrics. Slavery Estimates. Table A.1 provides my estimates of the number of slaves in the world at the end of 2016. I have divided slavery into three categories: bonded labor/debt bondage, human trafficking, and other forced labor. Other forced labor captures those cases of slavery for which the person is not trafficked or bonded by debt into the servitude, and which meet the definition of forced labor established under ILO Convention No. 29. One person can theoretically meet criteria for all three of these conditions, so my hierarchy of categorization is: 1. Human trafficking, 2. Debt bondage, and 3. Other forced labor. When deciding between human trafficking and debt bondage for migrants, I categorized the case as being debt bondage if there was a formal debt agreement relating to upfront training, fees, or arranging the work opportunity abroad prior to the migrant's departure, and that they were specifically informed that the debt would be repaid through wage deductions. If the debts were imposed on the migrant after arrival in the destination country as a way to pressure the person into forced labor, I categorize the case as human trafficking. The lines between these two categories are particularly blurry, and I used my best judgment with categorization based on the available facts. Table A.1 Number of slaves in the world, 2016. Mean, millions of slaves. Percent of total, percent. Bonded labor/debt bondage 19.161.2. Human trafficking. Sex trafficking 1.85.8. Labor trafficking 3.09.6. Total human trafficking 4.815.4. Other forced labor 7.323.4. Total 31.2100.0. The data in Table A.1 present the mean of a range for each category of slavery based on an extrapolation model I built and have been refining for several years. The mean estimate of total number of slaves in the world is 31.2 million, 19.1 million debt bondage slaves, 4.8 million trafficked slaves, and 7.3 million other forced laborers. The data used to calculate these estimates are based on two sources: 1. Ongoing direct data sampling that I began conducting in 2004, and 2. the aggregation of as much reliable second-hand data on slavery estimates as possible, weighted downward by virtue of being second-hand. These data sources were fed into a highly conservative model that uses certain assumptions to calculate total global slavery numbers by type. As compared to my previous estimates in sex trafficking and bonded labor, the level of debt bondage in the world has remained relatively static, whereas my estimate of the number of human trafficking victims has increased by approximately 60%, plus 1.8 million, with a 15% decrease in the number of other forced laborers, 1.0 million. These changes are largely due to recategorization as well as an organic growth rate in the human trafficking category unleashed by several mass migration events from 2012 to 2016. Slavery economics. Tables A.2, A.3, and A.4 provide my updated calculations on slavery economics and profits for the year 2016. Slave labor generated revenues of $206.6 billion in 2016, with total profits of $124.1 billion accruing to the exploiters of these slaves, $20.0 billion from bonded labor, $70.9 billion from trafficked slaves, of which $62.3 billion is from trafficked sex slaves, and $33.3 billion from other forced labor. 1 Worldwide, the average slave generated $3,978 in net profits for his or her exploiter during 2016, at an average net profit margin of 60%. Debt bondage slaves are the least profitable, at $1,056 per year per slave, and trafficked sex slaves are by far the most profitable, at $36,064 per year per slave. Just over 50% of all slavery profits are generated by sex trafficking victims, even though they represent only 5.8% of the total number of slaves in the world. Table A.2 Summary of global slavery profits, 2016, in 2016 US dollars, 1. 2016 US dollar valuation is based on average of relevant CPI and GDP deflator adjustments from the dates of slaves acquisition, s. 2 based on average of starting and ending number of slaves during 2016. 3 for bonded labor, some forms of forced labor, and where the sale of commercial sex is legal, this is a pre-tax profit margin, although it includes an assumption of minimal tax payments or bribes paid to avoid full tax rates. Table A.3 Global Sex Trafficking Metrics, 2016. 1 Average price of a sex act in each region is derived from sampling various venues of exploitation, including brothel, club, street, hotel, massage parlor, and home/apartment. 2 Based on average of starting and ending number of sex trafficking victims during 2016. Table A.4 Key slavery metrics, 2016, in 2016 US dollars, 1. 2016 US dollar valuation is based on the average of relevant CPI and GDP deflator adjustments from the dates of slaves acquisition, s. Given the immense profitability of sex trafficking, it is important to take a closer look at the specific economics of this form of slavery, which are detailed in Table A.3. Revenues for sex trafficking vary significantly in terms of dollar values by region, with a low of $21,742 per victim in South Asia and a high of $132,805 in Western Europe. The total revenues generated by sex trafficking in 2016 were $92.2 billion, and total profits were $62.3 billion at a 67.6% global weighted average profit margin, or a global weighted average of $36,064 per victim. Contemporary sex trafficking is the most profitable form of slavery the world has ever seen. Table A.4 summarizes key economic metrics on slavery, in particular the return on investment, ROI, and the exploitation value, EV, of a slave. The first column of this table is carried over from Table A.1, and the second column is carried over from Table A.2. The weighted average acquisition costs for each category of slavery are based on data from the 5,439 cases I have documented. The acquisition costs range from $295 for debt bondage slaves to $2,220 for trafficked sex slaves. The weighted average acquisition price of today's 31.2 million slaves is $550. This compares to a global weighted average acquisition price of approximately $4,900 to $5,500 in 2016 for a slave roughly 200 years ago in 1810. This value was calculated through a sampling of acquisition prices of slaves around the world in 1810, which on average ranged from approximately $7,000 to $10,500 in 2016, depending on age, gender, health, time of year, geography, skill, and other factors, for African slaves in or trafficked to within the Americas, to $900 to $3,500 in 2016 for slaves in or trafficked to within South Asia, Africa, East Asia, and the Middle East, prices determined by similar factors as in the Americas. In addition to these average ranges for the prices of slaves sold in 1810, it is important to note that some slaves were sold for much less, in some cases for less than the price of a cup of tea, and others were born into slavery, which renders their acquisition costs close to 0.2. Even though the weighted average cost of a slave has decreased substantially across time, some slaves are purchased today for several $1,000s, and some slaves were purchased 200 years ago for a few dollars. The ban on European slave trading from Africa to the Americas is one of many reasons for a sharp increase, up to 100%, in the market value of a slave in the Americas between 1810 and 1860. Prices in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia did not increase as sharply, primarily because slave trading continued within and to from many of these regions through the 1800s and into the early 1900s, especially in Asia. Perhaps the most important metric in Table A.4 is the exploitation value, EV, of each slave category. Without knowing this value, it is impossible to understand just how profitable contemporary slavery is. In turn, it is challenging to design effective laws against those who seek to engage in human enslavement. The weighted average net EVs by category of slavery range from $2,545 for debt bondage slaves to a startling $68,177 for trafficked sex slaves. When a slave exploiter acquires a debt bondage slave for a global weighted average of $295, he can expect to enjoy net profits from the exploitation of that slave of $2,545 before the individual escapes, is freed, or perishes. These global debt bondage numbers provide a percentage total ROI of 863%, or 170% per year for the average duration of enslavement, 5.1 years. Trafficked sex slaves have the highest percentage ROI of 3,071%, or 1,004% per year for the average duration of enslavement, 3.1 years. The annual ROI for other forced labor is 347%, and the global weighted average annual ROI for all forms of slavery is 383% for the average duration of enslavement, 4.5 years. This aggregate data is based on a global weighted average acquisition cost of a slave of $550, after which the exploiter can expect to enjoy net profits generated through the exploitation of that slave of $9,367, before that slave escapes, is freed, or perishes. This net cash return per slave demonstrates the powerful demand-side forces to acquire and exploit slaves of all kinds. Table A.5 includes summary calculations of the EVs of each of the primary forms of slavery in the world today, including a global weighted average for all those forms combined. The EV is calculated by deducting operating costs from revenues, which provides a monthly recurring contribution. This figure is multiplied by the aggregate average number of months of enslavement to generate an operating EV. Deducting the weighted average acquisition cost of each type of slave from operating EV provides the net EV of the slave. 3. Table A.5 Exploitation value, EV, of a slave, 20,161. $1 values in 2016 US dollars. Appendix B. Select Slavery Economics. Table B.1, Sex Trafficking, India Brothel. Table B.2, Sex Trafficking, Thailand Brothel. Table B.3, Sex Trafficking, U.S. Brothel. Table B.4, Sex Trafficking, Nigerian Street Prostitution. Table B.5, Bonded Labor, Brickmaking in India. Table B.6, Debt Bondage, Domestic Work, South Asia to Middle East. Table B.7, Labor Trafficking, Agriculture, Mexico to California. Table B.8, Labor Trafficking, Trash Fish, Myanmar to Thailand. Table B.9, Forced Labor, Carpet Weaving, Nepal. Table B.10, Forced Labor, Coffee, Colombia. Table B.1 Sex Trafficking, Brothel, India. Table B.2 Sex Trafficking, Brothel, Thailand. Table B.3 Sex Trafficking, Brothel, United States. Table B.4 Sex Trafficking, Nigerian Street Prostitution, Western Europe. Table B.5 Bonded Labor, Brickmaking in India. 1. This is a weighted average based on piece rate wages and day wages paid to the various labor types at the kill. 2. The precise royalty depends on the state in India in which the kill is located. Some are fixed sums for the year, others are fixed sums plus variable amounts per 1,000 bricks made. In variable scenarios, the brick kill owners can pay bribes to reduce the royalty, and they often cook the books to show a lower number of bricks produced and sold. The weighted average of kills across northern India for which I secured data is around $9,000. 3. Almost all kill owners offer bribes to local officials to avoid paying full taxes. These rates vary, but the figure tends to be around 8% of operating revenues, excludes laborer debt repayment, or less. 4. Assumes remaining bricks produced but not sold during the season are sold during the off-season at a 20% price premium. Only associated costs are government royalty, tax bribe, depreciation, and one foreman and accountant. Table B.6 Debt Bondage, Domestic Work, South Asia to Middle East. 1. This profit and loss statement is modeled from the standpoint of the domestic worker placement agency in South Asia, the primary economic beneficiary of debt bondage exploitation. The employing family also would benefit economically through the underpayment or non-payment of wages. Other intermediaries and destination country agencies can benefit from the exploitation as well. 2. Some families will pay this amount in full upfront, then deduct payment from worker wages. Others will pay a portion of the fee upfront then deduct the corresponding amount from worker wages. 3. Assume 25% tax rate on the business. Table B.7 Labor Trafficking, Agriculture, Mexico to California, 1. 1. This profit and loss statement is modeled from the standpoint of a non-integrated FLC in California. A different model would be used for a vertically integrated FLC that includes recruitment and border crossing agents in Mexico, as well as modest economic benefits for the non-integrated recruiters and coyotes contracted by the non-integrated FLC. 2. Assume aggregate tax rate of 25% for the FLC. Table B.8 Labor Trafficking, Trash Fish, Myanmar to Thailand. 1/2 of the crew is assumed to refresh annually, so acquisition cost is expensed and not depreciated. Table B.9 Forced Labor, Carpet Weaving, Nepal. 1. Almost all carpet loom owners offer bribes to local officials to avoid paying full taxes. These rates vary, but the figure tends to be around 5% of operating revenues. Table B.10 Forced Labor, Coffee, Colombia. Appendix C. Sample Research Questionnaire. I used this questionnaire to document slaves in Thailand's seafood sector. I adapt the questionnaire for different industries and countries, but in all cases I interrogate all potential manifestations of slavery. The interview typically opens with a brief explanation of who I am and why I wish to speak with the individual. I then undertake a consent process in which I explain the kinds of questions I will be asking, assure the individual that he or she can stop speaking at any time and that there is no penalty for doing so, and explain that the individual can choose not to answer any question. For minors, I secure verbal assent because children cannot consent to human subject research. In addition, if I am in a shelter and there is a responsible adult in charge of the child, I ask that person for consent. If the child is being exploited and there is no responsible or trustworthy adult available, I secure verbal assent only from the child. With children, questions are adapted to be as innocuous as possible, and I take special care to pause often and assess whether the child appears uncomfortable. Children often feel pressured to continue answering questions even if they do not feel comfortable doing so. Rather than go down a list of questions, I engage in a semi-structured conversation in which I intermix casual discussion with the questions. At no point do I document confidential information. I assigned a number, time, date, and location to each interview, as well as a pseudonym. Key Informant Questionnaire. Thank you for talking with me. My name is Siddarth Kara, and I'm a researcher. This is my translator ________________________ We are working together to talk to people who work in the seafood industry in Thailand. I will be recording our conversation and taking notes while we talk. Is that okay? Go through the consent or assent process. Document verbal consent/assent. If the participant agrees to take part, continue with the interview. Location of interview, city name and location of worksite by street name or intersection or other geographic landmark. Total number of workers in the site. Let's start by talking a little about your background. Background and nature of work. 1. What is your date of birth? 2. Gender. 3. Ethnic group or community. 4. Where were you born? 5. Where did you live before you came to Thailand? 6. Are you a citizen in your home country? A refugee? Unregistered? 7. Where does the rest of your family live? 8. What are the ages of the other members of your immediate family, spouse, siblings, parents, children? 9. Can you read and write? 10. What level of education did you complete? 11. How long have you been at this workplace? 12. Do you have migration papers to work in Thailand? If so, please describe. 13. Please describe the work you do here. 14. Do you own your dwelling or any land? If so, please describe. 15. If you do not own your own dwelling or land, what is your tenancy arrangement? 16. What languages do you speak? 17. How long have you been working in the seafood sector in Thailand? 18. What other work have you done in the past? 19. Do you have a written agreement for this job? 20. If yes, did you understand the agreement when you signed it? Were all the terms explained to you? 21. How much do you get paid for the work you are doing, piece rate, weekly, monthly? 22. Who pays you? 23. How often are you paid? 24. Do you receive the full wage you are promised? 25. If not, how much do you receive? 26. For how long have you not been receiving the full wage? 27. Is your payment ever delayed? 28. If payment is delayed, how often and by how long? 29. Have you been at other workplaces in Thailand? If so, please describe. NB, query potential previous instances of slavery. 30. Have you migrated to Thailand for work previously? If so, please describe. NB, query potential previous instances of slavery. 31. Have you ever migrated to another country for work previously? If so, please describe. NB, query potential previous instances of slavery. 32. Document the working conditions at the worksite in detail, especially elements that are hazardous and can cause ill health or injury. Section A, Forced Labor under ILO Convention No. 29. Involuntariness. 1. Are you able to leave the worksite freely, or must you ask permission? NB, observe presence of locks/restraints or guards that prevent the worker from leaving. 2. Are you locked in the work site and not allowed to leave? 3. In the place where you sleep, are you locked inside at night and not allowed to leave? 4. Are you free to pursue work with other employers if you want to? What would happen if you tried to leave this job? 5. Have you ever left this work site since arriving? If so, how many times? 6. Are you able to communicate with friends or family freely? If so, how do you do so? 7. Are you free to go to the toilet when you wish, or must you ask permission? 8. Where do you go to the toilet? Do you feel it is private? Sanitary. 9. Where do you bathe? Do you feel it is private? Sanitary. 10. How many hours do you normally work each day? 11. How many days a week do you normally work? 12. Who decides how long you will work? 13. Are you paid extra if you work longer than 8 hours in a day? 14. Do you feel pressure to work more than 8 hours a day? If so, why? What happens if you do not? 15. Have you ever had an illness or an injury while working here? If so, please describe. 16. If you get sick or injured, do you feel pressure to keep working? 17. If you get sick or injured, are you given medical care? 18. Are you allowed days off for a holiday or rest? 19. Is there equipment here that keeps you safe while you are working? 20. Do you have any untreated health problems? If so, please describe. 21. How often do you eat a meal? Do you feel you have enough food to eat? Please describe the meals you eat. 22. How many hours do you sleep each night? Are you prevented from getting as much sleep as you would like? 23. Ask about any other conditions the worker would like to share that may indicate involuntariness. Section B, Forced Labor under ILO Convention No. 29. Coercion. 1. Have you ever been threatened or punished through physical, verbal, or sexual abuse if you 1. Stop working, 2. Do not work as much as you are told, 3. Object to your working conditions, 4. Object to your wage payments, or 5. For any other reason? If so, please describe. 2. Have you ever received threats against your family members for any of these same reasons? If so, please describe. 3. Have you ever seen others receiving threats or punishments that dissuaded you from taking issue with any of these same reasons? If so, please describe. 4. Have you ever been denied food or sleep for any reason? If so, please describe. 5. Does your employer keep your identity documents, or do you have them? 6. Can you get your identity documents if you ask for them? 7. Do you sleep in a different place from where you work? 8. How often does the supervisor check on you? NB, observe and describe surveillance of the workers. 9. Would you rather leave this job but feel you must stay and keep working because you have no other alternative? 10. Ask about any other conditions the worker would like to share that may indicate coercion. Section C, Debt Bondage. 1. Have you ever borrowed money or taken a wage advance or any other kind of advance from your employer or the person who found you this job? 2. What was the reason? 3. How much money did you borrow? 4. How many times have you borrowed? 5. How much for each of these other instances? 6. What were the reasons for each of these other instances? 7. Is part of your wage deducted in any amount to repay your debt? NB, probe various types of deductions such as for food, lodging, supplies, errors, injuries. Do family members have to work for the debt as well? Is interest charged on debt, and if so, how much? Does the informant work more than 10 hours each day but is only paid an 8-hour wage, etc.? 8. Do you still have a debt you are working off? 9. Do you know how much it is? 10. Is there a written agreement for the debt? 11. Is any accounting provided to you for your debits and credits? 12. Do you feel you cannot leave this job because of the debt? 13. What would happen if you tried to leave before repaying the debt? Section D, Human Trafficking. 1. Did you accept this job from someone who recruited you? 2. Who was this person? Where was he or she from? 3. Did you know this person? 4. When you agreed to take the job, did you have to travel to get here? 5. How far did you travel? 6. How did you travel? Please describe in detail. 7. Who paid for the travel arrangements? 8. Did the recruiter make any promises to you about 1. Working conditions, 2. Wages, 3. Living arrangements, 4. Type of work, or 5. Amount of work, that were not true? If so, please describe. 9. If the recruiter made any false promises, did you have the option of declining the work and returning home? If not, why? 10. Did the recruiter charge any upfront fees for arranging this job? If so, how much? 11. Did the recruiter explain what the fees were for? 12. Did the recruiter give you a receipt or statement of the expenses? 13. Does the recruiter deduct money from your wages? If so, how much? 14. What were the circumstances that led you to accept the job offer from the recruiter? Please describe. 15. Are you still in touch with the recruiter? 16. Did you bring any other members of your family to work with you, or elsewhere in Thailand? Please describe. 17. Ask about any other conditions of coercion that were used by the recruiter to place the worker in the job. Section E, Child Labor, for any interviewee under 18 years of age. 1. Do you attend school? If not, why not? 2. Have you ever attended school in the past? 3. Are you at the work site with a parent or guardian? 4. If you are unaccompanied, would you like to return home? 5. If yes, are you prevented from doing so? Why? 6. If you do not wish to return home, why not? Section F, thank you. Thank you very much for talking with me today. Do you know of anyone else who might like to speak with me? Categorization Guidelines. After securing answers to the questions, I apply the following categorization guidelines to establish one or more of the manifestations of slavery, human trafficking, forced labor, or child labor. 1. Forced labor under ILO Convention number 29. Any individual who meets the criteria of both involuntariness and coercion under ILO Convention number 29 as follows. Involuntariness, restrictions on freedom of movement in at least 2 of the first 3 questions, and restrictions on freedom of employment in question 4, plus clear indications of involuntariness in an additional 11 of the remaining questions. Coercion, threats or punishments in at least 3 of the 5 cases in questions 1, 2, or 3, plus clear indications of coercive conditions in at least 4 of the remaining questions. 2. Debt bondage. Any individual who has taken an economic advance of any kind, and is subject to severely exploitative deductions in wages to repay the advance, severity of deductions determined under question 7, and who is unable to leave the job prior to repayment of the debt without facing severe exit costs. 3. Human trafficking. Any individual who is recruited by a third party into a job under false promises, and in which the individual works in conditions of forced labor under ILO Convention number 29 or debt bondage, and who migrated more than 1 day's journey to the work site, and for which there was no option to exit the job opportunity upon learning of the exploitative conditions. 4. Child labor. Any individual under 18 years of age who works at least 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and does not attend school.